The Legend of the Condor Heroes Chapter 3. Boundless Desert. Original translation by Moinli. And the monks were crying because of the venerable monk Jiamus' death, but some of them were still able to take care of the wounded by bandaging up their wounds and carrying them into the guest rooms. Suddenly there came an incessant banging from the vat underneath the huge bell. Not knowing what kind of monster was present, the monks looked at each other with blank faces. Not knowing what to do, started to chant the Sutra of the High King, Gao Wang Jing. But the banging continued through all the chants of Help the Sufferers and Amida Buddha. Finally, a dozen or so of the more courageous monks pulled the huge bell back up again with a huge thick rope. As soon as they lifted the vat, a huge ball of meat came rolling out from underneath it. Scared beyond words, the monks scattered. That ball of meat suddenly stood up. It turned out to be Han Baoju. Being covered for the last half of the fight, he had no idea what had happened. Looking around, he noticed monk Jiamu had died and all his sworn brothers were greatly injured and almost panicked. He walked over to Qiu Chuji and was about to strike down at his head with his golden dragon whip. "Third brother, No!" Quan Jinfa shouted. "Why not?" Han Baoju demanded in anger. "You just can't," was all Quan Jinfa could get out because of the pain in his abdomen. Even though both of his legs were wounded, Kuzhani's mind was still working fine. He took out the antidote for his poison and instructed the monks to give the right amounts to both Qiu Chuji and Han Xiaoying, all the while explaining what had happened to Han Baoju. Enraged, Han Baoju was about to go chasing after Duan Tianda when Kuzhani shouted, "Well, find that bastard sooner or later. First help those of your brothers who suffered internal injuries." Both Zhu Tsong and Nan Shiren had suffered severe internal injuries, and that kick to Quan Jinfa's stomach was quite a blow too. Zhang Asheng's collar bone was broken and his chest was hit as well, knocking him out temporarily. Once he woke up, it turned out he wasn't in any mortal danger. He immediately began helping others in the temple. The monks of the Fahua Monastery, Temple of Oriental Zen, sent a couple of errand runners to report the events to Abbot Kumu at the Yunlu Monastery, Cloudy Pavilion Temple, and also began to make funeral arrangements for the monk Jiamu. After several days, the poison in Qiu Chuji and Han Xiaoying's body was eradicated. Being the medical expert that he was, Qiu Chuji immediately began combining herbs and treating Zhu Tsong and others, as well as massaging and snapping bones back into place. Luckily, everyone's kung fu base was strong enough so that the internal as well as the external injuries were not serious. After several more days, everyone was able to sit up again. One day, all 8 of them gathered in one of the monks' rooms and reflected on how they were manipulated into fighting each other, resulting in the death of the monk Jiamu and injuries to all parties. All of them were silent, not knowing what to say. After a while, Han Xiaoying finally broke the silence. "Everyone knows about Priest Qiu's intelligence and wit, and the 7 of us didn't exactly begin wandering the world yesterday. Yet we were all manipulated into this by some little nobody. If this ever gets out, everyone in the martial world will laugh at us. Reverend, do you have any idea as to how to clean up this mess?" Qiu Chuji had been blaming himself for the last couple of days, thinking that if only he had sat down and calmly talked with the monk Jiamu, then all of this could have been avoided. So, in deference, he turned to Kuzhani, "Big brother Ku, what do you say?" Kuzhani's temper was bad to begin with. After his eyes were blinded it got even worse. The fact that Qiu Chuji himself brought down all 7 of them combined was, in fact, what he considered to be one of the biggest embarrassments of his life. Coupled with the fact that the pain in his legs from the sword wound was still throbbing, he was barely able to hold back his indignation. He sneered and replied, "Priest Qiu uses his sword skills to take down anyone in his way and never needs to respect anyone. Why consult us over this matter?" Qiu Chuji was taken aback for a moment, but immediately realized that he was still angry about the matter. He stood up, cupped his fist, and bowed to the 7 freaks. "I was wrong in my actions, I was too rude and headstrong. This entire matter is entirely my fault and I ask you all for your forgiveness." Zhu Tsong and the rest of the freaks returned the gesture. Kujani pretended not to notice and coldly replied, I say the 7 of us have lost all of our rights to meddle in the affairs of the martial world. We should settle down here, fishing, chopping wood, or whatever. As long as Priest Chiu does not come around again, we would at least be able to spend the rest of our lives in peace. Chiu Chuji blushed a little from that verbal slash. After a brief pause, he suddenly stood up and said, Since I was at fault this time, I will never dare step into this area again. As for retribution for Monk Jayama's death, it will all fall on my shoulders and I will kill that bastard with my own hands and avenge him. Having said all that I need to say, it's now time for me to leave. Chiu Chuji bowed towards everyone again and began to walk out. Stop! Kujani shouted. Chiu Chuji turned around and said, Does Big Brother Ku have something else to say? You have injured all of us, Kujani replied, and you expect all of this to just disappear because you said a couple of words. Then what does Big Brother Ku want? As long as it is within my abilities I will try my best to do it. We just can't let this slide right now, Kujani answered, so it would be nice if Reverend gives us something more. Although the 7 freaks were all very righteous and moral individuals, they were also very proud and acted very strangely, making them well deserving the title of 7 freaks. Each is a master of kung fu and they always work together, so they had never come out on the short end of a struggle when going up against others in the martial world. Several years ago they got into a fight with the Huayan clan. The 7 of them killed over 100 or so of the Huayan clan members on the shores of the Yangtze. Back then Han Xiaoying was still a child, but she still managed to kill 2 foes. The name 7 Freaks of the South became famous throughout the martial world. Defeat by the hands of Chiu Chuji did not go down very well with any of them. Add that to the fact that the monk Jiamu, a good friend of the freaks, died, one could argue, because of Chiu Chuji's rashness. But there was still the fact that a woman was hidden inside the temple and she was the widow of Guo Tian, as Chiu Chuji had claimed. This made the freaks partly to blame, however, at this moment, the freaks had forgotten about that. I was hit by your projectile, Chiu Chuji replied. And if it wasn't for Big Brother K's antidote, I would have been dead a long time ago. So for this fight, I wholeheartedly admit defeat. If that's the case, Kujani replied, then leave that sword that you carry on your back and you can go. He knew that if the 2 sides fought again at this time only the Han siblings would be able to put up a fight and that victory for his side was impossible. But all of the freaks would rather die than to let the matter pass like this. This angered Chiu Chuji greatly. I have already given you people a lot of face and that should be enough. I also admitted defeat, what else do you want? The sword is for my protection, he continued, just like that staff Big Brother Ku carries around. Are you poking fun at my blindness? Kujani shouted back. I dare not. We are all injured right now, so it's hard to actually fight at this moment. Kujani shouted angrily. So I invite Priest Chiu to come and duel with the 7 of us a year from today at the Pavilion of the Drunken Immortal. Chiu Chuji frowned at that remark. He thought, because the 7 freaks weren't bad people, there was really no point in keeping this grudge going between us. The day after the Venerable Jiamu died, Han Baojiu could have killed me easily once he got out from underneath the bell. Besides, this whole matter was caused more or less by my own rashness. A real man knows what's right and wrong. If he's wrong then he should admit it. To sort all this out with the freaks won't be easy either. After thinking silently for a bit, an idea suddenly came to him. If you really want to determine who is better between us, then we could do that, he said. But only according to the rules I lay down. Otherwise, I have already lost to Hero Zhu at the Pavilion of the Drunken Immortal, and I lost again fighting here in the temple. I have already lost twice and would inevitably lose the 3rd time as well. There's no point in going any further. Han Baojiu, Han Xiaoying, and Zhang Oxing immediately stood up. The other 4 could not stand but all sat up as much as they could. They answered in unison, when the 7 freaks of the South duel with someone, we always let our opponent choose the time, place, and method. Seeing how competitive they were, Chiu Chuji smiled, so I decide how we should fight no matter what. Figuring that no matter what dirty trick Chiu Chuji would come up with, it wouldn't necessarily mean defeat for them, Zhu Tsong and Quan Jinfa answered simultaneously, that's right. A man's word, Chiu Chuji replied. Wild horses can't bring back. Han Xiaoying finished, but Ku Zhenyi remained silent. The saying a man's word can't be brought back by wild horses is a famous saying in China about keeping one's word. When a person says it, it means that he will not go back on his word. If you people feel that my way is unfair in any way, Chiu Chuji continued, then I will admit defeat right here and now. Obviously planning to gain ground by giving up a little, he knew that the freaks would never let him admit defeat that easily because of their competitiveness. There's no need to play all these word games to anger us, just tell us what it is, Ku Zhenyi replied, as expected. Chiu Chuji sat down and began to explain, the method I have in my mind might be a little bit dragged out, but what it really measures is abilities and skills and is susceptible to some temporary mishaps or conditions. Everyone knows any martial artist can fight with blades and fists. We all have names in the martial world and absolutely cannot stoop down to the level of lowly underlings. What's left to fight with if we can't do it with blades or fists? Are we having a drinking contest again? All of the freaks wondered at that comment. This huge contest between us, you seven against me, will not only measure our kung fu skills, but also our will, determination, and wit. With this contest, we will see once and for all who the real hero is. This entire conversation had all of the seven freaks shaking in anticipation and excitement. Stop stalling, tell us. Han Xiaoying demanded. The harder it is the better. If we are competing meditating, making medicine, fortune-telling, or ghost banishing, then we are no match for Priest Chiu at all. Zhu Tsong said with a smile. And I don't really want to compete with second brother Zhu in stealing chickens or taking sheep. Chiu Chuji replied with a smile. This caused a little bit of laughter from Han Xiaoying, who quickly went back to urging Chiu Chuji on, come on, say it. At the very bottom of all of this and the misunderstanding that led to our fight, was saving the descendants of a couple of good men. This matter would be best ended in that way as well. Chiu Chuji went on to tell how he met with Guo Xiaotian and Yang Tiexin all the way to how he pursued Duan Tiande to this temple. Throughout his entire explanation, the freaks could not stop cursing the Jin as well as the Song government for its corruption. After he finished the story, Chiu Chuji went on, that woman that Duan Tiande dragged away was Guo Xiaoshan's widow, Madame Li. Other than Big Brother Ku and the Han siblings, I'm sure the other four of you saw them. I remember her voice, Ku Zhenyi interrupted, I will never forget that voice. Great. Chiu Chuji continued, as for Yang Tiexin's widow, Mrs. Bao, there is no clue as to where she might be. I have seen her before, but you people haven't. So what I propose we do is. The seven of us would go rescue Mrs. Li while you go save Mrs. Bao and that whoever succeeds wins. Right? Han Xiaoying eagerly cut in. Chiu Chuji smiled and replied, saving people, while definitely not easy, can't really be used to determine who's a hero and who's not. What I have in mind is much harder and more troublesome. So what are you suggesting? Ku Zhenyi demanded. Both of the women are pregnant, Chiu Chuji explained. After we save them, we must make sure they settle down nicely and allow them to give birth. After that I will teach the young child while the seven of you teach the Guo child. The seven freaks were getting more and more amazed with every word that he said. They were practically mesmerized when Han Baoju cut in, then what? After 18 years, when the kids are both 18, all of us, as well as invited friends from all over the martial realm, shall gather at the pavilion of the drunken immortal once again for a huge feast. Then, when we are all sufficiently full and merry, well, let the two kids duel to see whether it is my disciple who is better or is the disciple of the seven heroes really the best. The seven freaks stared at each other, completely speechless. Chiu Chuji continued, if the 7 heroes fight me once more and defeat me, then it could easily be because you outnumber me, not much glory there. But if I pass all my kung fu to one person and you guys pass all of your kung fu to one person, then whichever one wins must mean that their master or masters were better. Filled with pride, Kuzhani slammed his iron staff onto the floor. All right. That's what we'll do. What if that bastard Duan Tianda has already killed Mrs. Li? What then? Quan Jinfa asked. That's just the luck of the draw, Qiu Chuji replied. The heavens wanted me to win, what more could be said? All right. Han Baoju pitched in with his opinion. Rescuing widows and orphans was the right thing to do to begin with. Even if we weren't competing against you we would do it. Qiu Chuji gave him a thumbs up and declared, third brother Han is exactly right. If the 7 heroes are willing to care for the Gua child to adulthood, then I would like to thank everyone for my late brother Gua. He bowed to each of them again. This idea of yours is rather cunning, Zhu Tsong observed. With those several sentences of yours, we brothers and sisters would have to give up 18 years of our lives. Qiu Chuji's face changed color a little and he suddenly let out a loud laugh. What's so funny? Han Xiaoying demanded. I have long heard and admired the name of the 7 freaks of the south, Qiu Chuji replied. Everyone says that the 7 heroes are truly righteous heroes who are always there when you need them. But today, I see that the rumors were greatly exaggerated. This made all of the freaks furious. Han Baoju slammed his fist down onto the bench that he was sitting on and was about to say something when Qiu Chuji cut him off. Since ancient times, for real heroes and men, making a friend was for life in every way and giving one's life for a friend would be no big thing if loyalty and friendship called for it. Nobody has ever heard of Jing Ku and Nie Zheng haggling about some small thing. The Yang and Gua family are in need of help right now, how could anyone start haggling about it? In popular Chinese lore and most versions of Chinese history, Jing Ku and Nie Zheng were 2 great friends that had helped the Lord of Qi during the beginning of the spring and autumn period. Their friendship was legendary and, in the view of most Chinese, including Confucius, the epitome of what friendship should be. After that little speech, Zhu Tsong's face was flushed with embarrassment. He flicked his fan and replied, the Reverend is right, I realize my mistake now. The 7 of us will take on this matter. Qiu Chuji stood up and said, today is the 24th of the 3rd month, 18 years from today at noon, we'll meet again upstairs in the pavilion of the drunken immortal. There, in front of all of the martial world, we will find out who's the real hero. With a flick of his sleeve, he walked out of the door. Han Baoju shouted, I'm off to look for that Duan Tianda now, if he's crawled into a tortoise hole and disappeared, we are going to have to waste a lot of energy. He was the only one among the 7 freaks that wasn't injured, so he charged out of the door, mounted Wind Chaser, his yellow horse, and began to go chase after Duan Tianda and Li Ping. Third brother. Zhu Tsong shouted. You don't know what they look like. But Han Baoju wasn't the patient type and with Wind Chaser well deserving of his name, he was long gone. Underscore 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 underscore. Once he was out of the temple, Duan Tianda ran as fast as his legs would carry him, all the while dragging Li Ping. Only after he was sure that nobody was chasing after him did he finally stop and take a breath. Then he ran to the bank of the nearest river and jumped on the first boat that he saw. Taking out his saber and putting it up against the neck of the fisherman, he ordered the man to start moving the boat. The rivers and canals south of the Yangtze were as dense as a spider web and boats were the everyday mode of transportation, as common as horses and carriages were up north. Hence the saying, northerners ride horses, southerners ride boats. With Duan Tianda looking as vicious as he did, as well as being dressed like an official, how could the fisherman dare disobey? He immediately undocked and guided the boat out of the city. What a mess! If I go back to Linen, if nothing else, my uncle will kill me on first sight. Duan Tianda thought to himself. Probably the best thing would be to head north to get away for a while. Hopefully that bastard of a Taoist and those 7 freaks have all died from their injuries, and then my uncle will get so angry that he passes away. Then I can return and get my position back. Once he made up his mind, he instructed the fisherman to start heading north. Even though Han Baoju's horse was faster, he was nevertheless searching on land, and thus let the two of them slip through. Duan Tianda switched boats a couple of more times as well and changed his clothes and forced Li Ping to change hers. After 10 days or so, he arrived in Yangzhou and decided to check into an inn. He was hoping to be able to settle down in the city for a while and wait out the storm. By an extraordinary coincidence, he just happened to overhear someone inquiring about his whereabouts. Shocked, he peeped through the little crack in the door and saw an amazingly ugly, short, and fat guy with a beautiful young girl. Both of them had a Jiaxing accent. Guessing that they were some of the 7 freaks, he immediately grabbed Li Ping and ran out of the back door. Luckily, the Yangzhou native at the front desk did not quite understand their dialect and didn't understand what they were asking about. This made it possible for Duan Tianda to get away and rent another boat. Not daring to stop even for a second, he made his way north, up the Grand Canal, all the way to the shore of Ligua Post on the shores of Mount Wei Lake inside the borders of Shandong Province. Li Ping, who was quite plain-looking and whose stomach was bulging by now, was spending days on end cursing and crying. So even though Duan Tianda was by no means a gentleman, he never had any inclinations towards her. All the two ever did was fight and curse at each other. There wasn't a moment of peace between them. After several more days, that ugly dwarf and pretty girl showed up again. Duan Tianda had hoped to hide in the back of their accommodations. Li Ping, knowing that her rescuers were near, began to shout at the top of her lungs. Duan Tianda immediately stuffed a wad of cotton into her mouth and beat her. Li Ping struggled and shouted for all she was worth. Even though she wasn't successful in her attempt to get their attention, it was too much of a close call for Duan Tianda. At first, Duan Tianda brought Li Ping along hoping to use her as a hostage and thereby help him get out of a jam should it ever come to that. But the situation had changed. Figuring that it would be much easier if he was by himself and that this feisty woman was a disaster waiting to happen, he decided that it would be best to kill her. Once the Han cousins had left, he took out his saber. Li Ping had been waiting the entire time for an opportunity to avenge her husband's death. However, she was tied up every night, making it impossible. Now, upon seeing the murderous look in his eyes, she prayed, "Xiao Gu, please protect me and allow me to kill his monster. Then I will join you." She reached into her shirt and placed her hands on the dagger that Qiu Chuji gave her. She had hidden the dagger very well and was able to slip it past Duan Tianda's search. Note, Xiao Gu is an affectionate term used by Li Ping with Guo Xiaotian. With a chuckle, Duan Tianda raised his saber and swung down at her. Prepared to die, Li Ping summoned all her strength, pointed the dagger at Duan Tianda, and charged. Feeling a burst of murderous cold air upon his face, Duan Tianda flicked his saber in an attempt to knock the dagger out of her hand. Unexpectedly, the dagger was so sharp that, with a loud ping, it sliced the saber in half. The saber fell onto the floor as the tip of the dagger touched Duan Tianda's chest. Shocked, Duan Tianda instinctively jumped back. Nevertheless, the front of his shirt was slashed wide open. In complete shock and panic, he picked up the chair at his side and shouted, "Put that down this instant or else I'll kill you." Li Ping was exhausted and the baby in her belly was kicking non-stop. Not able to fight any longer, she fell onto the floor and tried to catch her breath. But she was still clutching the dagger tightly. Duan Tianda was afraid that Han Baoju would come around again. If he ran off by himself, he was afraid that Li Ping would reveal where he was going to those chasing him. So he immediately forced her onto another boat and went further north up the Grand Canal, passing Linqing, Dezhou, and arrived in Hebei province. Every time he set up camp, no matter how remote the location, before long there would be several men arriving to look for him. Eventually, the ugly gnome and the girl were joined by a staff-wielding blind man. Luckily, none of them recognized him, so he was able to escape every time. Soon another troublesome thing happened. Li Ping suddenly began acting crazy. Every time they stopped somewhere, she would periodically begin shouting and screaming nonsense. Sometimes, she would even start to tear and rip at her clothes and make all kinds of weird faces and gestures. At first Duan Tianda thought that she really had gone crazy, but after a few days he suddenly figured it out. As it turned out, she was afraid that her pursuers had lost them and was purposefully leaving a trail for them to follow. This was what was making it even harder for him to lose them. By now the end of summer had passed and the cool breezes began to blow. In order to avoid capture, Duan Tianda went well up into the north country. The money he had taken with him was about to run out, yet the freaks were still close on his trail. Back in Hangzhou, I was important, I was somebody. Meat, wine, money, women, I had it all. But I had to get greedy and go to Ox Village and kill this bitch's hubby and get myself into this mess. He cursed himself. Several times, he was on the verge of leaving Li Ping and running off by himself. But each time, he could not summon up enough courage to do it. Every attempt to kill her ended in failure as well. What was supposed to be protection had somehow turned into a curse that he just could not get rid of. On top of everything else, he had to be constantly on guard against her attempts to avenge her husband. He was frustrated, frightened, and angry, yet there was nothing he could do. Before he realized it, he had arrived at the capital of the Jin Empire, Yanjing. Duan Tianda thought for a bit and decided to try and find an out-of-the-way place and finish off Li Ping. In such a huge and bustling city, there was no way those who were chasing him could find him. Happy that things were finally going to work out, he made his way towards the city. Unexpectedly, just as he arrived in the front of the gate to the city, a team of Jin soldiers came walking out from inside. Not even bothering to ask any questions, they seized both him and Li Ping, handed them each a carrying stick, and commanded them to carry cargo for them. Because Li Ping was short and a woman, her load was reasonably light. But Duan Tianda was given 250 kilogram, 110 pounds, loads and they were practically forcing him to his knees. This group of soldiers followed an official as they headed north. As it turned out, that particular official was an emissary who was being sent out to present royal warrants from the Jin Emperor to the Mongolian subjects of the Jin Empire. The Jin soldiers that accompanied him were seizing any random Han Chinese that they ran into, forcing them to carry their heavy cargo and food supplies so as to save themselves from the labor. Duan Tianda argued back a couple of times and was immediately answered by several stinging lashes to his head. This situation he had seen many times before, so it was all quite familiar to him, but before, he had been the one that was doing the whipping, not receiving it. By now, Li Ping's belly was huge and doing all this heavy work was on the verge of killing her. However, so determined was she to get revenge that she tried her best not to let the Jin soldiers find out about her condition. Fortunately, she had been working on a farm ever since she was able to walk, and this made her strong and used to this kind of grinding work. Having basically resigned herself to death, she was barely able to manage the dozen of days they spent walking through the freezing and miserable steppe. Even though it was only October, being as far north as they were, a blizzard hit one day that not only brought snow, but also a sandstorm. Having nowhere to hide from the sand and the snow, the entire group, all 300 or so of them, lined up single file and continued to make their way through the endless grasslands of the steppe. Suddenly, faint shouting could be heard approaching from the north. Through the sand-filled air, an army of countless horsemen came charging at them. Before any of them realized what was going on, the army had arrived. As it turned out, they were an army from some unknown tribe from the north that had just lost a battle. Chaos descended on the group as everyone tossed their weapons away and began running for their lives. Some of those who did not have horses were quickly trampled by those who had. The Jin soldiers, seeing that defeat was inevitable, immediately scattered. Li Ping was originally at Duan Tianda's side, but lost him during the chaos of the attack. She threw off her share of the cargo and ran as fast as she could in the direction where there seemed to be the least number of people. Luckily, everyone was so concerned with their own survival that nobody harmed her. After some running, her stomach began hurting intensely. Not able to go any further because of the pain, she lay down behind a sand dune and fainted. After what seemed like forever, she began to slowly come around. In the back of her mind, there seemed to be the crying noises of a baby. Not completely coherent, she still wasn't quite sure whether or not she was dead or alive. But the crying gradually got louder. She twitched and suddenly realized that there seemed to be a warm object between her legs. By now it was after midnight, the snow had just stopped and the moon had finally appeared from behind the parting clouds. She snapped wide awake and began to cry. In this impossible situation, the baby in her womb was born. She immediately sat up and took the baby in her hands. It was a boy. Overjoyed and crying, she used her teeth to bite off the umbilical cord and hugged the baby as tightly as she could. In the moonlight, she saw that the infant's eyes were huge and bright and looked very much like her deceased husband, and his crying was incredibly loud. Under normal circumstances, there should have been no way that she was going to survive after giving birth in such harsh conditions. But upon seeing her child, she suddenly found strength that she didn't know she had, and she slowly got up on her knees and with one hand, crawled into a small ditch close by to escape from the cold. Looking at the baby and thinking of her husband, bittersweet memories and emotions overwhelmed her. The two of them spent the night in that ditch. The next morning, hearing nothing around her, she summoned up enough courage to climb out of it. Amongst the white snow and yellow sands, the ground was covered with discarded weapons and corpses. Nobody alive was to be seen. She scrounged some preserved food from one of the dead soldiers as well as a fire, making stone and knives. After carving some horse meat and cooking it, she searched around for some thicker clothing. She wrapped some around her baby and put some on herself as well. Luckily, the weather was so cold around this time of the year that nothing rots, so the horse meat was able to last her for a good few days, during which she was able to recover her strength. Then, carrying her baby, she began walking confidently towards the east. Even though she had lost the hated Duan Tianda, all the hatred in her heart submerged and turned into love and tenderness. All she wanted was to protect her baby's face from the harsh steppe winds. After several more days, she noticed that the plant life around her was getting denser. This particular dusk, she suddenly spotted two horses galloping towards her. The riders noticed her and stopped to ask her what happened. Making wild gestures with her arms, she described her experience of meeting the defeated army and giving birth in the snow. These two riders were Mongolians. Even though they couldn't understand her at all, they, being the friendly and hospitable kind of people Mongolians are, felt sorry for her and invited her to spend the night with them in their Mongolian GR. Mongolians are a nomadic group of people, migrating along with their herds and the seasons. They live in huge shelters called jairs that are easily put up and taken down. The next morning this particular group of nomads departed, but they decided to leave her 4 small sheep to help her survive. After much suffering and labor, Li Ping settled down on the steppe. She erected a little hut using tree branches and reeds and obtained food through barter using the sweaters she knitted from wool of the sheep. Time flew, and the little boy was soon 6 years old. Following the wishes of her former husband, Li Ping gave him the name of Guojing. The boy was rather slow and only began to speak at the age of 4. Luckily, he was a very strong boy and was able to herd the animals by himself. The two of them, mother and son, relied on each other, surviving on only the barest of essentials and leading a very simple and happy life. Both of them had learned Mongolian, and only when they were alone with each other did they speak in the Linen dialect of Chinese. Seeing the manly face on her son and hearing him speaking everything in the Linen dialect of her home frequently made her feel a bittersweet sadness. Your father was a man among men in Shandong, you should by all means speak the Shandong dialect as well. But we weren't together a long enough time and I couldn't learn it from him, so I can't teach you. It was October and the weather was slowly becoming colder and colder. Guo Jing climbed onto his own little pony and set out, with a shepherd dog, to herd the sheep. Around noon, a huge black eagle suddenly appeared in the sky and dove down towards the herd. A particular young sheep was frightened and began to run for its life towards the east. Guo Jing shouted several times at it to make the sheep stop, but it just kept on going. Guo Jing immediately climbed onto his pony and went chasing after it. After 4 or 5 li or so, he finally caught up to the little sheep. Just as he was about to head back, he suddenly heard a very loud and constant rumble. Startled, he could not figure what the rumble was, even though he suspected that it might be thunder. The rumble got louder and louder until, after a while, he was able to detect the sounds of horses neighing and humans screaming within the rumbling. Having never heard such things before, he was frightened and hurriedly led his little pony and the sheep into a clump of bush on top of a nearby hilltop. Only then did he dare to stick his head out to see what was going on. What he saw was dust covering the sky as countless numbers of chariots rushed about. Several leaders were shouting out commands as the armies were lining up. One was to the east while another one was to the west and both contained more people than Guo Jing thought there were in the whole world. Everyone was wearing a white-colored bandana on their heads, some even stuck colorful feathers in them. By now Guo Jing wasn't frightened anymore, he was too curious and excited. After another pause, from the left there suddenly came the sounds of horns and several rows of soldiers charged. They were led by a tall and thin-looking young man wearing a blood-red cape. He was holding his saber above his head, ready to strike at anyone he happened upon. The two armies clashed and gruesome fighting ensued. The attacking side was outnumbered and was slowly being overwhelmed and began to retreat. But reserves soon came in support and the fighting escalated to a deafening level once again. It looked as if the attacking armies were about to collapse once again when the 10 horns that had signaled the start of the battle suddenly came to life again, making the noise level even more deafening than it had been. The attacking soldiers shouted, "Temujin is here. The great Khan Temujin is here." Even though the two armies were still fighting relentlessly, everyone's head periodically turned toward the east, where the horns were located. Following their gaze, Guo Jing looked toward the east as well. Through all the sand and dust that was filling the sky, he saw a group of riders galloping forth. Within the group there was a huge pole, on which there was several white feathers. The cheering got louder as the riders got closer and the attackers seemed to fight more and more fiercely. The formations of the defending army were torn apart instantly. The huge pole slowly moved toward the very hill that Guo Jing was hiding on. He retreated even deeper into the bush, but was still peeking out with his huge, bright pair of eyes. He noticed a very big and tall middle-aged man in the midst of the riders who ridden onto the hill. He was wearing an iron helmet on his head and had a brown tuft of beard on his chin. His eyes were beaming with energy and force. What Guo Jing didn't know was that he was the leader of the Mongolian tribe, Temujin, but even if he did know, he wouldn't have known what a Khan was. On his horse, Temujin, accompanied by several riders, calmly surveyed the battle that was occurring at the foot of the hill. After a while, the young man with the red cape rode up the hill. "Father, there are too many of them, should we retreat a bit?" he shouted once he made it up the hill. By now Temujin had already finished surveying the battlefield. In a low voice, he commanded, "Take your team and fall back to the east. Macaulay, go with the second prince and fall back to the west. Bogurchi, you and Chilon retreat to the north. Kublai, you and Subutai take your army and head south." Temujin continued, never taking his eyes off the battlefield. "When you see my banner raised up high, that's my signal. Immediately sound the horns, turn around and counterattack." All the officers rode off with their orders. Within seconds, the Mongol troops began retreating on all fronts. The enemy soldiers let out a great collective howl and, upon seeing Temujin's white feathered banner being raised high on the top of the hill, shouted in unison, "Capture Temujin, capture Temujin." Like ants, the opposing army began charging up the hill, completely ignoring the retreating Mongol troops. Horses and men charged with abandon, a yellow fog surrounded the hill from the dust they kicked up. Temujin stood at the top of the hill, not moving, resolute. A score of foot soldiers held up their shields and were protecting him from arrows flying from all directions. Temujin's sworn brother Kutuku and standout General Jelm, along with 3,000 elite troops, were defending the base of the hill with everything they could muster, determined to the last man. Amid the flashing of blades and spears, the cries of battle were shaking the earth. Witnessing this, Guo Jing was at the same time excited and scared. After an hour or so of intense fighting, and under the relentless charges of tens of thousands of enemy troops, Temujin's elite guard of 3,000 had suffered about 400 casualties while cutting down more than 10,000 enemies. Looking out, Temujin saw that even though the battlefield was covered with enemy bodies and riderless horses running aimlessly, the number of enemy arrows flying in was still intense. On the northeastern end of the battle, the enemy attack was especially fierce and the defense looked closer and closer to collapse. "Father," Ajidai, Temujin's third son, anxiously asked, "is it time to raise the banner? Their troops aren't tired yet." Temujin answered gravely, not moving his eyes away from the battle, even for a moment. By now there were 3 black banners at the northeast end of the battle, indicating that the enemy had gathered 3 standout generals there to command the troops. The Mongol defenders were steadily dropping back. Up the hill came Jelm, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Khan, we can't hold them any longer." "Can't hold them?" Temujin angrily shouted back. "What kind of man are you?" Jelm's expression changed and he grabbed a saber from one of the foot soldiers. With a shout, he charged into the enemy formation. Fighting with utter abandon, he carved a path of blood to the black banners. The enemy commanders, seeing his ferocity, immediately pulled hard on their reins and backed away. Jelm, with 3 swings of his saber, cut down the 3 men that were carrying the banners. Throwing down his saber, he wrapped his arms around the 3 banners, took them back to the top of the hill, and stuck them into the ground upside down. Seeing this incredible display, the enemy's morale was rocked. The Mongol troops responded with fury and the hole in the defense on the northeast end was quickly plugged. After more fighting, an enemy general with a black cape suddenly appeared in the southwest corner. Not wasting a shot, he quickly took down a dozen or so Mongol soldiers with his bow and arrows. 2 Mongol officers turned and charged at him with their spears. Using only 2 arrows, he easily shot the 2 officers off their horses. Such amazing skill. Even Temujin had to praise him after seeing that. By now, the general with the black cape had fought to near the foot of the hill. With the faint twang of a released bow, an arrow hit Temujin in his neck. Another arrow quickly followed, heading straight for Temujin's stomach. Realizing that he had been hit and another arrow was coming, Temujin immediately pulled hard on his reins, making his horse rear up on its hind legs. The arrow buried itself into the horse's chest all the way to the feathers, knocking the horse to the ground. Seeing the leader hit and falling, the Mongol troops were shocked. Screaming at the top of their lungs, and pouncing on the opportunity, the enemy charged forward like floodwater. Ajidai had just finished helping his father pull out the arrow in his neck and was tearing off his shirt to bandage up the wound when Temujin shouted, "Forget about me, defend the hill." Nodding quickly, Ajidai turned and immediately shot down 2 enemy officers. Kutuku was commanding his troops guarding the west side of the hill, but, because they had run out of arrows and spears, he had to retreat. Jelm's eyes turned red as he saw him. "Kutuku, are you going to run like a scared rabbit?" "Who's running?" Kutuku smiled back, "I ran out of arrows." Temujin, still lying on the ground, took a handful of arrows and tossed them over to him. Kutuku quickly put an arrow onto his bow and shot the closest black banner general off his horse. Quickly charging downhill, Kotoku grabbed that general's horse and returned. "Brother, you are really something," Temujin praised. Covered with blood from head to toe, Kotoku quietly asked, "Can we raise the banner and sound the horns? The enemy still isn't tired yet, just a bit longer." Temujin said, blood streaming down his palm that was pressing hard on the wound in his neck, trying to stop the bleeding. Upon hearing that, Kotoku dropped to one knee and begged, "We owe our lives to you and have no reservations about dying here. But Khan, please, you have to take care of yourself." Temujin shakily stood up, took the reins of the horse from Kotoku, and struggled mightily before finally mounting the horse. Waving his saber and shouting, "Hold the hill." At the top of his lungs, he cut down 3 enemy soldiers that had charged up the hill. Seeing Temujin reappear, the opposing army's morale was shaken once again and the momentum shifted and they began to fall back down the hill. "Raise the banners. Sound the horns," Temujin commanded, seizing on the fact that their enemy's morale was at a low. The Mongol army let out a collective howl as an officer climbed onto a horse, stood up, and raised the white feathered banner up as high as he could. The horns from all corners sounded. Immediately, the screaming of men drowned out the horns as row after row of Mongolian solders suddenly appeared from far away and approached with lightning speed. The enemy outnumbered the Mongols, but they were gathered around the hill. As soon as the soldiers on the outer edge began to fall back, the middle of their formation became chaotic. The general in black, noticing that the tide was turning, immediately began giving orders in hopes of rallying his troops. But the formation had already collapsed and the soldiers had no desire to fight any longer. Within an hour, the army had been smashed into pieces, those who weren't killed were running for their lives. The general in black, riding his black horse, turned and joined them. 50 taels of gold for the man that catches that scoundrel," Temujin shouted. This immediately sent several score of Mongolian elites after him. The general in black, not missing a shot, turned and shot down about a dozen or so pursuers one after the other. The rest of the pursuers did not dare get too close and, in the end, let him get away. Seeing all this from inside the bushes, Guojing was in awe of that general's bravery and skill. The battle was a complete victory for Temujin, destroying more than half of his nemesis, the Tatars' army. Surveying the battlefield, Temujin's memories of his past flashed before his eyes again, the poisoning of his father, being captured by the Tajiats, and all the torture and shame he went through at their hands. Although his mental wounds were still not healed, his joyful heart was filled with the sweet taste of revenge. Unable to hold it in any longer, he leaned back and laughed in triumph. Every soldier joined in with cheers, which shook the earth as they began to organize into formations and leave the battlefield. Guojing waited until even the gravediggers had left due to darkness before he came crawling out of the bush. It was midnight when he got home and his mother, who was on the verge of a nervous breakdown waiting for him to come back, was overjoyed to see him. Guojing described what had happened to his mom, as best as he could. Li Ping, seeing his face alight with joy and amazement and without a trace of fear, thought to herself, that even though he was just a kid and a bit dumb, he was still very much like his father in this respect. Bittersweet feelings filled her heart. 2 mornings later, Li Ping went off to the marketplace 30 li away with 2 hand-made wool blankets. Guojing was guarding the sheep out in front of his house when his mind wandered back to what he had seen 2 days ago. Deciding to have a little fun, he raised his shepherding whip and began waving it around. Riding on his little horse, shouting at the top of his lungs, and moving the flock around, he felt just like a general commanding his own troops into battle. Just as he was really getting into it, he suddenly heard the sound of horse hooves from the east. A solitary horse slowly approached with a person lying on its back. The horse got close and stopped, causing the man on the back of the horse to lift his head and look up. The sight of the man made Guojing shriek in fear. The man's face was covered with mud, dirt, and blood. It was the general in black that he had seen the day before yesterday. In his left hand was the bottom half of what had been a saber, which was stained purplish red with blood. The bow and arrows that he had fought so many foes with were gone. It looked as if he had another encounter with his enemies after escaping 2 days ago. His left cheek had been slashed open and was bleeding profusely. His horse was injured as well. His body shuddered as his bloodshot eyes fell upon Guojing, muttering in a hoarse and exhausted voice, "Water, water, some water." Guojing immediately ran into the house and brought out a bowl of water from the water tub. That man grabbed it out of Guojing's hand and drank it all in one gulp. "More," he demanded. Guojing retrieved another bowl for him. He drank half before the blood dripping off of his face turned the water red. The man let out a loud laugh, then suddenly, his face twitched and he fell off his horse and fainted. Guojing panicked, he didn't know what to do. Luckily, the man came to after a while. "Give my horse some water too," he said, "and do you have anything to eat?" Guojing brought out some roasted lamb for him and got a whole bucket of water for the horse. After gulping down the hearty meal, the man was thoroughly refreshed and got up off the ground. "Thanks, brother," he said as he took off the gold bracelet he had around his wrist and held it out at Guojing. "Here, take it." Guojing shook his head. "Mom said that we should take care of guests and not ask for or take anything in return." The man laughed at this and commented, "You are a good kid." He put the bracelet back on his wrist, tore off half of his sleeve, and began to attend to both his and his horse's wounds. Suddenly, from the east came the faint rumblings of horses galloping. The man's face dropped. Looks like they are not going to let me go." The two of them ran out of the door and saw that the land in the distance was covered by dust kicked up by countless horses heading this way. "Kid, do you have a bow and arrows in the house?" the man asked. "Yeah, sure," Guojing replied just before darting back into the house. Hearing that, the man looked somewhat relieved, but that soon changed when he saw that Guojing had just brought out his own little toy bow and arrow. He let out a little laugh before frowning. "I need the fighting kind, the big one." Guojing merely shook his head. The pursuers were getting closer, their banners could be faintly seen waving in the distance. The man figured that, with his horse injured, he wouldn't be able to get away. While hiding is always dangerous, he had no alternative. "I can't beat them all by myself, so I've got to hide," he said, turning to Guojing. He looked around and noticed that there was nowhere to hide in or around the hut. In desperation, he settled on the big pile of grass outside. "I'm going to hide in there. Could you chase my horse as far away as you can? Be sure to find a good place to hide for yourself too and don't let them catch you," he instructed as he dug himself into the grass pile. Traditionally, as soon as the scorching summer has passed, Mongolians would immediately cut down all the available tall grass and pile it up. During the harsh winters, Mongolians relied on these grass piles for feed for the animals as well as fire for warmth. Often these grass piles would be bigger than their jars. The man was actually very well hidden inside the grass pile and probably wouldn't be discovered without careful inspection. Guojing turned and gave the black horse a couple of good lashes, causing the horse to gallop off. Only until it was almost entirely out of sight did it finally stop and started to graze. Guojing jumped onto his little horse and took off to the west. The pursuers, noticing that someone was there, sent 2 advanced scouts forward to give chase. Guojing's pony wasn't fast and the 2 scouts soon caught up. "Kid, did you see a man riding a black horse around here?" one of them demanded. Guojing didn't know how to tell a lie, so he couldn't find the words to answer the question. The 2 scouts asked several more times, but there was still no answer. "Let's take him to the first prince," one of them finally suggested, seeing blank-looking face on the kid. The 2 scouts took hold of Guojing's reins and led him back to the hut. "I just won't say." Guojing made up his mind on the way back. A good number of Mongolian soldiers surrounded a tall and skinny young man. Guojing recognized the face, he had seen him on the hill 2 days before. Noticing that the soldiers were all obeying his commands, Guojing decided that he was an enemy of that black-robed general. "What did the little kid say?" the first prince shouted. "This kid is scared stiff, he hasn't said a word." The first prince looked around and suddenly noticed the black horse grazing in the distance. "Is that his horse? Go and bring it here," he quietly ordered. 10 Mongols split into 5 groups and quietly surrounded the horse. By the time the horse noticed and tried to escape, it had already run out of places to run. "Isn't this Jeb's horse?" the first prince asked rhetorically in an arrogant voice. "Yes sir, it is." The Satyrs answered in unison. The first prince, using his riding whip, lashed the side of Guojing's head and shouted, "Where is he hiding? Spit it out. Think you can fool me?" Hiding in the pile of dried grass, Jebe held his broken saber tightly. Seeing Guojing getting hit and a huge welt immediately starting to develop on his head, his heart began to beat wildly. He knew that this was Temujin's eldest son, Joki, whose cruelty and savagery was famous throughout the entire steppe. He figured that the kid would undoubtedly be frightened into telling where he was hiding, and then he would have to jump out and fight to the death. Guojing wanted to cry, but, trying with all his might, he kept back the tears. Holding his head up high, he asked, "Why did you hit me? I didn't do anything wrong." He knew kids only get beaten when they did something wrong. "Trying to be tough, huh?" Joki shouted angrily before he whipped Guojing again, making Guojing burst out crying. By now other soldiers had already given Guojing's house a thorough search. 2 of the soldiers even poked about the grass pile with their spears. Luckily, the grass pile was huge and they didn't hit Jebe. "The horse is still here, he couldn't have gone far. Kid, are you going to tell or not?" Joki continued as he lashed at Guojing's head 3 more times. Guojing reached out and tried to grab the riding whip, but how could he? Suddenly, they heard horns sounding from afar. "The Khan is coming!" All of the soldiers shouted as Joki stopped and turned to greet his father. "Father!" he shouted as an army with Temujin at the head came galloping in. The wound that Jebe inflicted on Temujin turned out to be severe. During the battle Temujin was able to fight through it, but after the battle was over he actually fainted several times from the pain. His trusted General Jelm and third son Ajidai took turns sucking the bad blood clots out of his wound. The officers and his sons waited by his bedside for an entire night until he was no longer in mortal danger. The next morning, swearing to catch Jebe and quarter him so as to avenge this wound to the Khan, the Mongol soldiers spread out in all directions. By dusk on the second day, a small scout team finally ran into Jebe, but was decimated by him. However, Jebe was injured as well in the melee. Upon hearing the news, Temujin immediately sent his eldest son Joki after him before taking his other sons with him as a rear guard. "Father, we found that bastard's horse," Joki reported, pointing at the black horse. "I don't want the horse, I want him," Temujin replied. "Yes father, we will find him," Joki answered before returning to Guojing's side. Pulling out his saber, he swung it in the air a couple of times and shouted, "Are you going to tell me?" His face covered in blood from the earlier beating, Guojing actually got feistier and shouted back, "I'll never tell. I'll never tell." From that response, Temujin noted how innocent the kid was, replying with "I'll never tell" instead of "I don't know," giving away the fact that he knew where Jebe was hiding. So he turned to Ajidai and whispered, "Go and trick it out of him." Smiling, Ajidai walked up to Guojing, removed 2 gold-studded peacock feathers from his helmet and said, "If you tell me, this is yours." "I'll never tell." Guojing still replied. "Let loose the dogs." Chagatai, Temujin's second son, ordered as the soldiers immediately brought forth 6 huge hunting dogs. Mongolians love to hunt and all of the aristocrats or people of wealth own hunting dogs and falcons. Chagatai especially loved dogs and this search for Jebe presented a perfect use for his dogs. So he ordered the dogs be taken around the black horse a couple of times before letting them loose to find where Jeeb was hiding. The dogs barked wildly as they ran in and out of the hut repeatedly. Guojing had never met Jeeb before, but 2 days ago he had greatly admired his bravery and skill on the battlefield. Being whipped several times by Joki had brought out Guojing's natural stubbornness and feisty nature. He called his shepherd dog. By now Shagatai's hunting dogs were getting very close to the grass pile, so, on Guojing's command, the shepherd dog positioned itself between the grass pile and the hunting dogs, not letting any of them get closer. Shagatai gave a loud shout and all 6 huge hunting dogs leapt forward and the air was quickly filled with the cacophony of dog barking as the 7 dogs fought. The shepherd dog, smaller to begin with and battling 1 against 6, was quickly covered with bite marks but still fought back ferociously, not backing down one bit. Guojing was cheering his shepherd dog on loudly between sobs. Seeing this, Temujin, Ajadai, and everyone present knew that Jeeb must be hiding in the grass pile, so they just smiled and enjoyed the show of the dog fight. Furious, Joki began to hit Guojing with his riding whip again, causing him to roll around in pain. He rolled next to Joki's legs before suddenly jumping up and grabbing his right leg. Joki tried to throw him off with a kick, but the boy's grip was surprisingly strong and he couldn't get him off. The other sons, seeing their older brother in such an awkward and embarrassing state, began to laugh loudly. Even Temujin began to snicker a bit. His face flushing blood red, Joki unsheathed his saber and brought it down toward Guojing's head. Just as it looked as if the kid was about to be hit, a broken saber suddenly struck out from inside the grass pile. Clang! The 2 sabers collided and Joki, feeling his hand go numb, almost dropped his saber. The soldiers let out a collective gasp as Jeeb jumped out of the pile. Pulling Guojing behind him with his left hand, he sneered, "Bullying a little kid, have you no shame?" The soldiers immediately readied their spears and surrounded Jeeb. Seeing that he had nowhere to run, Jeeb tossed aside the broken saber. Joki charged at him and landed a punch on his chest with Jeeb not even trying to protect himself. "Kill me now!" he shouted, but then he added within a quiet and heavy voice, "Pity that I cannot die at the hands of a true hero." "What did you say?" Temujin cut in. "To die on the battlefields, at hands of the hero that beat me, is dying with no regrets. But today the eagle has fallen onto the ground and was bitten to death by ants." Jeeb replied with fury in his eyes and let out a tremendous howl. Shagatai's hunting dogs, who had collectively pinned Guojing's shepherd dog onto the ground and were relentlessly biting it, jumped at the howl and ran away whimpering behind their trainers. "Khan, don't let this little bastard boast like that." A person stepped out from beside Temujin and shouted. "Let me duel with him." "All right, have a duel with him." Temujin replied, happily discovering that the man was Bogurchi. "We don't have much of anything else, but we do have some heroes. I'm going to kill you by myself, so that you can die with no regrets." Bogurchi took a few steps forward and shouted at Jeeb. "Who the hell are you?" Jeeb shouted back, noticing that the challenger was very well built and had a very deep and loud voice. "I'm Bogurchi. Heard of me before?" A cold feeling shot through Jeb's heart. So this is him. Rumors say that Bogurchi is the hero of heroes among the Mongols. Not wanting to reply, he simply shot a sideways look and umphed. "You boast about your skills with the bow and arrow, and others even call you Jeeb. Why don't you and this friend of mine have a little shooting contest?" Temujin declared. In Mongolian, Jeeb means both arrow and divine archer. Jeeb had another name, but because of his incredible skill with the bow and arrow, everyone called him Jeeb and his real name had long been forgotten. Note, according to Mongol records, when he first entered Temujin's tribe, Jeeb gave his name as Jurgadei. "So you are a friend of his?" Jeeb shouted at Bogurchi. "Then I guess he'll kill you first." This remark caused all of the Mongol soldiers to let out an audible laugh, for every one of them knew that Bogurchi was unbeatable as a fighter and was famous throughout the entire steppe. Even though they saw how great Jeeb was with the bow, claiming to be able to kill Bogurchi was just a bit too much for them to stomach. Underscore 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 underscore. Back when Temujin was still a boy, he was once captured by the Taijiots, who placed him in a wooden neck collar. The many tribes of the Taijiots gathered at the Onan River to celebrate by drinking and whipping him at the same time. After the gatherers were sufficiently drunk, Temujin knocked his guard unconscious with his collar and escaped into the nearby woods. The Taijiots conducted a massive search trying to find him. It was then that he met a young man named Chilon who, in spite of the enormous danger, took him into his house. It was Chilon who smashed the collar off of him and threw it in the fire, and it was also Chilon who hid him in a cart of fleece. When the Taijiot scouts came around and searched Chilon's house, they came upon the cart of fleece and began to take it off layer by layer. Just as Temujin's feet were going to be revealed, Chilon's father suddenly interrupted, "Such a hot day, how could anyone hide in a pile of fleece? If he did, he's probably roasted to death by now." It was dead in the middle of summer and everyone was sweating profusely. The scouts thought what he said made sense and didn't look any further. Temujin's life was filled with dangerous moments and close calls, but this was the most dangerous and closest call of them all. After he ran away, Temujin lived a squalid existence along with his mother and brother, and they were forced to rely on captured prairie squirrels and marmots to survive. One day, the 8 white horses that Temujin had were stolen by a small group of thieves from the Taijiot tribe. As Temujin rode after them all by himself, he ran into another young man who was milking his horse. When Temujin stopped to inquire about the thieves, he learned that the young man's name was Bogurchi. "Our lives are full of the same hardships," Bogurchi said, "let's be friends." The two of them rode off together. It was 3 days before they finally caught up to the thieving tribe. The two of them, by themselves, took on a couple hundred foes and took back those 8 horses. Temujin offered to split the horses with him and asked him how many he wanted. "I did this as a friend, so I won't take a single one," was Bogurchi's answer. From that day forth, the two of them worked together and Temujin continued to insist on calling him his good friend. Theirs was a true friendship forged in times of trouble. Underscore 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 underscore. Bogurchi and Chilon, together with Macaulay and Barokal, were the 4 foremost founding generals of the Mongolian Empire. Knowing how great Bogurchi was with the bow, Temujin handed his own bow to Bogurchi and hopped off his white colt. "Ride my horse, use my bow and arrows, then it'll be as if I killed him." "Yes, sir." Bogurchi hopped onto Temujin's treasured horse with bow and arrows in hand. Turning to Ajudai, he said, "Let Jeeb use your horse." "Well, lucky him," Ajudai commented before hopping off and ordering a guard to walk the horse over to Jeeb. "I am already surrounded," Jeeb turned to Temujin after securing himself onto the saddle. "If you wanted to kill me, it would have been easier than killing a sheep. Since you have already showed mercy by letting me duel him with the bow, I dare not ask for anything more. Therefore I ask only for a bow and no arrows." "No arrows?" Bogurchi shouted, feeling insulted. "That's right. I can kill you with just a bow." This time the laughter from the Mongolian soldiers was even louder. What a braggart! One of them shouted as Temujin ordered him to hand over his best bow to Jeeb. Bogurchi had seen Jeeb in action during battle and knew very well what a great marksman he was and didn't dare to take him lightly. However, with no arrows, how could Jeeb apply his great skill? Bogurchi, knowing that Jeeb must be planning to use the arrows that he himself shot, gave his horse a good squeeze with his legs, urging it into a gallop. Not only was this particular colt fast, it had been through many a battle and was especially perceptive to the whims of its rider. Because of this, Temujin had taken quite a liking to it. In response of the opponent's speed, Jeeb pulled on the reins, making his horse slowly back up. Bogurchi fitted an arrow onto the bow and, aiming directly at Jeeb's face, let loose. Jeeb tilted his body and with incredible hand-eye coordination grabbed the arrow by the shaft out of midair. "Oh, that's good," Bogurchi muttered under his breath and shot another arrow. Hearing the arrow's feathers slicing through the air, Jeeb knew that he would not be able to catch this one. He leaned forward, laying his body flat against the neck of the horse. The arrow flew over his head, barely missing grazing him. Immediately he made his horse gallop forward with a little kick and sat back up. But what he didn't know was that Bogurchi was a master at shooting arrows one after another, and 2 more arrows bore down on him. Not expecting such skill from his foe, Jeeb was forced to immediately slip off his saddle and, hooking his right foot through the stirrup, leaned almost to the ground. The horse was still galloping at full speed, making it look as if there was a dancing bird at its side. Jeeb twisted his body around. He had already loaded that arrow he had just caught onto the bow when he was barely half around, and let loose, aiming at Bogurchi's belly. Then he immediately flipped back up onto the saddle. "Excellent!" Bogurchi shouted as he aimed at the coming arrow and let loose. The 2 arrows met nearly head-on and shot off in different directions before both arrows, still carrying a great force, stuck into the ground with their feathers up. The exchange caused Temujin and all other spectators to cheer in amazement. Bogurchi feigned shooting to the left, waited until Jeeb reacted to the right before suddenly letting off a shot towards the right. Jeeb flicked his bow with his left hand and knocked the arrow down onto the ground. Bogurchi followed with another 3 shots, all of which were dodged by Jeeb. Jeeb, speeding his horse up, suddenly slipped off the saddle, reached down, picked up 3 arrows off the ground, sat back up, and shot one of them all in one motion. Wanting to show off a bit of his own skills, Bogurchi jumped onto his saddle. Keeping his balance with his left leg, he kicked away the arrow with his right foot. Then, still standing, he used the height advantage and let loose an especially fierce shot. Jeeb pulled his horse to the side to dodge the shot and responded with another shot, which, with a crack, split the arrow that Bogurchi had shot in half along the shaft. "He doesn't even have any arrows, and yet we are fighting to a draw up to now. How can I get revenge for the Khan?" Bogurchi thought to himself. Getting impatient, Bogurchi began to shoot arrows one after another non-stop, so much so that it all became a blur to the spectators. Not having enough time to grab the arrows, Jeeb was forced into just dodging them. However, the arrows just kept on flying in and they kept on getting faster and more numerous until finally, he was hit in his left shoulder. Seeing this, everyone present cheered in unison. Ecstatic, Bogurchi was just about to shoot several more arrows and end Jeeb's life when he reached down into his arrow bag and came up empty. He had actually used up all of his arrows while he was showering Jeeb with them. He always brought a tremendous number of arrows with him when he entered a battle, 2 quivers on his side and 6 more on the horse for a total of 8 quivers filled with arrows. However, this time he was using the Khan's own supply of arrows and, in the midst of battle, he had forgotten that there was a limit on arrows and resorted to his habitual way of using them. Shocked to discover that he had used all of his arrows, he immediately turned his horse around and reached down to pick up some arrows from the ground. Clearly seeing all of this, Jeeb pounced on the opportunity. Before the sound of the arrow piercing through the air had faded from everyone's ears, the arrow had already hit Bogurchi's back, right where his heart was. The spectators gasped in shock. But strangely, Even though this arrow was shot with great force and caused a wave of pain to shoot through Bogurchi's back, it didn't penetrate his clothing and fell off onto the ground. Bogurchi reached down, picked up the arrow, and inspected it. It turned out that Jeeb had actually taken off the arrowhead as a show of mercy. He flipped himself back onto the saddle and shouted, "I am seeking revenge for my Khan. I don't need your mercy. I, Jeeb, never show any mercy to my enemies." That last arrow was to exchange one life for another. When he saw Bogurchi hit, Temujin was devastated. However, now that he realized that Bogurchi was not dying, he was overjoyed. At this moment he would have absolutely been willing to trade all of the sheep, oxen, and horses in his tribe in exchange for Bogurchi's life without the slightest bit of hesitation. Hearing Jeb's remark, he immediately answered, "All right, there's no need to go any further. You let him go, so I'm letting you go. His life for your life. I'm not asking to exchange my life for his life." "What then?" Temujin was puzzled. "I'm asking for an exchange for his life," Jeeb answered, pointing at Guojing, who was standing by the door of the hut. "I ask that the Khan not trouble this boy further. As for me," he continued, raising one of his eyebrows higher, "I wounded the Khan and deserve whatever punishment that comes to me. Bogurchi, come on." As he finished, he pulled the arrow from his shoulder and, with blood still dripping off of it, fitted it onto his bow. By now, Bogurchi's underlings had resupplied him with 6 more quivers of arrows. "All right, let's try this again," Bogurchi replied as he showered Jeeb with arrows. The arrows were coming so fast that they seemed almost connected, creating a chain of arrows in the air. Seeing the situation, Jeeb, holding himself up by hooking his foot through the stirrup, flipped himself beneath his horse's belly. Leaning sideways so as to not hit the ground, he aimed and fired a shot at Bogurchi's stomach. The white colt, not waiting for his master to pull the reins, instinctively dodged to the left. Unfortunately, the shot from Jeeb was much faster than any normal shot and the colt was not able to get out of the way in time. With a thud, the arrow hit the colt in the head and instantly brought it down. Lying on the ground, Bogurchi dare not risk Jeeb shooting a follow-up shot. He immediately twisted around and fired another shot, snapping the bow in Jeb's hand. Losing his weapon, Jeeb cursed the fact he wasn't able to fight back any longer, and he had to resort to zigzagging in an effort to dodge Bogurchi's shots. The Mongolian soldiers present all began to shout and cheer for Bogurchi as he loaded another arrow onto the bow. "He really is quite a hero," Bogurchi thought as he aimed for Jeb's back and let loose. A great marksman never misses when it matters, and this arrow hit Jeeb on the back of his head. Jeb's body shook and he fell off the horse, the arrow falling to his side. Bogurchi, not able to bring himself to kill such a hero, had also taken the arrowhead off of his arrow. Bogurchi loaded another arrow onto his bow and aimed at Jeeb before turning towards Temujin. "Great Khan, I ask you to show mercy and let him go." By now, Temujin had grown to admire Jeb's courage and skill, so he shouted, "Are you still not going to surrender?" Seeing Temujin sitting there in all his glory and magnificence, Jeeb was suddenly won over. He ran over as fast as he could and, with his head lowered, knelt down in front of Temujin. Temujin let out a hearty laugh. "Wonderful. Wonderful. From now on, you are with me." Mongolians frequently sing to express their feelings and thoughts. At this moment, still kneeling on the ground, Jeeb began to sing, "O great Khan, you showed me mercy and let me live. In the future, be it jumping into boiling water or walking on fire, I will do it. I would cross the Black Seas and crush the mountains to protect the great Khan. Conquering foes, digging out their hearts. Just ask of me and I will do it. For the Khan I would lead charges and run 1,000,000 li a day." Ecstatic at the turn of events, Temujin took out 2 gold ingots and gave one each to Bogurchi and Jeeb. Jeeb thanked him and asked, "Great Khan, is it permitted that I give this ingot to that boy?" "My gold I can give to whoever I want," Temujin replied with a smile. "Your gold you can give to whoever you want." Jeeb walked over to Guojing and held out the ingot. But Guojing just shook his head. Mom said that helping guests is the right thing to do and that it's wrong to take anything from guests. Temujin had grown to like Guojing because of the unyielding toughness the boy showed earlier. Hearing those words now, he liked Guojing even more. Bring the boy into our tribe as well. He instructed Jeeb before leading the soldiers back. Several of the soldiers stayed behind to put the white colt's corpse on the backs of 2 horses before leaving as well. Able to save his own life and find a master at the same time, Jeeb was overjoyed and tired. So he lay down on the ground, rested until Li Ping returned from the market, and explained to her what had happened. Now that's a good son, Li Ping said to Guojing upon hearing of how courageous and loyal he was, even though she was greatly distressed by all the wounds on his face. That's how a man should act and behave. She figured that joining the army and going through the vigorous training would be much better for Guojing than shepherding, especially if Guojing was to avenge his father. So the mother and son followed Jeeb into Temujin's tribe. Temujin made Jeeb a squad leader under the command of his 3rd son, Ajidai, Wuxia. After meeting with the 3rd prince, Jeeb met up with Bogurchi. Fueled by mutual respect, the 2 of them became fast friends. Feeling he owed Guojing a debt of gratitude, Jeeb took great care in looking after the mother and son. He decided that he would begin teaching Guojing about the bow as soon as Guojing got a little older. On one particular day, Guojing was just tossing some rocks around with a couple of Mongolian kids when they saw 2 Mongolian riders flying into the camp, obviously carrying urgent news for the Khan. Not long after the 2 riders had entered Temujin's ger, the horn started to sound, causing the soldiers to pour out of their jars. Temujin had an iron fist and it came to the training and discipline of his army. 10 soldiers were organized into a squad, which was led by a squad leader. The squads were ordered into platoons made up of 10 squads that were led by a 100-man commander, 10 100-man groups were led by a 1,000-man commander, which were then organized under one of the few 10,000-man commanders. When Temujin gave an order, it was as if he just moved his fingers and no order was disobeyed or not carried out. As Guojing and the other children looked on and at the end of the first blow of the horns, all the soldiers had already picked up their weapons and mounted their horses. When the horn sounded for the second time, the world shook from the sound of men and beasts moving. By the time the 3rd sounding of the horns came to a stop, the plain just outside of the main gates of the encampment was covered with some 50,000 mounted men and soldiers in formation. Other than the snorting of horses, there wasn't another sound, neither chattering noises of conversations nor any sounds of weapons colliding. Temujin, escorted closely behind by his 3 eldest sons, walked out of the main gate. We have beaten many foes and news of our feats has reached the great Jin Empire. He shouted at the top of his lungs. At this moment, the great emperor of the Jin has sent the 3rd prince and 6th prince here to officially anoint your Khan as a Jin officer. The soldiers, in unison, raised their sabers and shouted with joy. At that time, the Jin controlled northern China with a fierce and strong army. Their empire was famous and powerful. On the other hand, the Mongols were just a small tribe among many in the middle of the steppe. That was the reason why Temujin would feel honored to be an official of the Jin Empire. Temujin ordered the eldest son Joki to take 10,000 men with him to welcome and escort the guests while the other 40,000 men lined up in formation, waiting. In reality, the Jurchen emperor at the time, Wanyan Jing, who took the title of Zhangzong, was apprehensive of growing power of some tribes on the steppe such as Temujin's tribe, the Togrul, Ong Khan's tribe and the Karates. Fearing that his northern neighbors would grow to be troublesome, he sent the Prince of Rong, his 3rd son Wanyan Hongxi, and the Prince of Zhao, his 6th son Wanyan Honglai to anoint the leaders as officers of Jin. But in addition to tightening the ties of the tribes to Jin and increasing tributes, the princes had another mission, to scout the tribes and make note of the weakness of each so as to be able to gain the upper hand in case of future conflicts. The Prince of Zhao, Wanyan Honglai, was the same one that had traveled to Linen, was wounded by Qiu Chuji at Ox Village, and met the 7 freaks at Jiaxing. Guo Jing and the kids stood at a distance, trying to catch a glimpse of this happening. After a long wait, a cloud of dust appeared on the horizon as Joki met up with Wanyan Hongxi and Wanyan Honglai. The Wanyan brothers had with them 10,000 elite soldiers, each wearing silk capes, iron armor and carrying a spear in the left hand and a wolfang club in the right hand while riding on their horses. The clanging of the armor could be heard for many li around. As the army got closer, the silk shone and the armor glowed even more under the bright sun, creating a spectacular scene. The two brothers approached shoulder to shoulder, while Temujin, his sons and generals waited by the roadside to welcome them. Seeing Guo Jing and all the other kids standing there staring at him, Wanyan Hongxi burst out laughing. He reached into his shirt and took out a handful of gold coins and tossed them towards the crowd of kids. "A gift for you kids," he shouted with a laugh, figuring that the kids would undoubtedly cheer and scramble around on the ground for the money which would show off of his own magnanimity and wealth. However, host-guest etiquette and respect was of utmost importance to the Mongolians. Not only were his actions inappropriate for the occasion, it was very disrespectful. The Mongol generals and sauders were left aghast at his actions. Every one of the kids was a son or daughter of the Mongolian soldiers and generals. Even though they were little, each of them had a sense of self-respect. As a result, none of them picked up the coins. His joy dampened, Wanyan Hongxi tossed another handful of gold coins and shouted, "Come on. Fight over them, little devils that you are." This caused an even bigger stir upon the Mongols. Even though the Mongolians had no written language at the time and little culture, they placed a great deal of importance on politeness and respect, especially regarding guests. Mongolians, traditionally, never curse, even when facing a lifelong nemesis or just joking around. When someone enters their jars, no matter if the person was a friend or not, that person would be treated with great respect and honor. By the same token, the guest must absolutely not disrespect his hosts either, for it was considered the greatest of insults. Even though what Wanyan Hongxi shouted was in Jurchen and none of the Mongols understood it, everyone could tell that he was cursing at the kids from his body language and the tone of his voice. Constantly being told stories of how the Jin rape, pillage and steal from the people of China, of how the Jin corrupted officials and had Yufei killed, Guo Jing's young heart had long been filled with hatred for the Jin. Now, seeing how rude this Jin prince was, he picked up a couple of gold coins from the ground and, taking a little run, threw them at Wanyan Hongxi with all his might. "Who would want your money?" he shouted. Wanyan Hongxi tilted his head sideways to avoid the coins, but nevertheless, one of them hit him squarely on the cheekbone. Even though Guo Jing wasn't strong and it really didn't hurt, he was still made to look bad in front of tens of thousands of people. Every Mongolian from Temujin downwards cheered on the inside. Wanyan Hongxi was furious. When he was in China, he had many times killed people at his slightest displeasure. Never had he been humiliated like this. As his temper flared up, he grabbed a spear from the guard that was riding at his side and threw it at Guo Jing's chest with all his might and shouted, "You want to die, you little bastard? Third Brotherno." Wanyan Honglai shouted, knowing this was bad. But he was too late, the spear was already on its way. Just as it looked as if Guo Jing was about to die from the spear, an arrow suddenly shot out of the Mongolian army to the left. Like a meteor shooting around the moon, the arrow hit the spear dead on the head with a loud bang. Packed with incredible strength, the arrow was able to deflect the spear away despite being many times lighter. Guo Jing immediately scrambled away. The Mongolian soldiers all cheered in unison, shaking the step. The person who shot the arrow was none other than Jeeb. "Third brother, don't bother with him anymore," Wanyan Honglai whispered to his brother. Seeing and hearing the might of the Mongolian army, Wanyan Hongxi was a bit shaken, so he just shot a mean look at Guo Jing and cursed under his breath, "Little bastard." At this point, Temujin and his retainers had come forth to formally welcome the two Jin princes and took them into the main jar. There they served up kumis and vast quantities beef and lamb. There were translators on both sides, translating between Jurchen and Mongolian. Wanyan Hongxi read the royal decree out loud, granting the title of the Northern Ambassador of the Empire of the Jin to Temujin. Temujin, who knelt on the floor during the reading, humbly accepted the official document and the golden belt, which signified his allegiance to the Jin Emperor. Note: kumis is a very strong Mongolian alcoholic drink made from horse milk. That night the Mongolians celebrated with a huge feast to entertain the honored emissaries. Tomorrow, my brother and I are going to bestow a post on Ong Khan. Wanyan Hongxi, somewhat under the influence of kumis, said to Temujin. Will the ambassador join us? Temujin was overjoyed at the news and immediately agreed to come along. Ong Khan, a Togril, was the leader among the tribes on the steppe. His tribe was the richest and most powerful. Furthermore, he was a good man, always treating others as equals. It was no great exaggeration to say that he was respected and liked by every tribe. Ong Khan had once been the sworn brother of Temujin's father. After Temujin's father was poisoned by his enemies and Temujin had nowhere to go, it was Ong Khan who took him as a stepson. Not long after Temujin was married, his wife was taken away by the Merkits. It was only because of Ong Khan and Jamukha, Temujin's sworn brother, joining him that he managed to defeat the Merkits and save his wife. That was the reason Temujin was elated on hearing that Ong Khan would be granted a title as well. Is the great Jin Empire going to grant titles to anyone else? He asked. No, that's all. Wanyan Hongxi replied. But that's entirely because, up here in the north, there are only two great heroes, Ong Khan and the great Khan yourself. Wanyan Honglai immediately added onto his brother's statement. None of the others are worthy. There is another person around here that perhaps your excellencies haven't heard of. Temujin replied. Really? Who? Wanyan Honglai asked. He just happens to be your humble servant's sworn brother, Jamukha. He's a righteous man who is very adept at commanding an army. I humbly request that the third prince and the sixth prince consider granting him a title as well. Underscore 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 Temujin and Jamukha were childhood friends who grew up together and at that time they became sworn brothers. When Mongolians become sworn brothers, they call it swearing anda, which was Mongolian for sworn brother. Mongolian tradition dictates that when swearing anda, the sides must exchange gifts. At the time, Jamukha gave Temujin a granite stone that resembled a deer thigh bone while Temujin gave Jamukha a granite stone that looked like it was made of brass. Mongolians used small granite rocks to hunt rabbits, but Mongolian kids often played catch with them and competed to see who threw them the furthest. After the two became andas, they went and threw rocks on the frozen Onan River. The next spring, while the two of them were out shooting arrows with their own little wooden bows, Jamukha gave Temujin a noisy arrowhead that he carved himself using two little ox horns. Temujin returned the gift with a cypress-tipped arrowhead and the two of them swore to become anda once more. Note: noisy arrowheads are arrowheads that are carved with slits in them so that they create a very loud screeching noise once they were shot. These arrows are often used to relay messages and orders in battle. After they grew up, both of them lived with Ong Khan's tribe and were still very close. Every day they would compete to see who got up earlier. Whichever one got up earlier would get to drink 1 cup of kumis out of Ong Khan's own jade cup. Later, after Temujin's wife was kidnapped and was rescued with the combined help of Jamukha and Ong Khan, Temujin and Jamukha exchanged gold and horses and became sworn anda to each other for a third time. The two of them drank out of the same cup in the day and slept in the same gur at night. However, having to migrate with the changing weather and rain, they and their tribes parted. As Temujin's tribe rose in fame and power, Jamuka's tribe was growing non-stop as well. Their friendship was still as strong as ever and was deeper than blood brothers. That's why Temujin, realizing that his brother was not being honored, would ask for him to be honored as well. Underscore 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 underscore. There are so many Mongolians. Where can we find all the titles if we give one to each of them? How many titles do you think we have? Wanyan Hongshi, half drunk, casually answered back without much thought. Wanyan Honglai shot his brother numerous meaningful looks trying to get him to stop, but was ignored. Feeling slighted because of the remark, Temujin offered, "Might your excellencies consider giving your humble servant's title to him instead? Are you belittling the titles of the great empire of the Jin?" Wanyan Hongshi smacked his leg and shouted. Temujin slammed his palm down on his table and stood up in anger. Finally, barely holding back his fury, he did not say another word and grabbed his cup and drank its Condor in one gulp. Wanyan Honglai immediately told a joke and changed the subject. The next morning, Temujin and his 4 sons organized 5,000 troops to escort Wanyan Hongshi and Wanyan Honglai to Ong Khan. By the time the sun was barely peeking over the distant horizon, Temujin had already mounted his horse and the 5,000 soldiers had already lined up in perfect formation. The Jurchen soldiers and generals, however, were still fast asleep. At first, Temujin was impressed by the Jurchen army's grandeur and organization. But after seeing what an undisciplined and fun-seeking group they were, he humphed and turned to Macaulay. "What do you think of the Jin army? 1,000 of us Mongolian troops can defeat 5,000 of theirs." Macaulay observed. "I've thought so too," Temujin replied with a smile. "But it's said that the Jin Empire has an army of over 1 million strong. We only have 50,000 people. 1,000,000 troops can't enter battle all at once," Macaulay responded. "Divide and conquer, we can take down 10,000 today and then sweep another 10,000 tomorrow. When it comes to military strategy, your opinions are always the same as mine." Temujin smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "A 50-kilogram man can eat 10 cows that weigh over 10,000 kilograms. He just won't do it in one day." The 2 men burst out in laughter. Temujin settled back straight in his saddle and suddenly saw that Taoyui's horse was riderless. "Where's Taoyui?" he shouted in fury. Taoyui was just 9 years old, but Temujin had always been a harsh disciplinarian. Whether he was training troops or bringing up sons, he never showed mercy to anyone who violated his rules. With him shouting so loudly in anger, all the generals and troops immediately got a bad feeling in their stomachs. General Barokal, Taoyui's mentor, almost panicked and offered, "The kid has never overslept before, let me check." Just as he turned his horse to gallop off to search for Taoyui, he saw 2 kids come running up hand in hand. One of them, with a silk bandana on his head, was Taoyui while the other turned out to be Guojing. Taoyui ran straight towards his father and shouted, "Dad! Where were you?" Temujin demanded in a harsh tone. "Guojing and I just became Andas down by the river. Look, this is what he gave me." Taoyui replied, waving a red handkerchief with a flower embroidered on it in the air. It was something that Li Ping made for Guojing. Reminded of the time he and Jamuka became Andas as kids, Temujin's face immediately became calm. "What did you give him?" he asked the 2 cute and innocent kids standing in front of him. "This." Guojing replied, pointing to the top of his head, where Temujin saw the golden necklace that his youngest son often wore. "Now you 2 have to help and look after each other in the future, you hear?" Temujin said with a smile. Both of the kids nodded. "Now get on your horses," Temujin ordered, Guojing can come with us too. Ecstatic, Guojing and Taoyui both mounted their horses. After another period of waiting, the Wanyan brothers finally finished dressing and exited their jars. Wanyan Honglai, seeing the Mongolian soldiers were already in formation, immediately ordered his soldiers to fall in. However, Wanyan Hongxi, determined to put the Mongolians in their place, took his time slowly drinking several cups of wine and ate a little breakfast before finally climbing onto his horse. After another hour of general chaos, the 10,000 Jin troops were finally in formations. The army marched northwards for 6 days before meeting up with Ong Khan's welcoming committee, comprised of Ong Khan's son Sengum and adopted son Jamukha. Upon hearing that Jamukha was here, Temujin immediately rode forth to meet him. The two men hopped off their horses and bear-hugged each other. Every one of Temujin's sons rode forth to greeting their adopted uncle as well. When Wanyan Honglai first laid eyes upon Jamukha, he saw a tall and skinny man with a few strands of gold in his mustache and a pair of eyes that were filled with energy and enthusiasm. He looked strong and spirited. Sengum, on the other hand, was fat and pale, probably from living in luxury all of his life and not at all like someone who grew up on the steppe. Not only that, he had an arrogant look on his face and seemingly ignored Temujin whenever he felt like it, a stark contrast to the warmth of Jamukha. After another day of riding, they were very close to Ong Khan's encampment when two of Temujin's advanced scouts suddenly returned with news. There are Naimans blocking the way ahead. About 30,000 of them, they reported. What do they want? Wanyan Hongxi asked, panicking a bit after hearing the news through his translator. From the looks of it, they want to fight, the scouts reported. They really have 30,000 troops. Wanyan Hongxi stuttered. That's more than us this. Go and find out what's going on, Temujin ordered Macaulay, not waiting for Wanyan Hongxi to finish his sentence. Macaulay headed off with 10 bodyguards while the rest of them stopped and waited. Macaulay returned not long after. The Naimans said that since the great Jin princes granted a title to our Khan, they want to be granted a title too, he reported. If not, then they say they will take your excellencies the princes as hostages until they too are granted titles from the great Jin Empire. They also said that they want a title that's higher than our Khan Temujin's. Demanding titles by force? That's rebellion. What do we do? Wanyan Hongxi's face went pale on hearing this news. Wanyan Honglai began organizing troops into fighting positions in case of any unexpected escalations. Brother, those Naimans frequently steal our livestock and cause trouble for us. Are we really going to let them get away with this? Jamukha said to Temujin. I don't know what the Jin princes would have us do. By now, Temujin had thoroughly surveyed the surrounding landscape and was confident of victory. Let's show the princes how the two of us do things around here. He replied to Jamukha before letting out a howl and cracking his whip in the air twice, causing the 5,000 Mongolian soldiers to simultaneously howl in response and startling the unprepared Wanyan brothers. A cloud of dust had appeared ahead as the enemy slowly approached, forcing the advanced scouts to return. Brother, order our boys to charge now. Wanyan Hongxi said. These Mongols are of no use now. Let them fight first, Wanyan Honglai whispered back. Immediately understanding his brother's intentions, Wanyan Hongxi simply nodded and sat back. The Mongolian soldiers let out another loud shout, but did not move. What on earth are these Mongols doing shouting like rabid dogs? Wanyan Hongxi frowned. It's not like they are going to scare the enemy away no matter how loud they are. On the left side of the formation was Barokal. Follow me and don't fall behind. See how we defeat our foes, he instructed Taoyui, who, along with Guojing, were shouting at the top of their lungs just like the others. In a heartbeat, the approaching army emerged out of the cloud of dust only a few paces away. Yet the Mongolians still did nothing but shout. This time it was Wanyan Honglai who got nervous, seeing how spirited the Naimans were. Fearing his formation would be broken if they continued unimpeded, he ordered, "Fire arrows." The Jin army discharged several volleys, but because of the distance between the two armies, most of the arrows fell onto the ground before reaching the enemy. Frightened by the ferociousness showing on his enemies' faces as they gritted their teeth and charged at full speed, Wanyan Hongxi began to panic. Why don't we just give them what they want, give them some bullshit title and be done with all this? He turned around and suggested to Wanyan Honglai. So what if the title is a little big? It's not like we are going to lose anything. Suddenly, Temujin cracked his whip in the air several times. The Mongolian army immediately stopped shouting and split into two groups. Temujin and Jamuka, each leading a wing, immediately heading towards the high ground on either side. The two of them leaned down into their horses and galloped along with their troops, shouting out orders as they rode. The Mongolian troops split up into smaller and smaller groups so that, in a very short amount of time, they occupied the high ground in every direction. With the height advantage, the Mongols loaded arrows onto their bows and aimed at the opposing army, but not firing. The leader of the Naimans, sensing that he was in a disadvantageous position, ordered his troops to head straight for the high ground. The Mongolian troops set up soft walls made of several layers of fleece to shield themselves from arrows. The bowmen shot from behind the walls as the troops stationed on nearby high ground fired arrows in support as well. With the enemy on either side of them, confusion descended upon the Naimans as they tried to attack both sides. "Jelm, attack the rear!" Temujin shouted, seeing the opposing army had become disorganized from his position on the left. With a huge saber in hand, Jelm led a group of 1,000 soldiers down in a charge and cut off the enemy's retreat. Jeeb, determined to slay the enemy general in order to show his gratitude to Temujin for sparing his life, was at the front of the charge with his spear sticking out in front of everyone. Being hit head-on by a charge like this, the Naiman rear collapsed in chaos, and their forward units were shaken as well. The Naiman general was at a loss as to what to do next, when Jamuka and Sengum began to charge down from their positions as well. Attacked from both sides, the Naiman army completely collapsed before long. The leading general turned around and tried to escape, followed by several retainers as they headed back in the direction they had come from. Jelm didn't order a pursuit and let most of the opposing army go by. Only when there were about 2,000 enemies left did he order his army to charge out and block their retreat. With nowhere to go, the brave Naiman soldiers that were left either fought to the death or laid down their weapons and surrendered. In this brief battle, the Mongols killed over 1,000 foes and captured over 2,000 while sustaining only a little over 100 casualties. Temujin ordered all captives be stripped of their armor and split into 4 equal groups, one for the Wanyan brothers, one for his adopted father Ong Khan, one for sworn brother Jamuka, and one for himself. All Mongolian families that had a relative die in the battle received 5 horses and 5 captives as slaves as compensation. Only now did Wanyan Hongxi finally calm down from his fright. They want a title. Brother, why don't we give them the title of ambassador of the defeated losers? Ha! He could not stop talking about the battle that just occurred. The Mongolian victory, in spite of being outnumbered, made Wanyan Honglai even more nervous than he was before the battle. At this moment, the only reason that our northern borders are safe is because the northern tribes are battling amongst themselves. If Temujin or Jamuka ever brought all the tribes on the steppe under their rule, our great Jin Empire would no longer have any peace. He thought to himself. Other things troubled him as well. Even though his own troop of 10,000 did not enter into battle, their formation began to waver when the Naimans initially charged and there was fear on every one of their faces. The battle had not yet begun but the outcome had already been determined. Such courage and efficiency displayed by the Mongolians represented a huge threat in the future. He was still pondering things over in his mind and a cloud of dust appeared up ahead as another army approached. The Legend of the Condor Heroes Chapter 4. 2 Killers in the Tempest. Original translation by Moinlian. Alright, let's fight again. Wanyan Hongxi proclaimed out loud. Unexpectedly, the forward scouts came back with a different report. The Ong Khan is here to personally welcome the two Jin princes. Temujin, Jamuka, and Sangum immediately rode forward to greet him. From the dust clouds an army emerged. With several hundred personal guards with him, the Ong Khan rode up, rolled off of the back of his horse in one easy movement, then with his adopted sons Temujin and Jamuka at his side, approached and kneeled before the two princes. He was a rather chubby man with glittering silver hair. He wore a robe made of the finest black leopard furs that was held in place by a golden belt around his waist. The way he carried himself was one of great dignity and confidence. Wanyan Honglai hurriedly got off his own horse and returned the gesture, but Wanyan Hongshi remained on his horse and merely replied by cupping his fists. Your humble servant just heard the news of the Nayman's rudeness and was worried that your highnesses might have been disturbed. Your humble servant brought a force here as soon as possible. But fortunately, due to your highness' awe-inspiring presence, the three kids were able to defeat them. The Ong Khan spoke. Next, he took the lead and courteously led the Wanyan brothers all the way back to his own jar. The inside of his gur was covered with leopard and fox furs and well fitted with the finest furniture and wares. Even his personal guards were dressed in more luxurious clothing than those of Temujin's guard, not to mention Temujin and his son. The bellowing of horns continuously sounded for several kilometers surrounding the gur, men and horses bustled about, giving an atmosphere of something great going on. Never had the Wanyan brothers seen anything approaching such grandeur since they'd been outside the Great Wall. After the ceremony of bestowing the title was finished, everyone settled down. That night, Ong Khan held a huge banquet in the Big Gur to celebrate the arrival of the Wanyan brothers. Scores of female slaves danced for entertainment as the banquet progressed late into the night. It became quite lively, and was miles apart from the simple and slightly backwater reception they received from Temujin's tribe. Wanyan Hongshi was having one hell of a time. Two female slaves had caught his fancy and he was pondering ideas in his head. It never occurred to him to talk to Ong Khan. After about half of the kumis had been consumed, Wanyan Honglai turned to the Ong Khan. Your heroic deeds are known far and wide, even we who reside within the Great Wall have long admired your greatness. But I really want to meet some of the heroes of the younger generation of Mongolians. He said. Well, my two adopted sons just happen to be the two greatest heroes of Mongolia. The Ong Khan responded with a smile. Sangum, his own son who sat to one side, did not react well on hearing this and began downing one cup of kumis after another. Your own son is another hero, why aren't mentioning him? Wanyan Honglai asked, taking note of Sangum's displeasure. After I die, he will naturally take over my tribe. The Ong Khan smiled and replied. But can he compare with his two adopted brothers? Jamuka is smart and intelligent. Temujin is even more brave and courageous. He started with nothing and made himself into what he is today with his own hands. What Mongol warrior wouldn't want to put his life in their hands and serve them? Does that mean that the generals under Hero Ong don't compare to Temujin Khan's generals? Wanyan Honglai queried. Noticing that there was a hint of instigation in his words, Temujin shot a look towards Wanyan Honglai and mentally prepared himself for what might come next. The Ong Khan slowly stroked his beard and did not reply. Instead he took another gulp from his cup of kumis. The last time, when the Nayman came and stole several thousand of my livestock, it was only because of Temujin and his 4 aces that we were able to get the livestock back. Even though he doesn't have many men under him, each and every one of them is skilled and brave. Your highnesses must have witnessed that firsthand today. Sangum's face turned even angrier as he slammed the gold cup in his hand onto the table, causing a loud bang. What good am I really? What I have today is simply because of the attention and care that my adopted father showered on me. Temujin hurried to add. His 4 aces. Who are they? I want to meet them. Wanyan Honglai changed the subject as well. Why don't you summon them inside? The Ong Khan asked Temujin. Temujin lightly clapped his hands and 4 men walked into the jar. The first one looked gentle and scholarly with a white, clean face. He was the master of strategy, Macaulay. The second man had a strong, sturdy build and his eyes were as piercing as an eagle's. He was none other than Temujin's good friend, Bogurchi. The third man was short but agile and his steps were light and swift. He was Talu's master Barokal. The last one's face and hands were covered with battle scars and his face was blood red. This was the man who had saved Temujin's life so many years ago, Chilon. The four of them were the founding generals in Rise of Mongolia and were called the Four Aces by Temujin. After looking at them, Wanyan Honglai praised each one somewhat, and then awarded all of them with a big cup of kumis. On the battlefield today, there was a general with a black cape who led the charge through enemy formations. Nobody could stop him. Do you know who he was? Wanyan Honglai inquired after the four aces had finished their drinks. That's a squad leader that I just recruited, Temujin answered. Everyone calls him Jeeb. Then why don't we invite him in for a drink as well? Wanyan Honglai suggested. Temujin turned and issued the command. Jeeb entered the gur and properly gave thanks for the reward of a drink. He was just about to drink when he was interrupted. How dare you, a measly squad leader, drink from my gold cup? Sengum shouted. Jeeb was shocked and furious, but stopped the cup as it came up to his lips. He looked over at Temujin for the proper course of action. In Mongolian culture, stopping someone from drinking is an enormous insult. Not to mention that this was done in front of all these people. How could anyone bear such an insult? For my adopted father's sake, I'm going to let Sengum get away with this insult. Temujin decided, turning to Jeeb. Bring it over here. I'm thirsty, let me drink it. He took the cup from Jeb's hands and drank all of its contents in one gulp. Jeeb shot an angry look towards Sengum, turned, and began to walk out of the jar. Come back here. Sengum commanded fiercely, but Jeeb just ignored him and walked out of the gur with his head held high. Even though brother Temujin has his four aces, I have something that could defeat all four of them as soon as I let it loose. Unhappy that things were not working out to his liking, Sengum changed the subject. He chuckled when he said that. Even though he called Temujin brother, he was not an Anda of Temujin. He only did it because his father was Temujin's adopted father. Really? What could that be? What could be that powerful? Wanyan Honglai's interest was piqued by that statement. Well, we can go outside and I can show you. Sengum said. We are having a good time drinking, what are you trying to stir up now? Ong Khan objected. Just sitting here and drinking is getting boring, let's see something different. Wanyan Hongxi very much wanted to see some trouble started, so much so that he had already stood up by the time he finished his sentence and walked out. The others had no choice but to follow him. The Mongolian troops had started several hundred campfires and were celebrating beside them. When the Khans exited the gur, there was a huge rumble as the large section of troops to the west stood up immediately. They were lined up in perfect formation, not one of them was moving. They were none other than Temujin's troops. To the east, the Ong Khan's troops, slowly and disorganized, picked themselves up from the ground. There were even faint sounds of joking to be heard within their ranks. Even though the Ong Khan's troops are much more numerous, they can't compare with Temujin's troops. Wanyan Honglai concluded upon seeing this display. Wine! Temujin called. He had noticed, in the glow of the fire, that Jeb's face was still showing fury. So he ordered that a big jug of wine be brought to him. Today's tremendous victory over the Naiman was a result of everyone's hard work and dedication. He loudly declared to everyone. It's because we were led by Ong Khan, Temujin Khan, and Jamukha. All of the soldiers answered in one voice. Today, I saw someone who was especially brave, charging the enemy's rear no less than 3 times. He shot down several dozens of the enemy. Who was he? Temujin asked. Squad leader Jeeb. The soldiers answered again. No, not squad leader, but company commander Jeeb. Temujin corrected. Everyone was momentarily taken aback before realizing what he meant and began to cheer. Jeeb is a great warrior. He well deserves to become a company commander. They all shouted with approval. Bring my helmet to me. Temujin instructed Jelm. Soon Jelm returned with the helmet and presented it to him. This is the helmet that I wear onto the battlefield. This is the helmet that I wear as I kill my enemies. Temujin raised the helmet high above his head for everyone to see. Now this will be a cup for a warrior to drink from. He opened the jug of kumis and poured all of its contents into the helmet. Bringing it up to his lips, he took a huge gulp from the helmet, and then offered it to Jeeb. Overwhelmed with gratitude and with lowered head, Jeeb knelt down on one knee to receive the helmet and finished the rest of the kumis. Even the most precious diamond-studded gold cup in the world cannot compare with my Khan's helmet, he said in a low voice. Temujin smiled as he took his helmet back and put it back onto his head. The Mongol troops had all caught word of how Jeeb had been humiliated by Singham and felt bad for him. Even those troops under the Ong Khan had thought that Singham was wrong in what he did. Now, seeing how Temujin treated him, they all burst out with a great cheer. What a man among men this Temujin is! At this moment Jeeb would gladly die 1,000 times for him. Wanyan Honglai thought to himself. Back in the imperial court all the officials insisted that the north is populated by brainless barbarians. It's obvious that they have grossly underestimated these people. But Wanyan Hongxi was only concerned with finding out what was that thing that Singham claimed could defeat all four of the aces. So what is it that you have that's so powerful that it could defeat all four of the aces? He said, as he casually sat back down onto the tiger fur-covered chair that his personal servants had carried out. I invite your highness to get ready to see something very special. For aces my foot, they probably won't even measure up to those two bastards of mine. Singham quietly said with a smile before turning around to the troops and loudly asked. Where are my brother Temujin's 4 aces? The 4 men came walking up and saluted their superiors. Singham turned and whispered something to the trusted servant at his side who nodded before running off. Soon after, the sound of roaring beasts could be heard as a pair of huge golden leopards came gracefully out from behind the Jiar. As they slowly approached in the darkness, the leopard eyes glowed like a pair of jade lanterns. This gave Wanyan Hongxi quite a fright as he immediately gripped the handle of his saber tightly. Only when the leopards walked close to one of bonfires did he see that, in fact, there was a leash and collar around their necks and each leopard had a big fellow on the other end of the leash. Both had a long stick in their other hand, and, as it turned out, they were specially charged with raising and taking care of the leopards. Mongolians love raising leopards for hunting purposes. Not only do leopards run faster than hunting dogs, they are especially feisty. Being caught by the leopard means instant death for whatever they are set upon. The only drawback was that the leopards consumed a great deal of food, so only royalty or top officials could afford to keep leopards. Although the leopards were restrained by men, they were still snarling and clawing while glaring viciously at everyone. The muscles on their bodies looked as if they contained boundless energy within them, ready to explode at any moment. Wanyan Hongxi felt his heart get a little fluttery and he was exceedingly uncomfortable. From the power and might that these 2 leopards were showing, it looked as if they could easily break out of the grip of their masters should they choose. Brother, if those 4 aces of yours are truly great warriors and can subdue these 2 leopards of mine bare-handed, then they'll be truly convinced. Singham said, turning towards Temujin. The 4 aces were furious as the same thought ran through their minds. You humiliated Jeeb, now you are going to humiliate us. Are we just game? Are we wild wolves? Why should we fight your leopards? Temujin was far from happy about this whole proposal as well. I love my men like my own life, how can I let them fight a leopard? Is that so? Singham burst out with a loud laugh. Then why claim to be 4 aces or whatever you want to call them? They're not even brave enough to fight my leopards. Of the 4 aces, Chilon's temper was the shortest and he could not stand such an insult any longer. He took a huge step forward. My great Khan, it doesn't matter if they laugh at us, but we cannot allow you to be shamed. He said to Temujin. I'll fight the leopards. Wanyan Hongxi was ecstatic to hear this. So much so that he removed a bright red ruby-studded ring from his finger and tossed it on the ground, proclaiming, if you can beat the leopard, then that's yours. Chilon did not even give the ring a look before lunging forward, only to be held back by Macaulay. Our names are known throughout the steppe because we have defeated so many foes. Can a leopard command an army? Can a leopard ambush or surround enemies? Macaulay reasoned loudly. Brother Sengum, you win. Temujin said as he bent down, picked up the ring, and placed it in Sengum's hand. Sengum immediately put the ring on one of his fingers and let out a triumphant laugh as he raised his hand to show off his newly won ring. Ong Khan's troops began to cheer in response. Jamuka stayed silent throughout but was frowning heavily. Temujin kept a calm expression on his face. The four aces bitterly retreated back to their ranks. Disappointed and terribly unhappy about not seeing a man versus leopard fight, Wanyan Hongxi asked Ong Khan for 2 female slaves and retired to his own jar. Next morning, Taoyui and Guojing ran off to play. Hand in hand, they made their way far from the main camp. Suddenly a white rabbit ran by right in front of them. Taoyui brought up his little bow and arrow, aimed, shot, and hit the rabbit squarely in the belly. Because he was so young the arrow lacked power, so even though it was a direct hit, it was not immediately fatal and the rabbit scuttled off screeching with the arrow embedded in it. The 2 little kids, screaming at the top of their lungs, chased after the rabbit. After running for quite a while, the rabbit finally collapsed. The 2 kids let out a simultaneous cheer and were just about to retrieve the rabbit when 7 or 8 kids suddenly came pouring out from the woods from one side. One particular kid, who was of about 12 years or so, was quick to recognize the situation and grabbed the rabbit. He pulled the arrow from the rabbit's belly, threw it on the ground, shot a fierce look in Taoyui and Guojing's direction, before stomping off with the rabbit. Hey, I shot that rabbit, why are you taking it? Taoyui shouted. The kid whirled around and came back. Who says that you shot it? He laughed. Well, this arrow is mine, isn't it? The older kid's eyebrows suddenly rose and his eyes bulged out. This rabbit was my pet, you are lucky I'm not asking you to pay for it. He shouted back. You are lying, this is obviously a wild rabbit. Taoyui shot back. The kid became even angrier and he walked up and shoved Taoyui. Watch out who you are accusing. My grandpa is the Ong Khan, my dad is Sengum, do you know that? Even if you did shoot this rabbit, I'm taking it anyway, what can you do? My dad is Temujin. Taoyui proudly answered. Hey! So what if he's Temujin? Your dad's a coward. He's scared of my grandpa and scared of my dad. The kid's name was Duksh and he was Sengum's only son. After having a daughter, Sengum had to wait several years before finally having a son. After him he had no other offspring. He had always spoiled his son, letting him bully as he pleased. Temujin, Ong Khan, and Sengum had not met for a long time, even though their sons had met before. This was, for all practical purposes, their first true meeting. Hearing someone make fun of his father, Taoyui was filled with anger and proudly shouted back, says who? My dad's not afraid of anybody. When your mom was kidnapped, it was my grandpa and my dad who went and took her back for your dad. You think I didn't know that? So what's the big deal if I just take this measly little rabbit of yours? Even in the past, Sengum was envious of Temujin's fame. When they helped Temujin that one time, Sengum made sure to tell everyone about it, even his son had heard it many times. Temujin had always viewed that event as an incredible embarrassment for himself. He naturally never told Taoyui about it. Hearing this at this moment, Taoyui was so mad that his face turned purple. You're a liar. I'm going to tell my dad. He angrily threatened before turning around and walking off. Your dad's afraid of my dad, so what if you tell him? Duksh laughed at Taoyui. Last night, when my dad brought out his 2 leopards, your dad's 4 asses were so afraid they couldn't even move. Of the 4 aces, Barokal was Taoyui's master. Hearing this only made Taoyui even angrier. So angry he could barely speak. My master isn't even afraid of tigers, why would he be afraid of leopards? He just didn't want to fight wild animals. He finally stuttered out. Duksh took a step forward and suddenly slapped Taoyui squarely on his face. How dare you talk back to me? Aren't you afraid of me? He yelled. Taoyui was startled as his cheeks instantly turned blood red. He wanted to cry, but would not let himself. Guojing had been seething on the side all this time, but now he could no longer hold back. He suddenly lunged forward and rammed his head squarely into Duksh's stomach. This caught him by surprise and knocked him flat on his back. Yay! Taoyui clapped for joy for a moment before grabbing Guojing's hand and trying to run away. Kill those 2 boys! Duksh screamed, still on the ground. Duksh's companions ran up to the 2 boys and a fierce fight quickly broke out. Duksh picked himself up from the ground and angrily charged into the fray. Duksh's gang was older than the boys to begin with and also outnumbered them. They were able to pin down Taoyui and Guojing very quickly. Give up! Give up! Duksh shouted as he continually rained punches onto Guojing's back. Guojing tried with all his might to get back up, but was weighed down by his foe's weight. At his side, Taoyui was also being ganged up on by 2 kids. It was at this precarious moment that the sound of horse bells could be heard coming from just over a sand dune as a small group of riders appeared. The leading rider was a short, fat fellow riding on a yellow horse. Seeing the kids fighting in the distance, he let out a little laugh. Ha, fighting! Only when he rode closer for a better look did he realize that it was 7 kids bullying 2 much smaller kids. They'd pinned them down on the ground and were beating them. The 2 smaller kids' faces were already full of bruises. Shame on you, let them go! He shouted. Piss off! Duksh shouted back. Do you know who I am? I'll beat up whoever I want to, and you can't do anything about it. His father was one of the most powerful men in the north, so he was used to bullying everyone and nobody dared to challenge him. How dare you act like that? Let go of them! The rider on the yellow horse yelled back. By this time, the rest of his group had joined him. Third brother, stop meddling in affairs that don't concern us, let's go. There was a woman in that group. Look at them, what kind of fighting is this? The rider on the yellow horse replied. These riders were the 7 freaks of the south. They had followed Duan Tienda all the way north onto the steppe before losing his trail. These past 6 years, they had roamed up and down the steppe in search of Duan Tienda and Li Ping. All 7 of them had actually learned Mongolian by this time, but they still could not find any clues as to the whereabouts of Li Ping. The 7 freaks were all stubborn characters, and very competitive as well, so even if faced with ordeals 10 times more difficult and more dangerous than this, they would not concede this bet to Qiu Chuji. Without ever conferring, the 7 of them had the same plan. Even if they never find Li Ping, they would still search until the 18 years was up. At that time they would go to Pavilion of the Drunken Immortal in Jiaxing and admit defeat to Qiu Chuji's face. Besides, Qiu Chuji might not find Yang Taixin's widow either. If neither side could find their widow, then a tie would result and then maybe another challenge would be issued. 2 against 1, we can't allow that. Han Xiaoying hopped off of her horse and pulled the 2 kids that were sitting on Taoyui's back off of him. Suddenly realizing that all the weight was off of his back, Taoyui struggled to get up. Duksh paused for a moment and Guojing took advantage. He flipped his body violently and crawled out from between Duksh's legs. The 2, having finally freed themselves, immediately tried to run away. Go after them! Duksh yelled as he led the rest of his gang in hot pursuit. Seeing these little Mongolian kids fight reminded the seven freaks of all the misadventures that they had together when they were little, causing them to smile quite fondly at the memories. It's time to go. Let's get to the market ahead before it disperses, or else we will miss a chance to ask the people there. Kuzhani suggested. By this time, Duxia's little gang had caught up to Taoyui and Guojing once again and surrounded them. Do you give up? Duxia demanded. Taoyui, still looking very angry, did not reply but instead fiercely shook his head. Well, you asked for it. The kids converged upon one another yet again. Suddenly there was a cold flash as a little dagger suddenly materialized in Guojing's hand. You want some of this? Li Ping, out of love for her son, had already given him the dagger, that her husband left her, to carry around. She felt that this object was good for warding off evil and had intended that this dagger protect her son from evil spirits. Because of the bullying Guojing was receiving, he pulled it out. Seeing that he had a weapon with him, none of Duxia's gang was brave enough to challenge him. Magical hand scholar Zhu Tsong was already on his way when a sudden flash caught his eyes. The way the dagger reflected the sunlight lit up his heart. This reflection is incredibly strong. I've got to see what this precious little toy is. Having stolen from government treasuries and rich gentry's vaults all his life, he was quite an expert at discerning precious objects. He immediately pulled his horse around and saw that one of the kids had a dagger in his hand. The dagger reflected a blue light that flickered endlessly, obviously an extremely rare weapon. But how did it end up in the hands of a little kid? Looking over the kids again, he noticed that other than Guojing, all the other kids were wearing expensive shirts made of leopard skins. But Guojing made up for it by having a golden crown-looking ring on top of his head. Obviously the kids were all members of wealthy and influential Mongol families. The kid probably stole his father's favorite knife to play with. Stealing from kings and aristocrats won't cause too much harm. Once he made up his mind, he jumped off of his horse and smiled sweetly as he approached the kids. Come on everyone, stop fighting. Play nice. As he was talking, he suddenly flashed into the circle of kids and grabbed the knife. Having devoted an incredible amount of training to capturing weapons with bare hands, only the best martial arts masters could hope to stop him from taking their weapons, never mind a small kid like Guojing. As soon as the dagger was in his hand, Zhu Tsong immediately scuttled out of the circle and hopped onto his horse. With a jerk of the reins, he laughingly galloped off and caught up to the rest of his group. Well, today wasn't a total loss, I ended up with this little gem. He laughed quite heartily at his success. Second brother, you won't ever get rid of that stealing habit of yours, will you? Smiling Duda Zhang Oxing joined in on the laughter. What little gem? Let me see it. Hidden hero of the bustling city Quan Jinfa, being a merchant by trade, was curious. With a flick of his arm, Zhu Tsong tossed the dagger over. A streak of blue shot across the sky in the sunlight, the light from the dagger wavered, looking as if a small rainbow had just materialized, causing everyone present to shout in praise. Excellent! Quan Jinfa involuntarily yelled as the dagger flew towards his face, sending a shiver down his spine. He reached out and caught the dagger by the handle. He ched endlessly in admiration as he examined the dagger. When his attention moved to the handle, he saw the characters Yang Kong carved onto it. This is a Han name. How did this dagger end up here in Mongolia? A question shot through his mind. Yang Kong, Yang Kong. I have never heard of a hero named Yang Kong. If he isn't a martial arts hero, why would he have such an exceptional weapon? Big brother. Do you know who Yang Kong is? He called out. Yang Kong. Kuzhani searched through his memory for a while and shook his head. I have never heard of him before. Yang Kong was the name that Qiu Chuji had given to the baby that was still inside of Bao Shiruo. The two fathers had exchanged daggers and that was how Li Ping ended up with the dagger that had Yang Kong carved on it. Of course, the seven freaks did not know of this matter. Of the seven, Ku Zhenyi was the oldest as well as the most knowledgeable. If he did not know, then there was no way that the other 6 did. Qiu Chuji is searching for Yang Taixin's widow. Could this Yang Kong have something to do with Yang Tixin? Quan Jinfa's attention to detail made him ask. Well, if we find Yang Taixin's widow, we would still have one up that bull nose. Zhu Tsong joked. But having searched endlessly and fruitlessly for the past 6 years, this seemingly remote and completely unrelated lead was something that none of them were willing to let slip by. Let's go back and ask that kid. Han Xiaoying concluded. Han Baoju's horse was the fastest, so he arrived back where the kids were first, only to discover that the kids were at it again. Taoyui and Guojing were, once again, pinned down to the ground. Han Baoju ordered the kids to break it up, but none of them heeded his words. Getting impatient, he grabbed a couple of kids and threw them off to the side. You 2 dogs come back tomorrow and we'll fight again. Duksh threatened Taoyui, because he was too scared to carry on fighting. Ok tomorrow. Taoyui shouted back as Duksh led his gang away. He already had plans for what to do. He would go and ask his 3rd brother Ajidai for help as soon as he got back. Of all his brothers, Ajidai was the nicest to him, and strong as well. He would surely help if asked. Give it back. Despite having his face covered with blood from his nose, Guojing put his hand out to Zhu Kong. Sure, no problem. Zhu Tsong waved the dagger back and forth in front of Guojing's face. But you have to tell me where you got this dagger. My mom gave it to me. Guojing answered, wiping blood away from his still bleeding nose with a sleeve. What's your dad's name? Guojing never had a father and was caught speechless by the question. All he could do was shake his head. Is your surname Yang? Quan Jinfa asked. Once again, Guojing shook his head. Seeing that this kid was rather slow, the 7 freaks were quite disappointed. Who's Yang Kong? Zhu Tsong probed further. Guojing still only shook his head. The 7 freaks had always valued their integrity above all else, so they always kept their word, even to a kid. Zhu Tsong handed the dagger back to Guojing. You can go home now. Han Xiaoying took out a handkerchief and wiped off the blood from Guojing's face as she tenderly told him. Don't fight anymore. You are still small, you can't beat them yet. Afterwards, the 7 of them climbed back onto their horses and began to leave. Guojing just stood there, watching them ride off to the east. Guojing, let's go back. Taoyui suggested. The 7 freaks were already quite a distance away, but Ku Zhenyi's hearing was incredibly sensitive. When he heard the name Guojing, his entire body shook violently. He immediately jerked his horse around and rode back to the kids. Boy, your surname is Guo. You are Han Chinese and not Mongolian, right? He anxiously asked. Guojing grunted in assertion, sending Ku Zhenyi's mind into the clouds with joy. Who is your mother? He hurriedly asked. Mom is Mom. Guojing answered, making Ku Zhenyi scratch his head for a bit. Can you take me to your mother? My mom's not here. Sister, you ask him. Ku Zhenyi suggested, realizing that there was some hostility in Guojing's responses. Han Xiaoying hopped off of her horse and walked up to Guojing. Where's your father? She asked in a warm voice. My dad was killed by bad people. When I grow up, I'm going to kill them and avenge my father. What was your father's name? Han Xiaoying was so excited that her voice was trembling. But Guojing just shook his head. Who killed your father? Ku Zhenyi asked. His name is Duan Tianda. Guojing could barely contain his anger as he said that name. Because Li Ping knew that in such a desolate and remote place as the steppe, any moment could bring with it many dangers. She knew that her chances of ever returning to China were nearly non-existent. If something should happen to her suddenly, her son would never know the name of his mortal enemy, and that would not do. She had long ago told her son, over and over again, the name and appearance of Duan Tianda. She was an illiterate farm girl and had always called her husband Xiaogu. She had heard other people call him Brother Gua but had never cared about what her husband's real name was. This was why Gua Jing had only ever known his father to be his dad and did not know that he had other names. Duan Tianda. That name did not come out of Gua Jing's mouth very loudly, but when the 7 freaks heard it, the shock rendered them speechless. Even if 3 bolts of lightning suddenly struck beside them on this clear and sunny day, it would not have shocked them as much. In the blink of an eye, it felt as if the earth beneath them shook, as if the wind and air around them became colored. Only after a very prolonged silence did Han Xiaoying suddenly let out an ecstatic shout. At the same time, Zhang Oxing was beating his fists onto his chest like a madman. Quan Jinfa had thrown his arm tightly around Nan Ziren's neck and Han Baojiu was doing back flips on his horse's saddle. Ku Zhenyi reared his head back and laughed crazily, while Zhu Tsong was spinning like a top. Seeing them act like this, Tao Yui and Gua Jing could not decide whether they were funny or just plain crazy. Only after a long time did the 7 freaks finally, slowly, calm down, but their faces were filled with joy. Merciful Bodhisattva, thank you, thank you. Zhang Oxing knelt down and prayed. Little brother, let's sit down and talk. Han Xiaoying said to Gua Jing. Anxious to get back and ask his brother Ajidai for help as well as having a bad feeling about these 7 strangers with their strange accents and even stranger behavior, Tao Yui did not want to stay any longer. Even though these same strangers had just helped them in a fight, Tao Yui incessantly urged Gua Jing to start heading back. I need to go now. Gua Jing finally relented and began to walk away hand in hand with Tao Yui. Hey. You can't go now. Let that little friend of yours go back by himself. Han Baojiu almost panicked and yelled at the top of his lungs. The 2 little kids were scared of the man's ugly complexion and immediately started to run as soon as he began to yell. Han Baojiu chased them and was just about to grab the back of Gua Jing's neck with his fat hands when Zhu Tsong cut him off. Third brother, don't be so rude. Zhu Tsong lightly parried Han Baojiu's hand and stopped it in mid-move, much to Han Baojiu's surprise. Picking up a little speed, Zhu Tsong quickly got in front of the 2 little kids. I'm going to do some magic, you guys just watch, okay? He smiled at the kids as he picked up 3 stones. Gua Jing and Tao Yui's curiosity was immediately piqued and both of them stopped and watched him. Zhu Tsong held his right hand out for all to see and placed the stones in the middle of his hand. Gone! He shouted as he balled his hand into a fist. When he opened his hand again, the stones were gone, shocking the little kids. Get in there! Zhu Tsong pointed at the old hat that was on top of his head before taking it off. The stones were sitting right in the middle of the hat. Gua Jing and Tao Yui let out a loud cheer and applauded with joy. At this moment, a flock of wild geese flew toward them in a spear formation. This gave Zhu Tsong an idea. Now let my big brother show you a trick. He fished out a handkerchief, handed it to Tao Yui, and pointed at Ku Zhenyi. Put this blindfold on him. Is it hide and go seek? Tao Yui hopefully wondered out loud as he put the blindfold on Ku Zhenyi. No. He will shoot a wild goose out of the sky while blindfolded. Zhu Tsong answered as he produced a bow and an arrow. How could he? I don't believe you. Tao Yui concluded. While the conversation was going on, the wild geese flew straight overhead. Zhu Tsong flicked his arm and tossed the 3 stones in his hand up at the geese. Because of his powerful hands, the stones shot up and startled the geese, causing the lead goose to honk several times as he readied to lead the formation in a different direction. But Ku Zhenyi had already determined its location, drew his bow to the fullest, and let loose. He hit the goose squarely in the belly and the goose, with the arrow still in it, tumbled down onto the ground. Tao Yui and Gua Jing exploded with another cheer. They ran off to retrieve the goose and brought it back to Ku Zhenyi, their young hearts filled with admiration. Remember how the 8 boys ganged up on you 2 earlier? Well, if you know some martial arts, then you wouldn't have to worry about there being more than one of them. Zhu Tsong told the kids. We will fight some more tomorrow and I'm going to get my older brother to help. Tao Yui told him. Get help from your older brother. Humph, that's something that useless kids do. He'll teach you a couple of moves that I guarantee will help you win tomorrow. Zhu Tsong replied. You mean the two of us beating the 8 of them? Tao Yui asked. Yes. Yay. Come on, teach me. Tao Yui was greatly excited at the prospect of beating Duksh. How about you, don't you want to learn too? Zhu Tsong asked him. Head noticed that Guo Jing was standing to the side, seemingly uninterested. Mom told me that I shouldn't fight others. If I learn how to fight, then my mom will be unhappy. Little chicken. Han Baoju lightly berated him. If that's true, why were you in a fight just now? Zhu Tsong asked again. Because they started it. So what are you going to do when you see your enemy, Duan Tianda? Ku Zhenyi asked in a heavy tone. I'll kill him to avenge my father. Just hearing that name made a fiery glare flash from Guo Jing's young eyes. Your father was an expert in martial arts yet was still killed by him. How could you kill him if you don't know any martial arts? How can you get your revenge then? Ku Zhenyi rendered Guo Jing speechless with those questions. See. You have to learn some martial arts. Han Xiaoying concluded for him. See that peak over there? Zhu Tsong pointed at a deserted mountain top to his left. If you want to learn martial arts and get your revenge, then come to the top of that mountain tonight at midnight. But you have to come by yourself. Besides this little friend of yours, you can't let anybody else find out about it. Brave enough to do it, afraid of ghosts. Guo Jing was still stupidly standing there, but Tao Yui was getting impatient. Come on, teach me, please. Zhu Tsong suddenly grabbed his wrist, hooked his left foot behind him, and gently tripped him, sending Tao Yui onto the ground. Why did you trip me? Tao Yui angrily demanded once he got back up off the ground. That was martial arts, did you learn it? Zhu Tsong smiled as he answered. As it turned out, Tao Yui was quite smart and understood right away. He mimicked Zhu Tsong and showed the move against an imaginary foe. Teach me something else. He said to Zhu Kong. Zhu Tsong faked a punch toward Tao Yui's face. Tao Yui dodged to the left, but Zhu Tsong's right fist was waiting there for him. This punch had no force behind it and stopped the moment it touched Tao Yui's nose. Yay! Teach me something else. Tao Yui was ecstatic. Zhu Tsong suddenly braced himself and gently bumped his shoulder squarely into the little kid's stomach, sending him flying off. Quan Jinfa jumped up, caught him in mid-air, and gently put him back onto the ground. Mister, teach me something else. If you master those 3 moves, most adults won't be able to beat you. Enough is enough. Zhu Tsong smiled and told him before turning towards Guo Jing. Did you get them? Guo Jing was still dumbstruck and not really thinking of anything as he absent-mindedly shook his head. When compared to the smart and intelligent Tao Yui, Guo Jing seemed incredibly stupid and slow to the 7 freaks, who were very disappointed at this turn of events. Han Xiaoying let out a long sigh and her eyes reddened. I say that we stop wasting energy and just take the mother and son back south and hand them over to Qiu Chuji. As for the competition, let's just admit defeat. Quan Jinfa observed. This kid's makeup is just too hopeless, he's not the kung fu practicing type. Zhu Tsong agreed. There isn't a bit of fight in him, I don't see how it's going to work either. Han Baoju also agreed and the 7 freaks began discussing the matter amongst themselves in their southern dialects. You two can go home now. Han Xiaoying waved at the 2 little kids. Tao Yui grabbed hold of Guo Jing's hand and they happily skipped off. Having searched for 6 long and hard years all over the boundless steppe, the 7 freaks were joyous beyond description when they finally found Guo Jing. As it turned out, the joy was only temporary. when they discovered that the kid was so dumb that it would be incredibly difficult for him to ever amount to much as a martial artist. They could not help feeling defeated. This setback could only be matched by the one they would experience had they, in fact, never found Guojing. Han Baoju, whip in hand, was relentlessly beating the ground, trying to vent his frustration, and nobody could get him to stop. All this time, only the wood chopper of the southern mountains, Nan Shiren, remained silent. "Well, what do you think, fourth brother?" Ku Zhenyi asked. "Very good," Nan Shiren replied. "What's very good?" Zhu Tsong inquired. "The kid's very good," he added. "Fourth brother always acts as if speaking costs him money," Han Xiaoying said, letting the frustration get to her. "He will never say a word more than he has to. I was also very dumb as a kid." Nan Shiren gently smiled. He was always very quiet, and every word that he spoke had already been carefully thought over, meaning that he was rarely wrong. Hearing him, the other 6 freaks found a glimmer of hope and instantly became more confident. "Right, that's right. Since when have I been smart?" Zhang Oxing agreed, looking in Han Xiaoying's direction. "Let's wait and see if he's got the guts to come tonight," Zhu Tsong suggested. "I say most likely not," Quan Jinfa replied. "I'm going to go find where he lives first." He jumped off of his horse and trailed far behind Taoyui and Guojing until he saw them walking into their own jairs. That night, the 7 freaks waited on the deserted mountain top. It was 15 minutes to 10 and the Big Dipper had noticeably changed its position, but Guojing was nowhere to be seen. Han Baoju sighed, "The 7 freaks of the south never lost to anyone in our lives. But in the end, we lose to that Taoist priest." Zhu Tsong said, "The Chuanjian sect is fighting the Jurchens in the north and helping the poor Chinese citizens there. Everything the sect does is chivalrous and admirable. The 7 masters of Chuanjian are great martial arts experts and honorable individuals. Qiu Chuji is even said to be the most exceptional one of the 7 masters. Losing to him won't damage our good name. Furthermore, we are trying to save the lives of survivors of an honorable man, which is a good deed. When people in Wulin learn of this, they can only praise us and say, 'Well done.'" The other 6 freaks agreed and felt better. Looking to the west, dark clouds were gathering on top of each other off on the horizon. But above their heads not a cloud could be seen in the dark blue sky. The winds were swirling around them from the northwest, sometimes it would gust, other times it would be still. In the middle of the sky hung the bright moon, but a faint yellow ring could be discerned around it. "Looks like there's going to be a storm tonight," Han Xiaoying observed. "The kid is not going to come. Then let's go to him tomorrow morning," Zhang Oxing replied. "Being a little slow is not a big problem. But if this kid is afraid of the dark eye..." Ku Zhenyi sighed and shook his head. The 7 of them were just wandering around when Han Baoju suddenly spotted something in a bush. "Hey, what's that?" He pointed at 3 piles of white objects that looked awfully strange in the moonlight. Quan Jinfa walked over to investigate only to discover that they were human skulls placed neatly in 3 piles. It must have been those little kids that piled up the skulls like that. He laughed before suddenly noticing something else. "What, second brother, come quickly." The sudden change in the tone of his voice was easily noticeable and unsettling for everyone. Other than Ku Zhenyi, the other freaks made their way over to him. "Look at this." Quan Jinfa picked up one particular skull and handed it over to Zhu Kong. When Zhu Tsong inspected the skull closely, he noticed that on the dome of the skull there were 5 holes positioned as though they were made by fingers. He tried with his own hand and the 5 holes were positioned properly for his fingers. The hole for his thumb was a little bigger than the others, while the hole for his pinky was a little smaller. It seemed as if somebody had carefully carved the holes into the skull to match a particular hand. Obviously it was not a child's toy that the little kids had left here. Zhu Tsong's expression changed dramatically. He bent over and picked up 2 more skulls and discovered that they also had these holes in them. Could somebody have made these holes with their fingers? He wondered. But there had not been anybody in the world with martial arts skills so powerful as to be able to smash holes through bone just using fingers. With this realization, he was rendered silent and awestruck. Could it be some man-eating beast or monster that lives around here? Han Xiaoying said, almost yelling. That's right, it must be a monster. Han Baoju concurred. But if it is some beast, then why would it or could it put the skulls in such neat piles? Quan Jinfa asked, deep in thought. How are they placed? Ku Zhenyi said, after making his way over to them. In a 3-pyramid formation, every pile consists of 9 skulls. Quan Jinfa answered. Are they stacked in 3 layers, with 5 skulls on the bottom layer, 3 in the middle layer, and 1 on the top? Yes. Quan Jinfa was shocked. Big brother, how did you know that? Go 100 steps northeast and northwest and tell me what you see. Ku Zhenyi did not answer his question but instead, anxiously directed them. His demeanor was one of extreme anxiety, almost bordering panic. This was so different from his normal calm steadiness that the other freaks did not dare waste 1 second, and in threes, they headed off in the 2 directions. Soon, Han Xiaoying, who went to the northeast, and Quan Jinfa, who went to the northwest, yelled out at the same instant. There are skull piles here too. This is a matter of life and death. Ku Zhenyi literally flew over to the pile of skulls at the northwest and forcefully, but quietly ordered. Don't raise your voice, no matter what. The 3 freaks were quite taken aback by his words and weren't quite sure what to make of them. Ku Zhenyi quickly made his way to Han Xiaoying's group to the northeast and told them the same thing. Is it monsters or mortal enemies? Zhang Oshing asked, with a hushed voice. They are mortal enemies of mine. They are formidable experts and they killed my brother. By this time the freaks in the other group had made their way over as well. Hearing his words, all of the freaks were quite surprised. The 6 knew that Ku Zhenyi's brother, Kopixi, had higher skills than Ku Zhenyi and was also a very intelligent and cautious man. His killer must have been a lethal nemesis. The 7 freaks talked about everything with each other, and about 2 years ago they learned of the death of Kopixi. But Ku Zhenyi never revealed how his brother died or who was responsible. Ku Zhenyi picked up a skull and ran his hands over it, inspecting it. After finding the holes, he took his right hand and tried out the holes with his fingers. They did it. They did it. They actually mastered it. He mumbled to himself before turning to the other freaks. There are 3 piles here as well. Yes. Han Xiaoying answered. Are there 8 skulls in every pile? Ku Zhenyi inquired. 1 pile has 9, the other 2 piles have 8. Han Xiaoying again answered. Go and count the other groups as well. Han Xiaoying swiftly ran over to the other group and then returned just as quickly. There's a pile of 7 over there, they are all decapitated heads and the flesh has not decomposed yet. Then that means they will be here very soon. Ku Zhenyi concluded quietly and handed the skull over to Quan Jinfa. Carefully return this to where it was, and don't leave any trace of our presence. Quan Jinfa quickly placed everything back in their original positions and returned to Ku Zhenyi. All of their eyes were upon Ku Zhenyi as they quietly waited for his explanation. It's copper corpse and iron corpse. Ku Zhenyi looked as if he was looking up at the sky and his face twitched continuously. But aren't they dead? Can they still be alive? This news shocked Zhu Tsong tremendously. I thought they were dead as well. But it turns out that they have been hiding here training their 9 white bone claws, Ku Zhenyi said. Brothers, quickly mount your horses and ride south as fast as you can and don't come back. Wait for me after you have gone 5,000 li. Wait for 10 days. If I don't show up on the 10th day, then you need not wait any longer. What are you saying, big brother? Han Xiaoying anxiously asked. We have all tasted each other's blood when we swore to live and die together. Why are you telling us to leave now? Go. Leave. Kuzhani repeatedly waved his hand. You don't have any time to waste. What do you take us for, a bunch of heartless bastards? Han Baoju angrily rebuked. If the 7 of us lose, then we'll just end our lives together. That's what we have always said. Zhang Oxing said, voicing his objection. Since when have we ever run away? These two possess incredible martial skills. Now that they've mastered the 9 white bone claws, the 7 of us are definitely no match for them. Why stay here and waste your life for no reason? Kuzhani protested. The other freaks knew how proud Kuzhani was and that he would never admit defeat. Even when facing a master like Qiu Chuji, he would still throw caution to the winds and fight with abandon. To hear him talk about these two people like this, it could be inferred that their power was something beyond comprehension. In that case, let's leave together. Quan Jinfa proposed. They condemned me to a life of suffering, but that I can deal with. Kuzhani coldly replied. However, I have to avenge what they did to my brother. Share the blessings, share the hardships. Nan Shiren declared. He never says much, but he need say nothing more. Kuzhani thought about it. He knew that his sworn brothers and sister were people who valued honor and would never consider running to save their own lives. The words he just said were based on his worry for their lives, and he now realized that they bordered on being offensive to them. With this thought, he sighed. All right, if that's the case, then please be careful, he said. Copper Corpse is a man, Iron Corpse is a woman, and they are husband and wife. They are called the twin killers of the dark winds. About 2 years ago, the two of them were just starting to train the 9 white bone claws. They killed a lot of innocent people. My brother was invited to join an expedition against them, so he sent someone to inform and invite me to join the expedition. However, at that time the 7 of us were in Shandong and Hebei provinces looking for Li Ping. We'd just found some clues about her whereabouts. It seems that some years back someone saw a military commander and a pregnant woman in man's clothes shouting and screaming in the streets. That woman was seemingly mad and shouted that she wanted to kill that commander for killing her husband. They were on their way north, so it must have been Li Ping and Duan Tianda. I couldn't just leave and join the expedition, especially since we'd finally found some clues about where Li Ping went. When we were up north, we lost track of Li Ping and Duan Tianda. It was years later before we found out that Li Ping was in Mongolia and had given birth to Guojing. Last year in the spring, a messenger came to tell me that my brother had been killed in the expedition against the twin killers of the dark winds. It was also that messenger who informed who the twin killers were and where they came from and what styles of martial arts they practiced. I knew that I would be unable to avenge my brother then and decided not to tell you, and we continued our search for Guojing. Kuzhani looked very serious now and said, what all of you need to watch out for is those claws of theirs. 6th brother, go 100 steps to the south and see if there's a coffin there. Quan Jinfa, as quickly as he could, counted his steps. When he made it to 100, he did not spot a coffin. But upon closer inspection, he suddenly noticed that there was a corner of a stone slab protruding out of the ground. He pulled on it, but the stone slab did not budge. So he turned around and waved his arms. Soon the other freaks joined him. Zhang Oxing and Han Baoju both got down and, together, could barely lift the stone slab. In the moonlight, they were able to see that there was a grave hidden beneath the stone slab. In the grave lay 2 bodies, both of them dressed in Mongolian attire. Those 2 monsters will come soon and use these corpses for practice. Kuzhani hopped into the grave. I'll hide here and ambush them. You hide yourselves around here and make sure that they don't find you. Once you hear that I have began fighting with them, attack at once and try to catch them off guard. Please don't hold anything back. This type of ambush might not be righteous, but our foe is too powerful this time. Ambush is the only way, otherwise, none of us may make it out of this alive. The other 6 freaks listened intently to his every word. They are also extremely attentive and intelligent. They will spot even the slightest trace of disturbance from far away. Kuzhani continued. Put the stone slab back and just leave a small slit for me. The 6 freaks nodded and gently placed the slab back where it had been. Afterwards, they grabbed their weapons and hid inside bushes and behind trees in the area immediately surrounding the grave. Seeing Kuzhani worry like she had never seen before, Han Xiaoying was worried as well as curious. When she looked for a hiding spot, she made sure to find one close to Zhu Kang. Who are Copper Corpse and Iron Corpse? She asked him as quietly as she could. Zhu Tsong answered, 2 years ago, Master Kopixi sent a messenger to contact Big Brother. Big Brother was afraid the news would leak out and asked me to go with him to talk to that messenger. He also wanted my opinion as to whether that messenger was real or was trying to deceive him. According to that messenger, Copper Corpse and Iron Corpse are disciples of the Lord of the Peach Blossom Island in the Eastern Sea. Han Xiaoying softly interrupted, disciples of Peach Blossom Island. That makes them people from Zhejiang province, just like us. Zhu Tsong nodded and said, yes, it is said that they were disowned by the Lord of the Peach Blossom Island. They are highly skilled and very vicious, they are also very secretive and cautious. After they killed Kopixi and some others of the expedition, they suddenly disappeared. Everyone thought that they'd paid for their crimes and were killed somehow. Little did we know that they were hiding here in Mongolia. What are their real names? Han Xiaoying asked. Copper Corpse is a man, his name is Qin Xianfeng. He has a burnt yellow complexion like copper, and never showed a bit of emotion on his face, like a corpse. That's why everyone referred to him as Copper Corpse. So does that woman, Iron Corpse, have a dark complexion? Yes, her surname is Mei, full name Mei Chaofeng. Big Brother said that they were training something called the 9 White Bone Claws. What kind of kung fu is that? I haven't heard of it either. Han Xiaoying looked over at a pile of skulls near her and saw that top skull was positioned in such a way that the holes where the eyes were faced directly at her, as if it was staring at her. She shuddered involuntarily and turned away, not daring to take another look. How come Big Brother never brought this up? She asked. Could it be? She had not finished when Zhu Tsong suddenly covered her mouth with his left hand and pointed to the bottom of the hill with his right hand. Han Xiaoying followed his finger and looked out from behind the bush. In the moonlight near the horizon, a faint black shadow could be seen quickly approaching at incredible speed. That I should be ashamed. Han Xiaoying reprimanded herself. I was too busy talking to Second Brother and did not watch for the enemy. In a blink of an eye, the black shadow had made it to the foot of the hill. By now they could discern that it was actually 2 figures, which was why it looked so broad from afar. The twin killers of the Dark Winds truly do have a bizarre kung fu. The 6 freaks thought to themselves. Running at that speed, yet they were still able to stick together so closely to each other, it really is as if they are inseparable. The 6 of them held their breath and cowered even lower, quietly waiting for them to come up the hill. Zhu Tsong clutched tightly to his pressure point hitting fan. Han Xiaoying quietly buried the blade of her sword in the dirt so as to avoid giving herself away because of reflections off the blade. Nevertheless, her right hand held a tight grip on the handle. The sounds of sand and rocks being kicked could be heard as feet traveled up the hill. Each and everyone's hearts pounded with every step, and each moment seemed to last an eternity. By this time, the northwest wind had picked up as well. The dark clouds to the west looked like individual mountain tops as they came rolling relentlessly in. A few moments later, the sound of footsteps ceased. On the open space, on the top of the hill, 2 silhouettes could be seen. The first, immobile, with a leather hat on its head, looked like a Mongol. The second, with long hair floating with the wind, was visibly a woman. Here are Copper Corpse and Iron Corpse, thought Han Xiaoying. Let's see how they train themselves. They saw the woman slowly move around the man, and heard her joints crack quietly. Then she accelerated and the crackling became drum-like, increasingly loud and closer together. Is her internal strength truly that strong? Han Xiaoying wondered. It's not surprising that older brother acts so prudently. The woman moved her hands back and forth and, each time, the joints in her arms crackled. Her long hair was streaming nearly horizontally from the speed, and it gave her a terrifying presence. Han Xiaoying felt a chill in her heart and the hairs began to bristle on her body. Suddenly, the woman raised her right palm and struck the man's chest with her left palm. This is strange, the sixth thought, could it be that her husband's body is capable of resisting her palm strokes? The man fell backwards, but she had already sped behind him and hit his back. Going back and forth at high speed, she hit him with 8 palm strokes, each time quicker, and each time more powerful. The man didn't make a sound. After the 9th stroke, she suddenly leaped very high, then, coming down like an arrow, raised the man's leather hat and planted the 5 fingers of her right hand in his head. Han Xiaoying fought back a scream. The woman dropped to her feet and exploded with laughter. The man, who had collapsed on the ground, didn't move. She stretched her hand, spotted with blood and brain matter, and examined it in the moonlight still laughing. She turned her head, and Han Xiaoying saw that her face, although a little dark-skinned, was rather pretty and she seemed to be about 40 years old. The 6 now understood that the man was not her husband, but had been captured as a living target for the purpose of her practice. The woman must be Iron Corpse, Mei Chaofeng. She stopped laughing, stretched out her hands and tore at the dead man's clothing. In the north, where the weather was extremely cold, everyone wore thick leather coats. Yet she tore these very resistant clothes as if they were paper, without any effort. Then she plunged her hand into the poor wretch's chest and withdrew the internal organs one by one, which she examined attentively in the moonlight. Afterwards she threw them on the ground. Even from a distance, the 6 could see that all the organs, heart, lungs, liver, spleen, had been completely destroyed. They now understood the intent of this practice. She had hit the body of this man with 9 palm strokes and had succeeded in smashing the internal organs without breaking the bones of the skeleton. By examining the damaged internal organs, she could see the progression of her strength. Very angry, Han Xiaoying wanted to attack immediately. She raised her sword ready to attack, but Zhu Tsong silently restrained her. For the moment, the magical hand scholar thought, Iron Corpse is alone. Although she seems dangerous, the 7 of us should be able to make an end of her. If we get rid of her first, it will be easier to take care of Copper Corpse later. We would be absolutely incapable of facing the 2 of them at the same time, but Copper Corpse might be hidden, ready to fall on us unexpectedly. Older brother knows well the habits of these 2 monsters. It's better to follow his instructions and wait for him to launch the first attack. After inspecting the internal organs, Mei Chaofeng seemed satisfied. With a smile on her lips, she sat down cross-legged facing the moon, and began to practice the regulation of breathing. With her back turned to Han Xiaoying and Zhu Tsong, they could see her shoulders rising and falling as she inhaled and exhaled. If I use the stroke the lightning illuminates the big sky, Han Xiaoying considered, I am nearly certain it'll be able to pierce her right through. But if I miss my stroke, our entire plan will be compromised. She was unable to decide what to do and her body trembled. Zhu Tsong didn't dare move either. He felt a trickling sensation down his back as he broke out in a cold sweat. Raising his eyes, he noticed that the black clouds coming from the west had covered half the sky, like a sheet of rice paper that someone had spilled ink on. Inside the dark clouds lightning flashed, increasing the anguish and fear in the hearts of the 6 freaks. The thunder roared dully, as if it was suppressed by the thickness of the clouds. After practicing the breathing exercises for a period of time, Mei Chaofeng arose, then she dragged the dead man behind her towards the grave where Kuzheni was hidden. She bent down to raise the stone slab. The 6 freaks tightened their grip on their weapons, ready to attack her as soon as the slab was removed. Mei Chaofeng, hearing a rustle of leaves that didn't seem caused by the wind, turned her head suddenly and saw a human shape at the top of a tree. Releasing a long scream, she leaped in that direction. The man hidden in the tree was Han Baoju. Taking advantage of his small size, he had hidden himself perfectly in the foliage, but, as he got ready to jump, he made a slight move which alerted Mei Chaofeng. Her leap at him came with irresistible force. Han delivered a stroke. The black dragon inhales water, slashing down with his whip at Mei's wrist. The woman, contrary to all expectations, did not try to avoid the stroke, but instead seized the tip of the whip. Han Baoju, who was very strong, pulled her quickly toward him. This was to her benefit since it brought her nearer and she counterattacked with a lightning palm. Han Baoju felt the power of that stroke arriving and, knowing that he could not resist it, released his weapon and somersaulted down from the tree. Iron Corpse didn't let him escape and followed right behind him, aiming her claw-like hands at the small man's back. He seemed to feel an icy breath on the nape of his neck and made an extraordinary effort to move faster. At the same time, Nan Shiren and Quan Jinfa, hidden at the bottom of the tree, threw their nearly invisible projectiles at the pursuer. A piercing bone awl came from the first and a dart, Fei Biao, hidden in the sleeve from the second. She swept them away with a flick of her left hand, while her right hand tore off a piece of clothing from the back of Han Baoju. The small man touched the ground with his left foot and rebounded away immediately. However, Mei, as agile as wind, was already in front of him. "Who are you?" she shouted. "What did you come here to do?" At the same time, she planted 10 fingers in his shoulders. Han felt the lightning flash of pain, as if 10 iron awls had suddenly pierced his flesh. He sent a kick toward Iron Corpse's stomach that she avoided while delivering a stroke with her right hand, nearly breaking his ankle. Barely escaping from her, he threw himself to the ground and rolled to clear himself. As Mei was about to trample him, a heavy black rod struck her foot. It was Nan Shiren, the wood chopper of the southern mountains. Abandoning Han, Mei Chaofeng quickly moved back to avoid the rod. In an instant, she found herself surrounded by enemies. A scholarly-looking man, holding an iron fan, tried to hit the vital points on her meridians, while a girl handling a sword attacked from the right. A big strong paunchy man armed with a large knife and a small skinny fellow with a weird weapon came from her left. Facing her was a vigorous-looking peasant type moving his iron rod. The sound of footsteps behind her had come from the man with the whip. All these people were completely unknown to her, yet they seemed to be eminent experts in martial arts. They are too numerous, Mei Chaofeng thought. It will be necessary to use strong methods and eliminate some of them without delay. No matter what their names or their origins, aside from my beloved master and my bastard of a husband, I will kill anyone in this lowly world. She jumped, all claw-like fingers extended, at Han Xiaoying. Seeing the power of this attack, Zhu Tsong, fearing for her, jumped forward pointing his iron fan at her vital point sinuous pond situated in the hollow of her elbow. However, it didn't seem to bother her. She stretched out her right hand while Han Xiaoying defended herself with the stroke white mist on the stream, with the intention of hitting her arm. But Iron Corpse turned her wrist, trying to catch the sword with her bare hand, as if she didn't fear the blade. Han Xiaoying was afraid of this and moved back. At this moment, the fan of the scholar accurately hit her sinuous pond acupoint. This is a very important vital point on the human body, and Mei's arm should have been paralyzed immediately. Zhu Tsong was delighted at having succeeded with his stroke until he saw her arm suddenly move down and her dangerous nails were practically on his head. He moved back at the last moment and escaped death by a hair. Doesn't she have any vital points? He wondered, surprised and afraid. Han Baoju had collected his whip by now, and the 6, moving their weapons, surrounded Mei Chaofeng. However, she didn't seem at all impressed. Her bare hands, with which she tried to seize their weapons, appeared as efficient as claws made out of steel. The freaks were particularly worried since it seemed that their adversary's nickname was not exaggerated. Iron Corpse appeared to have, effectively, a body of iron. She had just received 2 strokes on the back, inflicted by the weighing scales of Quan Jinfa, without apparently causing her any injury. They knew that she had succeeded in pushing the resistance of her body to an extreme. Apart the sharpened tip of Zhang Asheng's large knife and the sword of Han Xiaoying, she seemed to not fear any of the other weapons. She didn't even try to avoid them. Her only desire was to attack. She increased speed and seized Quan Jinfa's arm, who was too slow trying to escape. The other 5 moved quickly, but were too late. Mei, with a violent stroke, pulled a piece of flesh from his arm. All those that practice the iron body technique, Zhu Tsong thought, must possess a nodal practice location which is impossible for them to protect using this technique. This point is particularly vulnerable, and a small touch is sufficient to severely wound or kill them. Where could this shrew's nodal location be? He bounded to the right, to the left, moving the fan, trying successively to touch the meridian point meeting of the 100 on the top of the head, the point screen of the spring on the throat, then the point tomb of the mind in the hollow of the navel, followed by the point hollow of the middle on her back. He tried about 10 points, all the while thinking that, if she takes particular care to defend a point, that will be her nodal location. The significance of his back and forth movements didn't escape Mei Chaofeng. "Lowly scholar," she shouted, "my technique is perfect to the point that I don't have a nodal location." She struck and seized Zhu's wrist. Although surprised, this man fortunately had a quick mind and agile hands. Before Mei could plant her nails in his flesh, he had pulled back his wrist and slipped his fan into his adversary's hand while whispering, "Careful, there's poison on the fan." Suddenly feeling a hard object in her hand, Mei Chaofeng, speechless and afraid of the poison, threw the fan to the ground. Zhu Tsong used this opportunity to escape and move several steps back. He looked at his hand, the back of which showed 5 bloody grooves, and felt a flush of cold sweat. The fight had only lasted a short time, and not only had the freaks not finished her off, but 3 of their number were already wounded. If Copper Corpse arrived, they would all lose their lives. Zhang Ashing, Han Baoju and Quan Jinfa were already quite tired and covered with sweat. Only Nan Shiren, whose Nigong was more powerful, and Han Xiaoying, lighter-bodied, didn't seem tired, whereas their enemy became more and more violent. Zhu Tsong suddenly saw, in the pallid gleam of the moon, the 3 heaps of skulls on the left. He shivered, and then had an idea. He hurried towards the hole where Kuzhani was hidden, while shouting, "Run for your lives!" The other understood and moved back while still fighting. "Bastard children from nowhere," Mei Chaofeng sneered, "you wanted to trap me here, but now it is too late to run away." She rushed after them. Nan Shiren, Quan Jinfa and Han Xiaoying did their best to engage her, while the 3 others united their strength to raise the slab of stone. It was just in time, because Mei Chaofeng had seized Nan Xiren's iron rod and was moving her claws in direction of his eyes. "Come quickly and help us," Zhu Tsong shouted. He pointed his finger upward and made gestures with his other hand, as if calling for the help of someone hidden on the heights. Surprised, Mei Chaofeng couldn't stop herself from raising her eyes, but all she saw were the low clouds veiling half the moon. There was no one up there. 7 steps right. Zhu Tsong shouted. At these words, Kuzhani threw 6 poison projectiles 7 steps to his right, 2 at head height, 2 to the middle and 2 below, while bounding out of the hole. The other freaks attacked from all sides at the same time. Mei Chaofeng let out a shriek of pain. 2 projectiles had reached her eyes. Fortunately for her, her agility allowed her to move her head back immediately, so that the invisible projectiles didn't penetrate into her brain, but she had definitely been blinded. Feeling pain and rage, she struck downward with her 2 palms, but Kuzhani had already escaped to one side. They heard 2 thuds, because her palms had hit a rock. Made even more furious, she sent out a kick that struck the slab and made it fly off. The 7, afraid of the strength of her attacks, remained carefully to the side. Since she couldn't see them any longer, she thrashed out with her senses, striking, scratching, and kicking. She looked like a furious tiger, or a demon, breaking everything in her path, while raising clouds of dust, breaking the branches of the trees, all without hurting any of her enemies, who were sufficiently far away, holding their breath. Later, her vision became completely dark, and she knew that the poison had taken effect. "Who did this?" she said with a terrifying voice. "Say it quickly, so that I die knowing who killed me." Zhu Tsong made a gesture in direction of Ku Zhenyi to ask him to be quiet and to let Mei die in ignorance. Then he remembered that his older brother was blind. How could he have seen his gesture? "Mei Chaofeng," Ku said with an icy voice, "do you remember divine dragon soaring through the sky, Ku Pixie, and bat soaring through the heavens, Ku Zhenyi?" Mei Chaofeng responded with a thunderous and terrifying laugh. "So old bastard, you didn't die. You're the one that used the poisonous projectiles, aren't you? Have you come to avenge divine dragon soaring through the sky's death?" "Precisely. Since you haven't died yet, that suits me well." Mei sighed and stayed silent. The 7 freaks remained on guard. At that moment, the moon was nearly hidden by the dark clouds, and everyone felt the insidious and penetrating cold. Mei Chaofeng stood immobile like a stone statue, her hands alongside her body, and the moonlight reflecting off her sharp nails. The strong wind that blew from behind her raised her long hair. Han Xiaoying, who was in front of her, saw blood oozing from her eyes. Suddenly, Zhu Tsong and Quan Jinfa shouted at the same time, "She attacks, older brother." As their voices resounded again, Ku Zhenyi sensed a hit was about to arrive on his chest. He bounded into the air by delivering a heavy stroke to the ground with his staff, and landed on top of a tree that was behind him. The blow delivered by Iron Corpse missed its target. Instead, she planted her 10 fingers in the trunk of the tree. The 6 freaks' faces were pale with terror. Had Ku Zhenyi lingered for only 1 second, the nails would be planted in his body. How would he have been able to escape alive? Having missed her adversary, Mei Chaofeng released a sudden long and weird howl, very piercing, but with a power that carried far. How unfortunate, Zhu Tsong thought, she calls her husband Copper Corpse for help. Quickly, he shouted, "It is time to finish her." He mobilized all his energy into his arm and heavily hit Mei Chaofeng's back, while Zhang Oxing raised a big stone which he brought down at her head. Iron Corpse, who had just lost her vision, didn't yet know how to protect herself by using her hearing, like Ku Zhenyi. The big stone, while coming down, made a noise that she could hear and she quickly avoided it. But she could not avoid Zhu Tsong's stroke. Even though she had trained her body for extreme resistance to acupoint strikes, the scholar not only had quick hands but also strong ones. She felt a stabbing pain in her back. Zhu Tsong wanted to take advantage of his position and continued to hit her, but Mei Chaofeng counterattacked with a slash of her claws, and he moved back. Just as the other freaks got ready to step in, they heard a long howl coming from far away. It had the same tonal quality that Mei had used a while ago, and it gave them the creeps. Shortly, a second howl was heard, but this time a lot nearer. "That person moves quickly," the 7 thought, alarmed. "Be careful, that is Copper Corpse," Ku Zhenyi shouted. Han Xiaoying ran over and looked down the hill. She saw a shadow approaching at a quick pace, howling. Mei Chaofeng had adopted a defensive stance, no longer attacking. She concentrated her internal energy to arrest the progress of the poison in her body, while waiting for her husband's arrival to help destroy the enemy. Zhu Tsong made a sign to Quan Jinfa and the 2 men hid themselves in the brush. Iron Corpse was dangerous by herself, but from the speed of Copper Corpse, Zhu Tsong suspected that he could be even stronger than his wife. It was obviously impossible to defeat them when they were together. On the other hand, a chance existed if they took them by ruse. Suddenly, Han Xiaoying uttered a shriek of surprise. She saw, in front of the running shadow, another smaller silhouette that was also climbing the hill. This silhouette moved more slowly, and, because it was small, no one had seen it before. She watched more attentively and saw that it was a child, Guo Jing certainly. Surprised and delighted, she hastened to meet him. She was not very far from him and the downward slope was easy to descend, but Copper Corpse, a remarkable expert in likeness kung fu, was gaining on him quickly. Han Xiaoying hesitated. I am not skilled enough to face Copper Corpse, but the child is going to fall into his hands, how can I not help? She accelerated and shouted, quickly, child, run faster. Seeing her, Guojing uttered a yell of joy, unconscious of the imminent danger that threatened him. For years, Zhang Oxing had been secretly in love with Han Xiaoying, but never dared express his feelings towards her. Seeing her running into terrifying danger, he feared for her safety and sprang forward to catch up and protect her. On top of the hill, the other freaks had stopped attacking Mei and observed the slope of the hill, keeping their invisible projectiles concealed, ready to intervene. In the blink of an eye, Han Xiaoying reached Guojing. She took his small hand and turned on her heels to run back with him. They had hardly started, when she felt Guojing's hand slip from her grip. The child uttered a loud scream. Chen Xianfeng had grabbed him from behind. Han Xiaoying turned around with an agile move and, using the sword stroke the phoenix nods its head, feinted towards the enemy's left armpit, then, moving to the side, raised the tip of the sword for a quick and precise thrust, aimed at his eyes. It was the very essence of the sophisticated technique of the sword of the Yu maiden. Chen Xianfeng took the child under his left arm, parried the stroke with his right, deflecting the blade. He followed with the palm stroke to push the skiff while following the current. The young woman retracted her weapon and moved away. But the arm of Chen Xianfeng suddenly seemed to lengthen by half a foot. Han Xiaoying, who originally had the impression that she was outside of his range, was reached and struck on the shoulder. She fell to the ground. This exchange took place in a flash. The merciless Copper Corpse followed with a stroke of his claws directly at the top of Han Xiaoying's head. The 9-in white bone claws was a dangerous and cruel technique which destroyed flesh and broke bones. The stroke could not fail to penetrate the skull of the young woman. Zhang Oxing was some steps away and understood the danger. Without thinking about his own safety, he threw himself on top of her, protecting her with his body. The claw fell, and the 5 fingers of Copper Corpse penetrated the smiling Buddha's back. Zhang Oxing let out a terrifying howl and tried to reach his enemy's chest with his large knife. Chen Xianfeng defended against it, causing the weapon to drop. Copper Corpse returned with another palm against Zhang as he lay on the ground. Frightened, the other freaks shouted as they hurried to their rescue. My shrew, shouted Chen Xianfeng, what happened here? That they destroyed my eyes. Mei Chaofeng replied with anger while leaning against a tree. If you let one of them escape, my bastard husband, you will deal with me. No worries, my shrew, Chen Xianfeng shouted, not one will escape alive. Are you hurt? Don't move. Copper Corpse slammed down his hand again at the head of Han Xiaoying. Han used the move a lazy dunce makes a somersault, and she escaped rolling. Do you believe you will be able to escape me? Mocked Chen, raising his left hand. Zhang Oxing, severely wounded and confused, saw that his beloved was in danger of being killed. Mobilizing every last bit of strength, he sent a kick toward the enemy's hand. Chen planted his fingers in Zhang's leg. Zhang, goaded by the pain, straightened up and wrapped his arms around his aggressor. Chen caught him by the neck, wanting to throw him far away, but the smiling Buddha, fearing still that he would hurt Han Xiaoying, stubbornly refused to release him. Copper Corpse gave him a violent blow to the head that stunned him. The butcher fainted, and his grip relaxed. The intervention of Zhang had given the young woman enough time for her to jump to her feet and take the fight to Chen. She didn't dare approach him closely and was content to whirl around the enemy using her lightness technique. Fifth brother, she shouted, how do you feel? She had made 2 whirls round Chen, when the others arrived and joined in. Zhu Tsong and Quan Jin fought immediately through their invisible projectiles. Copper Corpse was surprised to see so many enemies of this strength. We are in the middle of the deserted steppe, he thought, where did these expert fighters come from? My shrew, he shouted, these skilled people, who are they? It's the members of the Bat Soaring Through the Heavens group. The leader is the brother of Divine Dragon soaring through the sky. Good, a group of bastards we've never met. Never mind, we will kill them anyway. Fearful of his wife's injury, he shouted, "And you, my shrew, are you seriously wounded? Tell me at least that it doesn't threaten your life." "Hurry up and slaughter them," Mei Chaofeng shouted furiously. "I am not dead yet." Seeing his wife leaning on the tree and not coming to lend him assistance, Chen understood then that, in spite of her usual stubbornness, she was seriously injured. Worried, he hoped to eliminate the enemy as soon as possible and take care of her. At this moment, 5 freaks were surrounding him, only Ku Zhenyi remained aside ready to intervene at any time. Chen Xianfeng threw Guo Jing to the ground and sent a punch in the direction of Quan Jinfa. Quan, worried about the child, ducked to avoid the stroke and used this chance to snatch up Guo Jing. A somersault got them out of the enemy's range. This movement, named the mischievous cat catches the mouse, is used to avoid and save at the same time. It had been executed with agility and precision. Even Chen Xianfeng was in awe of his move. Copper Corpse was cruel by nature. The stronger his adversaries were, the more he wanted to make them die with atrocious suffering. Because they had injured his beloved wife, he wanted it even more. The twin killers of the Dark Winds had, for a long time, trained in 2 dangerous techniques, the 9-yin white bone claws and the heartbreaker palm. He had now mastered them to 8 or 9/10 of their power. With a terrifying howl, he attacked his enemies without worrying about his own safety, attacking with deadly strokes every time. The 5 knew that their lives were at stake at this precise moment and didn't take his attacks lightly. They mobilized all their strength to defend themselves. But they could not approach the enemy too closely since he was so dangerous. Han Baoju decided to attack, using the technique whip at the even soil, rolling on the ground and delivering whip strokes from all sides at Chen Zunfeng's legs. Chen, troubled by this unexpected attack, received a stroke on the back from Nan Xiren's stick that made him utter a scream of pain. He turned around and stretched his claws towards the wood chopper. Nan didn't have the time to retract his stick for defense because he sensed the claws coming at him. He fell backwards to escape. Then he heard popping sounds coming from the joints of Copper Corpse, whose arms suddenly stretched out an extra several inches. His hand was against the wood chopper's forehead. In a fight between experts, the murderous strokes were often avoided by 1 or 2 inches. Nan Xiren had thought that the extension of his adversary's arm had reached its extreme, yet it had stretched still farther. How would the wood chopper escape this stroke? He soon felt the tips of Chen's nails on his forehead in panic. He raised his left arm and seized the enemy's wrist with a catch and control technique, trying to block it. At that moment, Zhu Tsong jumped on the back of Copper Corpse and jammed his forearm onto the adversary's throat in order to strangle him. By doing that, he fully exposed his own chest, but to save the life of his sworn brother, he didn't worry about breaking the elementary precautionary rules of fighting. At this moment, when the lives of the fighters were held by a thread, thunder sounded and the clouds covered the moon completely. It was total darkness, a person couldn't even see the fingers of his own hands, and a heavy rain started to fall. They heard the sound of 2 crunches and a plunk. Chen Xianfeng had just broken the left arm of Nan Xiren and, at the same time, had given a stroke from his elbow to Zhu Tsong's chest. Zhu Tsong felt a terrible pain that forced him to stop the pressure on his enemy's neck and fall backwards. Copper Corpse, close to suffocating, stood to one side catching his breath. "Move back everyone," Han Baoju shouted in the blackness. "Seventh sister, how do you feel?" "Silence," replied Han Xiaoying while moving several steps. Astonished by the sounds of the movements made by his friends, Ku Zhenyi asked, "Second brother, what's happened?" "The darkness is total," Quan Jinfa answered, "no one can see anything." "So the heavens come to help us," Ku Zhenyi thought, delighted. The 7 freaks, 3 of whom were severely injured, were thinking that they had just lost the first part, but now dark clouds had covered the sky and it was raining heavily. Each of them kept their breathing silent and no one dared move. The extremely fine hearing of Ku Zhenyi allowed him to recognize that the breathless man that was standing 7 or 8 steps away from him, on the left, was not one of his brothers. He immediately threw 6 poison projectiles in that direction. Chen Xianfeng sensed the arrival of the invisible projectiles and jumped into air. He was indeed very strong, and because of it, he succeeded in avoiding all six while at the same time, determined their source. Without making a sound, he suddenly leapt, all claws extended, toward Ku Zhenyi. Ku heard him, briskly moved to the side, and attacked with a stroke from his staff. For him, there was no difference between day and night. Since Chen Xianfeng couldn't see anything, his power was greatly impaired. The two men were now on an equal footing. After about 10 exchanges, Copper Corpse had the impression that his enemy was attacking from all directions, without knowing for sure if his own strokes were directed in the proper direction. It was like living in a nightmare. Slowly probing around, Han Baoju, Han Xiaoying and Quan Jinfa were trying to help their injured brothers. The fate of Ku Zhenyi also preoccupied them, but they weren't able to help him in this darkness. Amid the sound of the rain, they heard the hisses produced by the hands of Chen Xianfeng and the staff of Ku Zhenyi. The two fighters had hardly exchanged 30 strokes, but, to the other freaks, it seemed to last for an eternity. Suddenly, they heard 2 strokes, and Copper Corpse started screaming in pain. He had been struck by the staff. The freaks were delighted just as lightning flashed in the sky, illuminating the summit of the hill. "Watch out, older brother!" Quan Jinfa shouted. Chen Xianfeng had benefited from this instant of vision to orient himself. He advanced, concentrating his energy in his left shoulder and suffered, without flinching, the staff strokes. He then seized it with his left hand and his right hand grabbed at the blind man's chest. Ku Zhenyi, surprised, released his staff and leaped backwards. Copper Corpse wasn't going to let such a great opportunity pass. The claw that had already torn his adversary's garment, turned suddenly into a fist. Without a single movement of his body, Chen's arm stretched and delivered a stroke loaded with internal energy, to the blind man's chest, and he was propelled violently backward. At the same time, he threw the blind man's staff like a javelin. All these gestures were executed with smooth continuity. Copper Corpse was very proud of it and issued a long howl of joy, accompanied by thunderous growls. During another lightning flash that illuminated the area briefly, Han Baoju saw the staff flying towards his older brother. Conscious of the danger, he lashed his golden dragon whip, causing it to wrap around the projectile and make it fall. "Now," Chen exclaimed, running towards him, "I'm going to take your dog life." Carried away by his impetus, he stumbled on something that felt like a body. He bent over and grabbed it. It was a small boy, Guojing. "Let me go!" the child shouted. Then a new lightning flash illuminated the area. Guojing saw the face of the man that held him in air, a sallow face with a menacing look. He was so frightened that, instinctively, he drew his dagger and plunged it into the man's body, right in the middle of the navel, until he could push it no further. Chen Xianfeng let out a terrifying howl and fell backward. In the technique that he used to make his body invincible to the strokes, the vulnerable nodal location had chosen was situated precisely in his navel. Even though Guojing's dagger had an extremely sharp blade, even a simple knife, if it struck this place, would have been fatal to him. This was the reason that, during a fight, he took every precaution to protect this part of his body. When he seized the child, he didn't feel that he was a danger to him. After having caught him on the flank of the hill a little while ago, he knew that the youngster surely didn't know any martial arts. However, as the proverb says, it is the good swimmer who drowns, and it is on flat land that the cart reverses itself. Who would have predicted that this dangerous expert was going to lose his life at the hand of a small, weak and ignorant boy? After fatally injuring Copper Corpse, Guojing remained petrified, standing still without knowing what to do. He seemed on the verge of crying, but didn't dare let himself go. Hearing her husband's long scream, Mei Chaofeng hurried, stumbled, fell and crawled to reach him. "My dear brother," she shouted, "how are you?" "It is done, my little sister," he mumbled. "Hurry, flee before I am going to avenge you," she croaked. "I will miss you, my little sis. Little sister. Two cannot take care of you anymore." And with those last words Chen Xianfeng died. Good brother, I will miss you too. Don't leave me. Han Baoju, Han Xiaoying and Quan Jinfa, taking advantage of the first glow of the pre-dawn, rushed to the attack. Mei Chaofeng had not only lost her vision, but she felt her head spinning from the poison's effects. While training in the 9 white bone claws, the spouses had, for about 10 years, absorbed arsenic acid in small quantities regularly. They neutralized the toxic effects with their internal energy. Using this dangerous method was the only way that Chen Xianfeng had found to increase their internal and external strength. With time, Mei had been partially immunized against poison, otherwise the poison projectiles of Ku Zhenyi would have killed her long ago. She defended herself so ferociously that the freaks didn't even manage to reach her and were repeatedly put in danger. Han Baoju was beginning to get angry. He thought to himself, if we can't manage to overcome her on a 3-against-1 basis, and even worse, she's injured and blind, what a blow to the reputation of the 7 freaks of Jiangnan. He then attacked more furiously with his whip, focusing on trying to hit her back. Han Xiaoying and Quan Jinfa, noticing their enemy staggering, also increased the vigor of their attacks. Just as it seemed they would carry the day against her, a storm arose and dark clouds covered the sky again. Suddenly, the mixed violent gusts of wind and rain blinded them again. The 3 freaks dropped to the ground to protect themselves. Much later, the storm abated and the moon again showed from behind the clouds. Han Baoju jumped to his feet and uttered a scream of frustration. Mei Chaofeng and the body of Chen Xianfeng had disappeared. What greeted him was the sight of his severely injured friends lying on the ground. The small head of Guo Jing slowly appeared from behind some rocks. Everyone was soaked to the bone. The 3 uninjured survivors rose to take care of the injured. Nan Shiren had a broken arm, but fortunately no internal injuries. Ku Zhenyi and Zhu Tsong, whose Nigong was powerful, were not too affected either, even though they had been hit by several strokes from Copper Corpse. However, Zhang Oxing had been hit 2 times by the 9 white bone claws and also received a deadly stroke to the head. He was conscious but his life was on the line. Seeing him close to death, the 6 collapsed in sadness, especially Han Xiaoying, who knew very well that the 5th brother had been in love with her for a long time. But she was a bit of a tomboy, enjoying martial arts above all else, and had little to do with matters of the heart. Zhang Oxing, for his part, laughed it off the whole time. They had never admitted to any feelings. Thinking of how he had thrown himself under the enemy's claws to protect her, she hugged Zhang, sobbing. Zhang Oxing's plump face was normally cheerful and smiling. Even now he smiled slightly and his big hand softly caressed Xiaoying's hair. "Don't cry," he said to her, trying to comfort her. "Don't cry. I am all right." "5th brother," she said while hiccuping back her sobs, "do you want to marry me?" Zhang gave a silly laugh, causing the pain from his injuries to make him suffer badly, and he began to lose consciousness. "5th brother," she continued, "I assure you that I already consider myself your wife. I won't ever marry anyone else. After my death, we will remain together for eternity." "7th sister," mumbled Zhang, "I have not taken good care of you. I am not worthy of you. You always took very good care of me," she sobbed. "I always knew it." With his eyes full of tears, Zhu Tsong asked Guo Jing, "When you came here, was it to learn martial arts from us?" "Yes," the child answered. "Then you must obey us from now on." Guo Jing nodded his head. "We, the 7 brothers and sister, will all be your shifus," continued Zhu Tsong while wiping away his tears. "But now, your 5th shifus spirit is going to leave us, kowtow and pay him homage." Guo Jing didn't know precisely what spirit is going to leave us meant, but he immediately obeyed, kowtowing and touching the ground with his forehead. Zhang Oxing, his face white like linen, forced himself to smile. "That is sufficient, brave boy. I won't be able to teach you my knowledge, but if I did, and even if you had learned what I know, it would not serve you very well. I am not naturally quick-witted, and rather lazy about practicing. I relied on the little strength that I had I worked more. Maybe I would not have met a sad end today." He almost fainted and became even paler. Neither are you, he said while panting, naturally gifted. It's absolutely necessary for you to put in a lot of effort. When you're tempted to be lazy, think about your fifth Shifu and the state in which you see him. He wanted to continue, but didn't have any more strength. Han Xiaoying lowered her ear to Zhang's mouth, and heard him barely say, "Teach the child well, don't let us lose to that cow-nosed Taoist priest." "Be assured," said Han Xiaoying, "the 7 freaks of Jiangnan will not lose." Zhang Oxing gave a small foolish laugh, closed his eyes, departed this world, and returned his soul. The 6 freaks broke into sobs. Since they had become sworn brothers, a very strong bond united them. During the past years searching for Li Ping and her son, they had lived day and night together. And now, at this moment, one of them had tragically died in this foreign land. How could they not be overwhelmed with grief? After having cried themselves out, they dug a grave and buried Zhang Oxing. When they finished, they erected a big rock to mark the place of his grave. By then the sun had already risen. Quan Jinfa and Han Baoju left to search for visible clues that could lead them to Mei Chaofeng. After the storm, the sand showed no traces of her passing and it was impossible to know where she had gone. They extended their search for several li around the mountain, but came up with nothing. In the steppe, Zhu Tsong said, "I imagine that this woman can't go very far. The poison projectiles should have taken effect by now and she will probably die somewhere. Let's take the child back home first and take care of our injured. After that, 3rd and 6th brother, and 7th sister can continue the search." All agreed and shed some more tears while saying farewell at the grave of their deceased brother. The Legend of the Condor Heroes Chapter 5. Drawing the Bow to Shoot Condors. Original translation by Strunfei. Row of people came down the mountain. After walking for a while, they suddenly heard the roars of wild beasts in front of them. Han Baoju leapt on his yellow horse, and went to see what was happening. After galloping for a while, the yellow horse suddenly stopped and no amount of urging would make it move. Knowing in his heart that there was something strange ahead, he stood in the stirrups and looked into the distance. He could see a group of people with some leopards clawing at the earth. Knowing the yellow horse's fear of leopards, he jumped off and took hold of his golden dragon whip. Moving forward, he saw that the 2 leopards had uncovered a body. Continuing forward a few more steps, he saw that the body was that of copper corpse Chen Xianfeng. The area from his collarbone to his lower abdomen was a blood-covered mess, as though the skin had been sliced off. Surprised, he thought, he was killed by the boy last night with a dagger thrust through his navel, so why is his corpse here? Since he is already dead, why would anyone do this to his corpse? Who did it and what is the meaning behind it? Do the twin killers of the dark winds have another enemy in the desert with hatred that strong? Not long after, Zhu Tsong and the others arrived. No one could understand the reason behind the mutilation. They looked at Chen Zuanfeng's corpse, whose face still showed a fierce expression, which caused a quick shiver of fear in everyone. Thinking back to last night's terrifying fight on the barren hills, they knew that if not for Guo Jing's lucky hit with his dagger, the outcome might have been very different. Just thinking about it brought a chill to their hearts. By this time, the 2 leopards were chewing on the corpse. To one side, there was a little boy on a horse loudly urging the leopard handlers to drag the leopards away. Turning his head, he saw Guo Jing, and shouted to him, "Ha! So you are hiding here. You didn't have the guts to help Taoyui fight, what a useless friend." It was Sengum's son Duksh. "You all fought Taoyui again. Where is he?" Worried, Guo Jing asked. "I'm taking the leopards to eat him up." "You'd better surrender now, or else I will include you too," Duksh replied smugly. He had seen the 6 freaks of the south at one side. If not for them, Duksh would have already sent the leopards to attack Guo Jing. Guo Jing persisted, "Where is Taoyui?" Ignoring him, Duksh shouted loudly, "The leopards will eat Taoyui now." As he led the leopard handlers away. One leopard handler advised him, "Little master, that boy is Temujin Khan's son." Duksh immediately hit the leopard handler with a slash of his riding whip, shouting, "What is there to be afraid of? How dare he raise his hand to hit me today? Move aside. The leopard handler, not daring to disobey his order, followed Daksh. The other leopard handler was afraid that this might cause some irreversible problems. He turned and ran, shouting, "I'm going to inform Temujin Khan." He was gone before Daksh could stop him. Daksh said bitterly, "Fine, by the time Uncle Temujin comes, it'll be too late. Then we'll see what kind of solution he comes up with." He whipped his horse, forcing the group to move faster. Although Guo Jing was terribly afraid of leopards, he was more worried about his sworn brother's safety. He said to Han Xiaoying, "Shifu, Daksh is going to get the leopards to eat my sworn brother. I need to inform him so he can escape. If you hurry there, maybe the leopards might eat you too. Aren't you afraid?" Han Xiaoying asked. He replied, "I'm afraid." "Are you still going?" After hesitating for a split second, Guo Jing affirmed, "I'm still going." Before running away rapidly. Because Zhu Tsong's wound was still painful, he was quietly lying forward on his horse's neck. Noting Guo Jing's chivalrous heart, he mused, "This child may not be very smart, but he is, nevertheless, a person worthy of our generation." Han Xiaoying replied, "Fourth brother's perception is right. Let's go save them." Quan Jinfa cautioned the rest, "This little lord keeps leopards at home, he must be the son of an important general. We'd better be careful not to create trouble, since 3 of us are injured." Han Baoju used his lightness kung fu to catch, pick up, and place Guo Jing on his shoulders. Although Han Baoju is small with short legs, he can still move very quickly. For Guo Jing, sitting on his fat and sturdy shoulders was like riding on a good war horse, fast and steady. Han Baoju rushed to Wine Chaser's side, and with a great leap, he took Guo Jing with him onto the horse's back. Within moments, they caught up with Daksh and the leopard handlers. After a short gallop, they saw 10 or more kids surrounding Taoyui. It was Daksh's gang following his orders. They were not trying to attack him, just trying to keep Taoyui from leaving. Having been taught 3 skillful moves by Zhu Tsong, Taoyui had practiced the moves that night until he was familiar with them all. Come morning, he was not able to find Guo Jing or to get his third brother Ajidai to help him. Taoyui bravely went to fight Daksh by himself. Daksh had brought along 10 or so reinforcements. Seeing him alone rather surprised him. When Taoyui requested that they only fight one-on-one and not attack him as a group, Daksh agreed immediately. He thought that there's no way Taoyui could beat him. But once they started fighting, Taoyui kept using the 3 moves that Zhu Tsong taught him, and incredibly, he managed to best Daksh. Although the 3 moves that Zhu Tsong taught him were simple, they were actually the essence of the vacant fist technique. Furthermore, since these 3 moves had no complicated changes, Taoyui, being very smart, picked it up immediately. So when he used them, the other Mongolian kids were no match for him. The Mongolians place great importance on keeping promises. Since they had agreed to battle one-on-one only, and even though they were upset, they could not do anything about it. Taoyui made Daksh fall twice, and even hit him on the nose. Daksh was furious, so he ran off to get his father's hunting leopards. After single-handedly winning against so many kids, Taoyui was very proud of himself. That was why he stood quietly in the center of the surrounding kids, not even thinking about running away. Unknown to him, big trouble was coming. From the distance, Taoyui heard Guo Jing's faint shouts, "Taoyui, Taoyui, run away now. Daksh is bringing his leopards to eat you up." Taoyui was shocked and tried to rush out of the circle. But the kids surrounding him kept blocking him, there was no way for him to escape. Soon the 6 freaks of the south, together with Daksh, arrived one after the other. Following them, the leopard handlers led the leopards there. Though the 6 freaks of the south could have prevented the oncoming danger by catching Daksh, they did not want to create more trouble. They also wanted to see how Taoyui and Guo Jing faced the danger, so they did not offer any help. Suddenly, they heard sound of numerous horses coming like the wind. Someone shouted at the top of their lungs, "Don't let the leopards go, don't let go of the leopards." Macaulay, Barokal and the rest of the 4 aces had arrived. When they heard the leopard handler's report, they didn't have enough time to inform Temujin, and hurriedly rushed to the scene. Temujin, On Khan, Jamuka, Sengum and the others were at the Mongolian camp chatting with Wanyan Honglai and his brother. Hearing the leopard handler's report, they were shocked and ran out of the gur and leapt on their horses. "Quickly inform them that I ordered Duksh not to do this. It is important that Temujin Khan's son is not injured," Ong Khan ordered. His men rode their most spirited horses to where the trouble was. Because Wanyan Hongshi was not able to see the leopards fighting against men yesterday, he was still feeling bored. Hearing this, he felt excitement rise and stood up exclaiming, "Let's all go take a look." Wanyan Honglai speculated, if Sengum's leopards really kill Temujin's son, then their families will no longer be friendly. After that happens, they may start fighting. Who knows, maybe both sides will suffer terrible losses and be severely weakened. That will definitely be good fortune for my Jin country. The Wanyan brothers, Ong Khan, Sengum, Jamuka and the others arrived at the scene, only to see that the 2 hunting leopards' chains had already been unfastened. The leopards crouched on the ground with low growling noises coming from their throats. In front of the leopards stood 2 kids, Taoyui and his younger sworn brother Guojing. Temujin and his 4 aces raised their bows and pointed them at the leopards. They were ready for action. Although Temujin saw his youngest son in a dangerous situation, he also knew that those 2 hunting leopards were very precious to Sengum. Sengum had caught the leopards when they were young, he reared and trained them until they grew strong and ferocious. Since that could not be achieved easily and took much time, Temujin felt that if the leopards did not attack, he wouldn't harm them. Seeing the crowd arriving and relying on his grandfather's and father's adoration for him, Duksh felt even more courageous. He kept urging the leopards to attack. Ong Khan then shouted, "Stop this now." The sound's hooves were heard as someone riding a red horse arrived. On the horse was a middle-aged woman, clad in leopard fur, and in her arms, a little girl. It was Temujin's wife, Taoyui's mother. She had been chatting in the camp with Sengum's wife. When she heard the news, she immediately rushed out with her daughter Huazheng. Seeing the danger, she was both shocked and worried. She shouted quickly, "Shoot the arrow." With all her being focused on her son, she absent-mindedly placed her daughter on the ground, forgetting about her safety. As a little girl of 4 years, how was Huazheng supposed to know of the leopard's ferocious nature? She happily bounded over to her brother's side. Spotting the leopards with their pretty colored fur, she was reminded of her second brother Ajidai's hunting dogs. She stretched her hand out, wanting to pat the leopard's head. The crowd was startled, and yelled at her to stop, but it was already too late. The 2 leopards, already nervous and agitated, growled at the same time, and leapt forward fiercely. Alarmed, the crowd called out in distress. Although Temujin had already aimed his arrow, Huazheng's sudden appearance was something that no one had expected. In the blink of an eye, the leopards were in the air. Huazheng was blocking Temujin's aim at the strategic spot on the leopard's head where they have to be hit to ensure an instant kill. A shot by Temujin now would only injure the leopard, and that would aggravate it further. The 4 aces threw down their bows and drew their knives. As they moved forward, they saw Guojing roll forward to pick up Huazheng. At the same time one leopard's front claws was on Guojing's shoulder. The 4 aces raised their knives, only to hear several faint sounds. When the noises passed, the 2 leopards suddenly fell growling and rolling from side to side. After a short time they were motionless. Barokal went forward to find out what had happened. He saw blood running from the leopards' foreheads. It was obvious that a kung fu master had used a hidden weapon to hit the leopard's brains. He turned around and saw 6 calm, composed Han people standing to one side watching the ongoing scene. He knew that the hidden weapons had been thrown by them. Temujin's wife hurriedly picked up the now bawling Huazheng from Guojing's arms and pulled Taoyui to her bosom as she tried to comfort Huazheng. Sangum asked angrily, who killed the leopards? The crowd remained silent and no one answered. Kuzheni had heard the leopards' growls, and fearing that the leopards would harm Guojing, had thrown 4 projectiles with poisonous tips. Since that action only took a wave of the hand, and since everyone had their eyes focused on the leopards, there was no one who actually saw who fired them. Temujin smiled and said, "Brother Sangum, they'll repay you with 4 good leopards when we get back, and they'll add 8 pairs of black eagles." Sangum was seething with anger when he heard that, but he remained silent. By now, Ong Khan was angrily scolding Daksh. Humiliated at receiving this treatment in front of the crowd, he tried to deflect the blame from himself. In a fit of temper he lay down on the ground and began rolling and hitting, crying and shouting. Ong Khan loudly commanded him to stop, but he did not care. Because Temujin was still grateful for what Ong Khan had done for him in the past, he felt that it would be a pity to break up the 2 families' friendship over such a small matter. He smiled and bent over to pick up Daksh. Daksh was still crying and yelling and tried his best to struggle, but could not. Still smiling, Temujin tried to salvage the situation. "Stepfather, the kids were only playing, there's no need to get worked up. I think he is a good boy and am thinking of betrothing my daughter to him. What do you think?" Ong Khan saw that Hua Zhang had eyes like glistening dew, and skin like a baby lamb, fair and cute, and felt happy in his heart. Laughingly, he said, "What could be wrong with that? Let's have an even closer relationship, they'll betroth my eldest granddaughter to your son Joki." Temujin agreed, "Thanks stepfather." He turned around and said to Sangum, "Brother Sangum, we are now in-laws." Sangum had always felt that he was of a higher status than Temujin. He was already jealous of Temujin, yet looked down on him. Although he was not happy about becoming in-laws with Temujin, he could not go against his father's wishes. He could only smile weakly. At this point, Wanyan Honglai noticed the 6 freaks of the south, and he was shocked. "What are they doing here? I'm sure they are chasing me. I wonder if the temperamental Taoist priest with the surname Chiu is around here as well," he asked himself. Since he currently had the protection of numerous soldiers, he was not afraid of them. But if he gave the command to capture them, he was afraid that it might cause trouble. The 6 freaks were listening to Temujin's and the others' conversations and had not even noticed him. He turned and moved behind the crowd of soldiers, while at the same time thinking of ways to handle the matter. As for Ong Khan and Temujin's family's engagement, he did not think much of it. Temujin knew that it was the 6 freaks of the south that saved his daughter's life, and he waited for Ong Khan and the others to leave, before commanding Barokal to reward them richly with furs and gold. He then reached his hand out to stroke the top of Guojing's head and repeatedly praised him for his courage and valor. Temujin said that risking his own life to save another, is something that not all adults will do, much less a small child. When he asked Guojing why was he so brave, Guojing just stood there dumbly since he could not find an answer. After pondering for some time, he said, "Leopards will eat people." Hearing that, Temujin laughed loudly. Taoyui then told why he started fighting with Daksh. When Temujin heard how Daksh kept mentioning embarrassing events from his past, anger boiled deep in his heart. He said nothing about it, only saying, "In the future, don't bother with him." Temujin then turned to Quan Jinfa and asked, "How much gold do you want to stay in my camp to teach my son Kung Fu?" Quan Jinfa thought, "We were thinking of finding a place to teach Guojing Kung Fu. If we can teach him here, there would no better place." He replied, "The Great Khan's willingness to accept the 6 of us is something we could not have asked for. You can pay us whatever you decide is suitable, we wouldn't dare to discuss or argue about the amount." Temujin was pleased and he told Barokal to look after them. After that, he left to see off the Wanyan brothers. The 6 freaks of the south rode slowly behind the others while they discussed the matter. Han Baojiu said, "The skin on the chest of Chen Zuanfeng's corpse was removed by someone, it must have been an enemy of his." Quan Jinfa replied, "The twin killers of the dark winds are cruel and ruthless, having many enemies isn't something to be surprised at." But I don't understand why his enemy didn't simply chop up his body, or slash him all over. Why only slice off a large piece of skin from his chest? I have been thinking of that all this time, but I still cannot figure out the reasoning behind it, Kujini replied. The most pressing task at hand is to find out where Iron Corpse is. Precisely. If that person is not killed, she will bring much danger to us in the future. I'm afraid that she will not die from the poison, Zhu Tsong agreed. With tears in her eyes, Han Xiaoying spoke up, "Fifth brother's dead, how could we not avenge him?" So Han Baoju, Han Xiaoying and Quan Jinfa rode their fast horses to try to find Iron Corpse. But after numerous days of searching, they were not able to find a trace of her. Han Baoju considered, the woman's eyes were hit by elder brother's poison projectiles. The poison must have worked on her by now, she probably died in some mountain valley. The rest of them agreed. Kujini knew in his heart that the twin killers of the Dark Winds were very smart and devious. Unless he could touch her corpse with his own hands, it would always remain a heavy weight on his heart. He did not want to bother his younger brothers and sister with his worries and did not tell them of his concerns. From then on, the 6 freaks of the south remained on the steppe, teaching Guojing and Taoyui Kung Fu. Temujin knew that Kung Fu is for protecting oneself in close contact with an opponent. He wanted Taoyui and Guojing to learn these techniques briefly, and to spend most of their time learning riding, shooting with their bows and arrows, and learning other important skills of the battlefield. The 6 freaks of the south were not familiar with these Mongol skills, so Guojing and Taoyui learned these from Jeeb and Barokal. In the evenings, the 6 freaks of the south taught Guojing alone, teaching him fists, sword, hidden weapons, and lightness Kung Fu. Although Guojing was slow by nature, he knew that he had to avenge his father in the future using Kung Fu, so he did not complain and worked as hard as he could. Zhu Tsong, Quan Jinfa and Han Xiaoying's Kung Fu was a bit too hard for him to comprehend. With Han Baoju and Nan Xiren's basic Kung Fu, he just followed their directions exactly and slowly but steadily learned it. This basic Kung Fu strengthened bodies but was not designed to overcome an enemy and win a fight. Han Baoju often said, "Training you is like training a camel. Strong is strong, but can a camel be victorious over a leopard?" Whenever he heard that, Guojing only showed a silly smile. When the 6 freaks taught Guojing, they only supervised his learning, instead of explaining it to him. Of the 10 moves they tried to teach him, he couldn't learn a single one, they could not help feeling discouraged. Whenever they talked about it, they would only sigh and shake their heads. Although they knew that their chances of being victorious over Qiu Chuji's disciple were almost non-existent, an agreement had been made so they couldn't give up. As a businessman, Quan Jinfa's talents lay in the field of intricate calculations. He often said, "For Qiu Chuji to find the young family widow, I figure he has about an 80% chance of success. That improves our chances by 20%. Whether the young family widow gave birth to a boy or girl, who knows? The chance that she gave birth to a boy is only half, with that, we potentially gain another 40%. If it's a son, maybe he won't survive to adulthood, we then gain another 10%. Even if he manages to grow up, maybe he'll be as stupid as Jinger. Therefore, I'd say that we still have an 80% chance of winning." The other 5 freaks thought that what he said wasn't wrong, however, saying that the young family's son's aptitude for learning martial arts might be the same as Guojing's, they had to know that Quan Jinfa was trying to console them. Luckily, Guojing had a good heart and he is exceedingly obedient, so the 6 freaks really liked his character a lot. On the prairies of Outer Mongolia, the coming of green summer grass and the brilliant white of winter snows, 10 years quickly went by. Guojing had become a sturdy youth of 16. There were only 2 years left until the martial arts competition, so the 6 freaks stepped up their supervision. They ordered him to stop practicing riding and shooting temporarily, and from dusk to dawn, concentrate on practicing fists and the sword. During these 10 years, Temujin had many battles and had swallowed up numerous other tribes into his own. He commanded his subordinates strictly, and all his soldiers were courageous and excelled in fighting. He was both courageous and resourceful and knew when to attack using force or attack using strategy. In all of Mongolia, no one could be compared to him. As the livestock bred and numbers grew, the population also increased, so that the differences between Temujin and Ong Khan's tribes became smaller. The violent winds gradually stopped and the heavy snows began to decrease, but the outer prairies of Mongolia still remained bitterly cold. A certain day arrived. It was the Pure Brightness Festival. Note, Qingming Festival. A day for paying respects to the dead. The Chinese pay their respects at their ancestors/families' graves, and may clean up the grave and pull out the weeds etc. The 6 freaks of the south arose early and Guojing with them. They took cows and sheep as sacrificial items to Zhang Asheng's grave and swept it. Since the Mongolians are nomads, they move around more or less continuously. They have no fixed place to stay. At this point in time, the Mongolian camp was quite far away from Zhang Asheng's grave. Even riding fast horses, it took them more than half of a day to get there. The 7 of them climbed the barren hill and swept away the piled-up snow from the grave. They then lit candles, burned incense, and knelt in front of the grave praying. Han Xiaoying secretly prayed, "Fifth brother, for the past 10 years we've given all of our energy in our hearts to teaching this child. His gift for learning isn't good and he can't learn our martial arts properly. I hope that fifth brother's spirit in the heavens will watch over him now and at the Jiaxing martial arts competition in 2 years' time. Do not let this child spoil the prestige and name of the 7 freaks of the south." The 6 freaks were born and lived their lives in the south, with its warm hills and waters. During the time they stayed in the Mongolian desert with its cold winds, they had become weaker and frilier and their faces looked lean and somber. The hair at their temples had started turning white. Although Han Xiaoying's charisma and attractiveness had not lessened, she was no longer the pink-cheeked young girl of yesteryear. Zhu Tsong surveyed the graveside piles of skulls. After 10 years of enduring winds and snow, the skulls had not started to decay. In his heart, there was a feeling that he could not express throughout these years. He had searched all over the surrounding country for hundreds of li with Quan Jinfa. They searched in every mountain valley and in every cave, trying to find Mei Chaofeng. Had she died from poisoning, there should be a skeleton left behind. If she did not die, it would be very hard for a blind woman to live in seclusion for a long time and not leave a trail of some kind. Nonetheless, she had vanished into thin air like a spirit. On this lonely hill in the wilderness, in this grave and the piles of white bones, lay the only marks that the twin killers of the dark winds had left behind in the desert. The 7 stayed in front of the grave to have a memorial meal and drink, then returned to their dwellings. After a short rest, the 6 freaks took Guojing to the hillside to practice his martial arts. One day his 4th master, wood chopper of the southern mountains Nan Shiren, and he practiced using the open hills palms technique, Kai Shan Zhang Fa. Nan Shiren intended that he use as much martial arts as he could. They sparred for around 70 or 80 moves continuously before Nan Shiren suddenly pushed his left palm outwards and flipped his body in the move the hawk hunting rabbits, Tsanging Butu, aiming the palm at Guojing's back. Guojing bent over to avoid his move, then moving his leg in a circular motion with the move autumn winds sweeping the fallen leaves, Qiu Feng Sa Luoyi, he swept his leg towards his teacher's lower body. Nan Shiren countered using Iron Bull tilling the land, Tainyo Tian Di, attacking with his palms. Guojing had just started to withdraw his leg to change his stance, when Nan Shiren suddenly shouted, "Remember this move." His left hand swiftly moved out and tried to hit Guojing's chest from the front. Guojing's right palm hurriedly moved to block, because this palm is considered rather fast. Then Nan Xiren's left palm flew out, and with a slap, both palms connected. Although Nan Shiren only used about 30% of his power, Guojing could not help falling over. Both his hands hit the ground, but he immediately jumped up, with a look of shame showing on his face. Nan Shiren was just about to instruct him about the essence of this move, when suddenly, from a grove of trees, came two bursts of laughter. Then a youthful girl came out, clapping her hands and smiling. She shouted, "Guojing, are you beaten by your teacher again?" Guojing's face turned red as he said, "I'm practicing now, don't bother me." The young girl laughed, "I like seeing you getting beaten up." The girl was Temujin's young daughter Huazheng. She, Taoyue and Guojing were around the same age, and they'd played together since they were small. Because her parents doted on her, it is not surprising that she was a bit arrogant and willful. Since birth, Guojing's character was straightforward and simple. Whenever she threw a tantrum without reason, they always clashed. However, after arguing, they would soon make up. Huazheng knew that she was wrong and would soothe his feelings with soft words. Huazheng's mother still remembered how Guojing risked his life at the leopard's mouth to save her daughter. She was especially fond of him and often gave gifts of clothing and livestock to his mother and him. Guojing said, "In practicing with my teacher, go away." Huazheng laughed and said, "This is practicing. I'd call it getting beaten up." While they were talking, several Mongolian soldiers arrived. One 10-soldier leader got off his horse and bowed to Huazheng, saying, "Huazheng, Great Khan is calling for you." Mongolians are simple by nature, and do not have the courteous customs of the Han people. Although Huazheng is the Khan's daughter, everyone still called her by her name. Huazheng said, "What for?" The 10-soldier leader replied, "Ong Khan's messengers have arrived." Huazheng wrinkled her brow and said angrily, "I'm not going." The 10-soldier leader continued, "If you don't go, the Khan will be angry." When she was very young, Huazheng had been betrothed to Ong Khan's grandson Duksh by her father. But over the years, she had developed a close relationship with Guojing, although it really couldn't be said that there are feelings between them. Yet, whenever she thought about having to part from Guojing to marry that infamously arrogant Duksh, she couldn't help but feel sad. She pursed her small mouth and kept silent as she thought. In the end, she did not dare disobey her father's command, and followed the 10-soldier leader back to the camp. Ong Khan and Sengum decided that Sengum's son has grown up and wanted to pick a date for the marriage. Therefore they sent people with gifts and Temujin wanted her to meet the messengers. That night while Guojing was sleeping, he suddenly heard the soft sound of someone clapping 3 times outside the jar. He sat and heard someone speaking the Han language, "Guojing, come out." Guojing was curious but didn't know the voice. He lifted up a corner of the flap of the door cover and peered outside. In the moonlight he saw a person standing near a large tree. Guojing went out of the gur and moved forward to see that the person was dressed in a large-sleeved long robe and hair combed into a bun. This person looked like neither a man nor a woman. The face was hidden by the shadows of the tree and couldn't be seen clearly. The person was actually a Taoist priest, but Guojing had never seen a Taoist priest before and asked, "Who are you? Why are you looking for me?" The person said, "You are Guojing." "Yes," Guojing replied. The person demanded, "Where's your dagger that can cut iron as though it were mud? Take it out and show me." He suddenly moved and leapt close by to him, then he sent out a palm aimed right for his chest. Guojing knew that the person attacked without reason and his attack was vicious. He was greatly surprised and moved sideways immediately to evade the palm. He shouted, "What was that for?" The person said with a smile, "Just testing your abilities." Then with his left arm, he sent out a fist with strength that was fierce and swift. Guojing, feeling anger rising, slanted his body to avoid the move. Then he raised his right hand and fiercely grabbed the enemy's wrist while his left hand moved to take his opponent's elbow. This move was the strong soldier breaks the wrist, Zhuang Shi Duan Wan, from disconnect the muscles and separating the bones technique, Fen Jing Qiu Gu Shou. You need only catch hold of the enemy's wrist, then the elbow, push forward a little, then a twist, and with a kacha sound, the right wrist bone will be twisted out of place. The disconnect the muscles and separating the bones technique was passed on to him by his second teacher Zhu Kong. Although Zhu Tsong's language and everyday behavior tends to be comical, his mind is actually very sharp. Ku Zhenyi and he had secretly held several discussions about Mei Chaofeng. Although both of her eyes were injured by poison projectiles, her martial arts are unusual and strange, perhaps she was able to resist the poison. If she did not die, she will definitely seek revenge. The longer the time before she shows herself, the more thorough her plans will be and the more vicious and evil her methods. In the past 10 years, even though no trace of Mei Chaofeng had been discovered, the six freaks were never complacent. In fact, they were even more cautious than ever. Whenever Zhu Tsong looked at the fingernail scars left on the back of his hand, he couldn't help but feel fearful. When he thought about her strong martial arts, he knew it would be very difficult to harm her. To resist the 9-in white bone claw, why not use the disconnect the muscles and separating the bones technique? This kung fu set focuses on dislocating or breaking the opponent's bones, using ultra-fast methods, to attack the other party's limbs, skull and neck bones. In the past, back home in China, Zhu Tsong regretted he had never asked for advice from any masters that were experts in this style of kung fu. None of his brothers and sister knew it either. After thinking for some time, he remembered that all the martial arts in the world were created by people. Since there is no one here to teach this technique to me, will it be hard for me to create my own version? His nickname, Magical Hands Scholar, Miao Shou Shu Sheng, referred to his very fast hands. Furthermore, he was very familiar with attacking acupoints and knows their positions well. Using his unique talents, he recreated the disconnect the muscles and separating the bones method without too much difficulty. After numerous years of practice, the essence of this technique was deeply ingrained in him. Although his method may differ from Shaolin Kung Fu, it was still powerful. He analyzed and worked on it with Quan Jinfa, and then passed on his techniques to Guo Jing. Guo Jing was battling a strong opponent, so when he started attacking, the first move he used was the disconnect the muscles and separating the bones move. Although not an expert, he practiced this kung fu a lot, and the way he used the moves was close to perfect. That person's wrist and elbow was suddenly held by Guo Jing, and in surprise, he sent out his left palm swiftly, aiming for Guo Jing's face. Guo Jing wanted to twist the enemy's wrist bones out of place, but the enemy's palm suddenly came. With both hands holding onto his enemy, he had no way to defend. All he could do was let go and leap backwards. He felt the force of the palm sweeping past his face with an uncomfortable burning sensation. When he turned around, he saw his enemy was actually a handsome youth of around 17 or 18 years, with a refined face and long lashes. He heard him say in a low voice, "Your kung fu is not bad. You did not waste the 6 freaks of the South's 10 years of teaching." Guo Jing was only using one palm to protect himself, so he was very cautious and asked, "Who are you? Why are you looking for me?" The youth shouted, "Let's spar again." Before he stopped speaking, had already raised his palms from his side. Guo Jing stayed calm and did not move. He waited until he could feel the movement of the air caused by the enemy's palm nearing his chest. He moved his body slightly and his left hand grasped the enemy's arm. He raised his right hand and pinched the enemy's cheek. He had only to hold on to the enemy's face, swiftly pull outwards, and the jaw joint will dislocate. This move was given a humorous name by Zhu Tsong. He called it "jokes will undo the jaws," Xiao Yu Jie, meaning laughing until the chin drops. This time around, the youth was more alert, and used his right hand to defend while attacking horizontally with his left. Guo Jing still used the disconnect the muscles and separating the bones technique to defend. Within a short time, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. The youthful priest's movements were light and graceful, his palms swift and powerful. Before the palm hits, his body had moved, and it was hard to tell where the palms came from. This was the very first time that Guo Jing fought an enemy using martial arts, and it was against one with high kung fu skills. After battling for a while, he felt despair. The youth's left foot flew out, and with a pat, hit Guo Jing's right hip. Luckily, the enemy did not use all his strength and Guo Jing's basic kung fu was very strong. His body only shook a little, and immediately both palms were flying again, protecting all the weak spots on his body, as he tried his best to defend and attack. The youthful priest kept pressing him hard, and Guo Jing knew that he could not cope for much longer. Suddenly he heard a voice from behind him shouting, "Attack his lower body." It was his third teacher Han Baoju's voice, and he felt joy in his heart. He angled his body to the right then turned around. He saw that all of his 6 teachers had been standing behind him for a long time. With all of his concentration focused on battling the enemy, he did not notice that they were there. His spirits rose greatly and he followed his third teacher's advice, fiercely attacking the priest's lower body. The priest's body was lightly built, and his lower body, as his third teacher was pointing out, was definitely not very strong. Since spectators could usually see the flaws from the sidelines, the 6 freaks of the south had seen his from the beginning. After being attacked by Guo Jing for a time, the youth couldn't help but fall back. Guo Jing felt that victory was near. Seeing his enemy stumble, he attacked with a series of Mandarin duck kicks, Yuan Yang, with both feet flying. But his enemy was only trying to trick Guo Jing with this ruse. Both Han Baoju and Han Xiaoying called out together, "Watch out." Because Guo Jing lacked experience, he didn't even know what to watch out for. When his right foot kicked out, it was instantly grabbed by the enemy. The youthful priest took advantage of the way he kicked and sent his palm out to hit him. Guo Jing couldn't resist it, and with a somersault, he fell onto the ground. He landed on his back and it hurt terribly. With the move carp flipping upright, Li Yu de Ting, he immediately sprang up to attack again, but saw his 6 teachers surrounding the youthful priest. The priest neither resisted nor tried to attack. He raised his hands together in the traditional greeting manner, and said in a clear voice, "Disciple Yin Jiping is following the instructions of my honored teacher Chang Chun Zi, Eternal Spring, Qiu Chuji, who asks if the masters are well." While saying that, he respectfully kowtowed. Hearing that this person was sent by Qiu Chuji, the 6 freaks of the south were curious but feared that it might be part of some scheme. They did not raise their arms to help him up. Yin Jiping stood up and took out a letter. With both hands, he presented it to Zhu Kong. Kuzhen heard patrolling Mongolian soldiers coming nearer, so he said, "Let's talk inside." Yin Jiping followed the 6 freaks into their Jiar Quan Jinfa lit a candle made of sheep's fat. It was the ger that the 5 male freaks lived in. Han Xiaoying lived in another ger with other unmarried Mongolian women. Yin Jiping saw that the furnishings in the ger were simple and rough and thought that the 6 freaks' everyday life must be quite tough. He bowed again and said, "Every elder here must have suffered greatly from being here for all these years. My teacher is grateful to you beyond words. He specially commanded this disciple to come and thank each of you." Kuzhen let out a humph, thinking, if that truly is the reason you are here, then why did you fight Jing'er till he fell over? Were you trying to make us feel inferior before the competition? Zhu Tsong had by now opened the envelope and taken out the letter. In his clear and resonant voice, he read out, "Chuanjin disciple, Qiu Chuji respectfully greets the 6 heroes of the south. Master Ku, Master Zhu, Master Han, Master Nan, Master Quan and Heroine Han. The years have passed quickly since we parted in the south. The 7 heroes are people of their words and your righteousness and your integrity is awe-inspiring. Your benevolence and chivalry matches the ancients of old." After hearing this, the wrinkled face of Ku Zhenyi looked somewhat pleased. Zhu Tsong continued, "Hearing that Master Zhang died in Mongolia was very saddening. I am still very shaken by Master Zhang's death. Due to your good fortune and my good luck, I was able to find the son of the late Mr. Yang 9 years ago." "Ah," the other 5 freaks said simultaneously. They knew that Qiu Chuji was very capable and the disciples of the Chuanjin sect are spread throughout the country. It was to be expected that he would find Yang Taixin's offspring. He must always have kept in mind the scheduled meeting for the competition in Jiaxing. Finding the mother, whose whereabouts were unknown, was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Whether the child was a girl or boy, was up to the heavens. Had it been a girl, there would be a limit to the power of her martial arts. Hearing that the child had been found, gave them a momentary shock. The six had never told Guo Jing's mother or him about this matter. Zhu Tsong slid his eyes towards Guo Jing, seeing no change in his expression he read on, after 2 years, when the flowers are blooming and the grass is long in Jiangnan, I will meet and drink with all of you masters at the pavilion of the drunken immortal. Life passes like the dew, and these 18 years are like a dream. Will the brave heroes of the world laugh at my foolishness? When he read to this point, he stopped. Han Baoju asked, what is below? The letter ends there. It is definitely his handwriting, Zhu Tsong replied. That day in the inn, Zhu Tsong had stolen a piece of poetry from Qiu Chuji's pocket and recognized his handwriting. Kuzhani asked in a somber voice, the Yang family's child is a male. His name is Yang Kong. Yin Jiping replied, yes. Kuzhani continued, so he is your junior brother. He is my senior brother. Although this disciple is older than him by a year, senior brother Yang started learning from the Chuanjin 2 years earlier, Yin Jiping replied. The 6 freaks of the south had seen his kung fu, and Guo Jing was definitely not his match. If the junior brother is already so good, his senior brother must be even more powerful. At this point, they felt their hearts sinking. It seemed Qiu Chuji knew of their actions in detail, he even knew of Zhang Asheng's death. They all felt that they were on the losing end already. Kuzhani said coldly, when you sparred with him earlier, was it to test his abilities? Yin Jiping heard the hostile tone in his voice and felt anxious. He hurriedly said, disciple would not dare. Kuzhani said, go back and tell your teacher that, although the 6 freaks of the south may not be as good as he, they will definitely not miss the appointment at the pavilion of the drunken immortal. Tell your teacher not to worry. There will be no replying letter. After hearing these sentences, Yin Jiping did not know whether to reply or not, and felt very awkward. Had followed his teacher's instructions to come up to the north and pass on the letter, and Qiu Chuji had indeed told him to find a way to test Guo Jing's character and kung fu. The elder Chang Chun-zi actually cared about his friend's son and his intentions were good. But Yin Jiping, as a youth, was naturally more adventurous. Upon reaching the Mongolian plains, he did not hurry to see the 6 freaks, but instead sparred with Guo Jing in the middle of the night. Seeing the unfriendly expressions the 6 freaks were wearing, he felt afraid and did not dare to delay leaving. He bowed to everyone, saying, the disciple will go now. Kuzhani suddenly said, with a sharp tone in his voice, you should turn a somersault too. Swiftly sweeping his left arm out, he caught hold of Yin Jiping's collar. Yin Jiping felt fear and used both his hands, trying to push Kuzhani's arms away. He wasn't aware that if he had not attempted to get away, he would only have been made to fall with a somersault. By resisting, he only made Kuzhani angrier. He bent his left arm, he lifted up Yin Jiping's body and with a hey sound, threw the little priest heavily onto the chair's floor. After landing, Yin Jiping's back hurt badly as though it was cracked, but after a while, he slowly struggled up and limped away. Han Baoju said, the little priest has no manners. It's a good thing that big brother taught him a lesson. Kuzhani was thinking, and after quite a long while, took a deep breath. The 5 freaks felt the same way and everyone was depressed. Nan Shiren suddenly said, no matter what, we still have to fight, even if it cannot be won. Han Xiaoying said, 4th brother is right. After we 7 became sworn siblings, we traveled over the world together. We went through many dangers and the 7 freaks of the south never retreated. Kuzhani nodded and said to Guo Jing, go back to sleep. We will work even harder starting from tomorrow. Thereafter, the 6 freaks of the Jiangnan were even stricter in their training. However, in studies or martial arts, as in music or mahjong, when someone tries for quick success, he risks getting precisely the opposite result and progress stops. The 6 hoped for so much from their disciple that they put immense pressure on him. To make things even more difficult, Guo Jing didn't have a quick intelligent mind, on the contrary, he was slower than most young people his age. The more they wanted from him, the more he panicked and lost concentration. Since the nocturnal visit of Yin Jiping, he hadn't made much progress for 3 months, he even seemed to have regressed somewhat. It was precisely what the popular belief says, the one that hurries too much doesn't arrive safely, and the one that swallows too much gets a stomach ache. The 6 freaks were remarkable masters in their respective arts, acquired at the cost of constant effort over a long period. Wasn't it an illusion to wish for Guo Jing to acquire a mastery of all those arts in just a few years? An extremely gifted person would have a lot of trouble to accomplish such a prodigious feat. How could someone hope for the same thing from a young and not very gifted boy? The 6 were conscious of the problem, and considering the character of Guo Jing, he could have practiced the techniques of Han Baoju or Nan Shiren alone and, after 20 or 30 years of fierce effort, maybe have half of their respective skills. If Zhang Oxing had not died prematurely, his teaching would have been the most compatible with Guo Jing's abilities. The 6 wanted to beat Qiu Chuji so much that, even knowing it would be better to teach one skill rather than teach all, they could not restrain themselves and tried teaching everything they knew to this dumb disciple. During the last 16 years, Zhu Tsong had not stopped thinking about the fight in the pavilion of the Drunken Immortal and in the Buddhist Fahua Monastery. He reviewed with precision every movement and every stroke made by Qiu Chuji. Though he had a great memory and replayed them in his mind, he didn't succeed in finding any flaws. Sometimes, he even thought that only Copper Corpse and Iron Corpse would be able to beat the Taoist. In the morning, Han Xiaoying taught Guo Jing 2 movements of the Sword of the Yu Maiden. To execute the first, the branch hits the white gorilla, it was necessary to leap, make 2 turns with the sword before straightening it to attack. Guo Jing had worked hard on the stability of his lower body, but lacked the agility for the jumps. He could hardly make a half a turn in air before landing heavily. After 7 or 8 attempts, he didn't succeed in making it any better. Han Xiaoying began to get angry and had to force herself to stay calm. She continued her explanations, indicating to him how to land on tiptoe, how to make his jumps, etc. But when he jumped sufficiently high, he forgot to do the turns, and his landings remained clumsy. Han Xiaoying thought that, after suffering the rigors of the Mongolian steppe for more than 10 years, and 5th brother losing his life here, the end result was so disappointing. She felt a pain in her heart and began sobbing. Throwing her sword to the ground, she left with her hands covering her face. Guo Jing ran after her, but didn't catch her. He stood there, stupidly immobile, with his heart broken. He knew that he owed everything to his shifus and had hoped to succeed in the martial arts to prove to them his recognition of their teaching. Though he made every effort, he still couldn't succeed and he didn't know what to do any longer. He was lost in thought when he suddenly heard Hua Jing's voice calling him, "Guo Jing, come quickly. Come quickly." He turned around and saw her on her horse with an anxious and excited expression. "What's happened?" Guo Jing asked. "Quickly, come and see," Hua Jing answered. "There's a fight with 2 big eagles. I'm training now." "You trained so badly that your Shifu scolded you, am I right?" Guo Jing nodded his head miserably. "It is indeed a terrifying fight, come let's see it." Guo Jing was very tempted, but he remembered the disappointment he caused the 7th Shifu, and shook his head sadly. "I won't go. I came especially to tell you," an excited Hua Jing said. "If you don't come, don't expect to find me later. Then quickly go alone. If you tell me later how it went, it will be almost the same thing." Hua Jing jumped down from her horse and with a stubborn look on her face she walked up to him. "If you won't go, I won't go either. I wonder if it's the black eagles that are going to win, or the white anises at the pair of big white eagles, that live on cliff." "Yes. Even though the black eagles outnumber them, the white ones are still very dangerous. They've already killed 3 or 4 blacks with their beaks on the top of the cliff, a couple of white eagles nested. White feathers were very rare amongst eagles, and these eagles were not only completely white but also of exceptional size. The ancients used to say that they had never seen their equal, and considered those eagles divine birds. Some women even avowed them in a cult. Listening to her, Guo Jing couldn't hold back any longer. He took Hua Zheng's hand and the two jumped onto the back of her horse and rushed to the cliff. When they got there, they saw the white eagles fighting against 17 or 18 black ones, attacking them with their beaks and their talons, making feathers fly. The white eagles were bigger and stronger. A single stroke of their powerful beak on the head was enough to kill an enemy, who then fell to the ground. The others flew away, but came back soon after to surround the pair again. The spectacle had attracted many spectators. More than 600 men and women, from many tribes, were gathered and commenting on the fight. Even Temujin, accompanied by Ajidai and Taoyui, had come and watched the fight with interest. Guo Jing, Taoyui and Hua Zheng often played at the bottom of the cliff, and saw the white eagles nearly every day flying to their nest or leaving it when going to hunt. Sometimes, the children threw them some cuts of sheep meat, the eagles then dove and snatched them with precision while in the air. By doing this, they created close ties between them and the eagles. Because the white eagles were fewer in number, the children encouraged them with great vigor. Go, white eagles! Attack! Watch out, enemy on the left! Quickly! Well done! 2 more black eagles fell, but the white eagles were also wounded and their white feathers were covered with blood. Suddenly, a particularly big black eagle uttered several screams and flew away, followed by about 10 of its companions. They disappeared into the clouds. 4 other black eagles remained fighting. Thinking they had seen the victory of the white eagles, the spectators uttered shouts of joy. Shortly after, 3 other black eagles also flew away to the east, pursued by one of the white eagles. Soon, they were out of sight. The remaining black eagle tried to escape the single white eagle and was about to succumb, when suddenly, strident screeches came from clouds and about 10 of the black eagles that had previously flown away appeared out of the clouds and attacked the lone white eagle. Excellent strategy! Exclaimed Temujin, admiringly. The isolated white eagle was not able to, in spite of its bravery, resist the constant assault of its adversaries and fell onto the cliff, overwhelmed by black eagles. The children were very worried, and Hua Zheng exploded in sobs. Quickly, Dad! She said while crying. Kill the black eagles. But Temujin was thinking about the ruse used by the winners. The black eagles won, he said to Ajidai and Taoyui, thanks to a very clever strategy. Don't forget it. His 2 sons acknowledged this. After having finished the white eagle, the black eagles flew towards a cavity in the cliff. One could see the heads of 2 white eaglets that would likely succumb to the attack of the aggressors. Guo Jing, can you see? Hua Zheng cried. The eagles have eaglets. How come we've never noticed them? Ah, father, shoot quickly and kill those black eagles. Temujin smiled, aimed his bow and shot an arrow of iron that, like the lightning, slicing through the body of a black eagle. The crowd applauded. The Khan then gave his bow to Ajidai. It's your turn. Ajidai pulled back the bow and also knocked his target down, as did Taoyui. The black eagles started to panic. Other officers and soldiers also started to help the white eaglets, but the remaining black eagles had gained height, and it became very difficult to reach them. A reward for those that will make a hit! Shouted Temujin. Jeeb, a skilled archer, wanted Guo Jing, his pupil, to have his moment of glory, and handed him his own war bow. Knee on the ground, he recommended in a low voice, aim for the neck. Guo Jing complied, putting his right knee on the ground. His left hand firmly held the powerful bow, and he drew the bow with his right hand. After 10 years of training with the 6 freaks of Jiangnan, even though he had not assimilated their sophisticated martial arts, nevertheless he had acquired strength in his arms and outstanding precision when aiming a bow. Seeing 2 eagles flying one above the other to the left, he turned, aimed for the neck and released his projectile. It was precisely, as the popular expression described it, the bow bent as the full moon, the arrow flashing like a meteor. The first eagle didn't have the time to escape before the arrow pierced its neck, continuing its way and planting itself in the flank of the second bird. Only one arrow for two eagles, which fell like stones. The crowd noisily applauded and the other eagles didn't stay any longer and rushed to disperse themselves. "Offer the two eagles to my father," whispered Huazheng in the ear of Guojing. He obeyed. He collected the two eagles, ran to Temujin, and kneeling, he offered the two eagles to him respectfully. Temujin appreciated, above all, skilled fighters. He was delighted to see Guojing suddenly bringing two eagles down with a single shot, especially since these eagles from the north were dangerous birds. The span of their wings passed 1 meter, their feathers were as hard as iron, and they were so strong that they could seize and carry away in the air ponies or large sheep. Even tigers and leopards were afraid of them. To kill two eagles with a single arrow constituted a remarkable exploit. "Brave boy," Temujin said while accepting the offering. "You managed the bow quite well. It is Master Jeeb who taught me." "The master is Jeeb," said Temujin while laughing, "the disciple is also Jeeb." "Father," Taoyui said, wanting to help his sworn brother, "you promised a reward to the one that could bring an eagle down. My Anda killed 2 of them with 1 shot. What reward will you grant him?" "Whatever he wants," answered Temujin still smiling. "Guojing, what do you want?" "Is it true?" insisted Taoyui, delighted. "Whatever he wants. Do I have the habit of lying even to children?" During all these years, Guojing had lived under the Khan's protection. Everyone in the tribe liked him for his simplicity and his kindness, and no one rejected him even though he was Chinese. Seeing the Khan in such a good mood, all had turned towards the young man, hoping that he would get a good reward. "The Khan is so good to me," said Guojing, "and my mother has everything that she needs. You don't need to trouble yourself giving me a reward. That is a good example of filial piety," Temujin said. "You always think about your mother first, but for yourself, what do you wish? Speak without fear." Guojing thought an instant, and then knelt before Temujin. "I don't want anything for me, but I have a wish for someone else." "What is it?" asked Temujin. "Duksh, the son of Sengum, is cruel and mean. If Huazheng marries him, she will be very unhappy. I implore the Khan to not give her in marriage to that dishonorable man." Temujin was disconcerted at first, but then exploded in laughter. "These are indeed the wishes of a child. How could this be possible? I am going to give you a very precious object." From his belt he removed a dagger which he handed to Guojing. All the officers displayed their admiration and appreciation noisily. It was Temujin's favorite weapon with which he had killed innumerable enemies. If he had not made a solemn promise, he would never have parted with it. "Take my golden dagger," Temujin said, "and kill some enemies for me." "I will," Guojing answered. Guojing thanked him and took the dagger. He had often seen it on the Khan's belt, but it was the first time that he examined it closely. The girdle was of pure gold, and the end of the handle was decorated with the grinning head of a tiger also in gold. Huazheng, exploding in sobs, bounded onto her horse and left at full speed. Temujin had a hard heart, but he could not stop sighing while thinking of his daughter's pain. He then took the eagles to the camp, followed by his officers and soldiers. After the crowd dispersed, Guojing drew the dagger and felt the coldness of the blade. He had the impression he could see traces of blood on it. It was a short massive weapon, and it impressed him because it had killed many people. He moved it about for a moment and then put it back in its sheath, which he attached to his belt. Then he drew his sword and started practicing the sword of the Yu maiden again. In spite of all his efforts, he didn't succeed in executing the movements of branch hits the white gorilla correctly. He either didn't jump sufficiently high or he didn't have the time to make the turns. The more frustrated he got, the less he controlled his breathing. The result was catastrophic and he was sweating heavily. Suddenly, he heard a galloping horse. It was Huazheng coming back. She stopped not far from him, got off the horse and lay down on the grass with her chin on her hand, to watch Guojing train. Seeing that he seemed to be suffering a lot, she shouted to him, "Stop, rest for a while." "Don't disturb me," Guojing retorted, "I don't have the time to chat with you." Huajing didn't say anything else, but observed him while smiling. Then, she took a handkerchief from her pocket, made 2 knots in it, and threw it to him. "Wipe off the sweat with it." Guojing grumbled, but didn't look up to catch it, and continued to train. After a little while, she asked, "You asked Dad to not marry me to Duksh. Why?" "Duksh is very mean. He once released leopards so that they could devour your brother Taoyui. If you marry him, maybe he will beat you. If he beats me, you will come to defend me." "But," thought Guojing, speechless, "how would that be possible? If I don't marry him, who will marry me?" Huajing said with a tender look. "I don't know," Guojing said, shaking his head. "Pa!" Huajing said, while the face that had blushed earlier became suddenly furious. "You never know anything." Some moments later, she softened her attitude. Then they heard the eaglets, on the summit of the cliff, calling. Loud screeches sounded in the sky. It was the second white eagle coming back after having been drawn afar by the black eagles. From the heights, it saw its beloved companion dead on the cliff, then it flew like a white cloud in concentric circles. Guojing stopped and raised his head. The white eagle didn't stop whirling, still uttering screeches of pain. "Watch," Huajing said, "the eagle is unhappy." "Yes," Guojing agreed, "it must be very sad." The eagle uttered a long call and suddenly flew off up towards the highest clouds. "Why does it go up so high?" Huajing wondered. Suddenly the eagle came down again like an arrow and dove onto the cliff, where it smashed itself. Horrified, Guojing and Huajing uttered a scream of surprise, and didn't know what to say. Suddenly, they heard a loud voice behind them saying, "Admirable, admirable." They turned around and saw a white-haired Taoist and with a red face. His clothing was strange and to his hair were attached 3 high adornments. He wore the immaculate dress of a Taoist, which was a surprising sight on this windy and dusty plain. Since he had spoken in Chinese, Huajing didn't understand him and lost interest. "The 2 eaglets lost their father and mother," she said, looking up at the top of the cliff. "How will they survive now?" The extremely steep cliff reached up into the sky, and it looked nearly impossible to climb. Obviously, the 2 eaglets, which had not yet learned to fly, were going to die of hunger in their nest. "Unless," said Guojing, "someone has wings and flies there, it is the only way to save them." He collected his sword and started to practice. In spite of all his efforts, he still didn't manage to execute the movements. Just as he began to despair, he heard a voice behind him say coldly, "If you keep doing it that way, you will still be dragging your sword 100 years from now, and you want progress as much as a hare." Guojing turned around. It was the Taoist with the 3 adornments. "What did you say?" he asked. The man smiled, didn't answer, and suddenly advanced. Guojing felt like his arm was paralyzed and, without knowing how, saw his sword, that he had held firmly, in the hand of the Taoist. Zhu Tsong had already taught him the technique to seize a blade with the bare hand. Even though he hadn't mastered it entirely, he had assimilated the principles of it. However, this time, he didn't have the slightest idea as to how the Taoist did it. Frightened, he moved back 3 steps. He stood in front of Huajing to protect her and drew Temujin's knife. "Watch closely," the Taoist shouted. He jumped as if it was nothing special, made 6 or 7 turns with the sword, before softly landing again on his feet. Guojing was awestruck. The man threw the sword on the ground and said while laughing, "The white eagle was quite admirable, it is necessary to save its offspring." He sprang toward the cliff and began climbing at full speed using his feet and hands, as agile as a monkey and as light as a bird. The slope rose very steeply and was, in part, as straight as a wall. But the slightest bump was sufficient for him to climb up higher. Even when the rock appeared smooth as a mirror, he climbed like a lizard. Guo Jing and Hua Zheng were very anxious. If he slipped, the fall would definitely kill him. The silhouette became smaller and smaller and gave the impression he was about to enter the clouds. The girl closed her eyes, afraid of seeing what could happen. Where is he now? She asked. He's nearly at the summit, Guo Jing answered. There, he made it. Opening her eyes, she saw the Taoist fly off as if he was going to fall and let out a scream of fright. In fact, when he reached the summit, the large sleeves of his robe floated in the violent wind that blew there. One had the impression, seen from below, that he was a huge bird. The man slipped his hand into the nest, caught the 2 eaglets and put them against his chest. Then, back to the slope he went, where he let himself slip, grabbing a hand on a bump here or giving a kick from time to time, to slow his fall, and reached the ground very quickly. Guo Jing and Hua Zheng ran towards him. He took the eaglets and said to the girl, in Mongolian, "Will you take good care of them?" "Yes, yes, yes," she answered quickly. Hua Zheng, surprised and delighted, stretched out her hands. "Be careful of their beaks," warned the Taoist, "they are small, but their bite is dangerous." Hua Zheng undid her belt and attached it to the legs of the fledglings. Then she held them against herself, delighted. "I am going to look for meat to feed them." "Wait," the Taoist said. "If you want the eaglets, you must promise me one thing." "What?" "You must not tell anyone that I climbed the cliff to catch the birds." "Okay," Hua Zheng said joyfully. "That's easy. I won't tell anyone." "While they are growing," warned the Taoist while smiling, "these 2 white eagles will become aggressive. Be very careful while feeding them." Happy, she told Guo Jing, "Each of us will have one, and it will be me who keeps them in the meantime, okay?" Guo Jing nodded his head. Hua Zheng got on her horse and happily rode off. The young man stayed immobile, as if hypnotized, reviewing in his head the ease of the movements of the Taoist executing the branch hits the white gorilla. The man grabbed the sword and kindly offered it to him and turned on his heels. Seeing that he was leaving, Guo Jing said, in panic, "You please don't leave." "Why not?" asked the Taoist. Guo Jing scratched his head, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, he kowtowed, knocking the ground with his forehead, without stopping. "Why do you prostrate yourself before me?" the Taoist asked. There was a deep ache in Guo Jing's heart. Seeing the kind face of the Taoist, he felt as if he had met a relative with whom he was able to confide. Suddenly, 2 big tears rolled down his cheeks and he said while choking back sobs. "Mimi, I am very dumb, I can't manage to learn martial arts, and I am a disappointment to my 6 shifas, to whom I owe everything. What are you going to do?" the Taoist asked. "I give all of myself, day and night, and still I don't manage to do it properly. I really can't manage to learn it. Do you want me to show you a way?" he asked. "Yes, please," replied Guo Jing, kowtowing again. The Taoist smiled, "It seems to me that you are full of sincerity. Very well, let's meet each other again in 3 days, we will meet on the 15th day of the month. When the moon is full, I will wait for you at the summit of the cliff. But you must not tell anyone." Then he left. "But I won't be able to climb up there," Guo Jing protested in a rush. The Taoist didn't answer, and it appeared, as he departed, that his feet didn't touch the ground at all, and he was already far away. "He made that promise on purpose to embarrass me, he doesn't want to teach me." Then he said himself, "I am not yet without a shifu, and my 6 shifas have caused themselves much pain trying to teach me. It's me that is stupid. What choices do I have? This senior is probably very strong, but I won't be able to learn any of what he knows from him anyway. Why should I even try?" He contemplated the top of the cliff, and then he tried to not think more about it. He took his sword, and repeated the moves again and again of the branch hits the white gorilla, until sunset, when hunger urged him to go back home. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. That afternoon, Han Baoju taught him the whip of the golden dragon. This kind of flexible weapon required particularly close attention. If one didn't master all the refinements of it, not only would you not reach the enemy, but you risked getting injured by it yourself. Guo Jing, of course, made a false move, and slash, the whip turned against him, striking him on the head causing a big bump. Han Baoju, who had a legendary harsh character, immediately gave him a slap. Guo Jing didn't dare to shy away and continued to practice. Seeing him putting in a lot of effort, Han Baoju regretted having lost his temper. Even though his pupil made mistakes several more times, the master didn't scold him again. He showed him 5 more movements, encouraged him, and recommended that he train by himself. Then he left on his horse. To practice the whip of the golden dragon wasn't an easy task. After having executed the set of the sequences about 10 times, Guo Jing's forehead, arms, and thighs were covered with blue welts. Tired and aching all over, he fell asleep on the grass. When he woke up, the moon had appeared from behind the mountains. He felt burning pains on his whole body and notably on the cheek, where Han Baoju had slapped him. Contemplating the top of the cliff, he had suddenly a burst of self-esteem. If the Taoist can climb up there, why not me? He thought. Clenching his teeth, he ran to the cliff and began to climb it, clinging onto the plants that grew there, slowly going up. At the end of 6 or 7 zhangs, 1 zhang equals 3 meters / approximate 11 feet, the cliff became completely smooth without any vegetation or bumps to grasp. How could he advance further in these conditions? He gritted his teeth, tried 2 times, but his foot always slipped, and he almost fell. Understanding that any new attempt would be in vain, he wanted to go back down again. When he glanced behind him, he was terrified. He had forced himself to follow this path of ascent, and now found his feet were unable to use the same support points on the way down. If he jumped, he would certainly smash himself below. Caught in a desperate situation, the words of his 4th Shifu came to mind: in this world, there's nothing impossible to the men of goodwill. Since death stared at him from all sides, rather than remain in an untenable position, it was better to continue. He drew his dagger and dug 2 small holes, in which he slowly placed 1 foot and steadied himself, and then the other. He rose thus a few more inches. Then he continued to dig in the wall, making more hand and footholds, rising laboriously a few zhangs. Because of the difficulty of the task, his head started to spin and his limbs burned with exhaustion. He stopped to clear his mind, holding closely to the wall, controlling his breathing. Then he wondered how many holes it would take before arriving at the summit. As strong as his dagger was, it would probably be able to dig 10 more holes, and then it would break. Since he had made it this far, he could no longer go back. After a brief rest, he got ready to dig again, then he heard a burst of laughter coming from the summit of the cliff. Not daring to lean backward to look, he remained, nose against the smooth wall of the cliff, wondering who this laugh came from. Then he saw a thick rope slip down and stop next to him. He heard the voice of the Taoist saying, "Tie the rope around your waist, I will pull you up." Delighted, Guo Jing sheathed his dagger. Holding tightly with his left hand, he took the rope with his right hand and wrapped it around his waist 2 times and made 2 knots. "Did you tie it firmly?" the Taoist shouted. "It's done," Guo Jing said. The Taoist seemed to not have heard. "Did you tie it?" he asked again. "It's done," Guo Jing repeated, without any response. Some instants later, the Taoist laughed again and said, "Ah, I forgot your breathing is not yet sufficiently powerful, your voice cannot carry as far as mine. If you tied it well, pull 3 times on the rope." Guo Jing obeyed and pulled 3 times. Suddenly, the rope grew taut, his body flew up toward the summit of the cliff. He knew that the Taoist was going to pull it, but not with such speed. In the blink of an eye, he landed again on his feet, right in front of the old man. He knelt and got ready to kowtow, but the Taoist held his arm. 3 days ago, you kowtowed more than 100 times, it is more than enough. You are a child with good character. On the summit of the cliff was flat ground covered with snow. The Taoist showed him 2 big round rocks that looked vaguely like stools. "Sit there. I will remain standing to serve you, Shifu, Guojing said. You don't belong to my school, the Taoist said, still smiling. I am not your master, and you are not my disciple. You may sit. Guojing, perplexed, obeyed and sat down. Your 6 Shifus, the old man continued, are well known in the martial arts realm. I don't know them personally, but I've always felt a lot of admiration for them. It would be more than enough for you to acquire the techniques of one of them to make yourself a name in the Jianghu. It is not due to a lack of effort on your part, yet, during the past 10 years, you haven't progressed that much. Do you know why? It is because I am too dumb. My Shifus have tried very hard to teach me the best they could, but it didn't help. It's not really because of you, the Taoist said. It's, as the popular saying goes, if those that teach don't know how to teach, then those that try to learn won't learn anything. I don't understand what you're saying. If we look only to the core martial arts, the level to which you've arrived is not negligible. At the time of your first real fight since the beginning of your training, when you were beaten by the Taoist youth, you questioned yourself and thought it was impossible for you to beat him. On this point, however, you are completely mistaken. How does he know of this matter? Guojing wondered. This Taoist youth made you do a somersault, but he did it with a trick. Comparing basic techniques, it's not at all certain that he surpasses you. Besides, your 6 Shifus are probably as strong as I am, that's why I cannot teach you martial arts. He's right, Guojing thought. My 6 Shifus are very strong, it's me that's too dumb. Your 7 Shifus made a bet, continued the Taoist. If I teach you some martial arts, your masters will be sad when they learn of it. They are brave, and place a lot of importance on loyalty and honor. They would refuse to accept any sort of unfair advantage in a bet. What bet? Guojing wondered. So you don't know about it then? Well, if your masters didn't tell you anything about it yet, it's because you don't have to know about it at the present time. During the next 2 years, they will certainly explain it to you in detail. Let's look at it this way, you are full of sincerity, and it seems that our meeting was written in destiny. I am going to teach you some methods of breathing, of sitting down, of walking and sleeping. The astonishment Guojing felt knew no boundaries. To breathe, to sit down, to walk, to sleep, he thought to himself, I know how to do that already, why would I have to learn it again? He thought of a lot of questions, but didn't say anything. Clear the snow from this big rock, the Taoist ordered, you will be able to sleep there. Guojing thought it strange, but obeyed. He swept off the layer of snow and lay down on the rock. Not like that, the Taoist said. If it was just sleeping like that, I wouldn't need to teach it to you. Here are 4 formulae, remember them well, when the thought fades, the feelings will be forgotten, when the body empties, the breath will circulate, when the heart dies, the mind will live, when the sun rises, the darkness will vanish. Guojing repeated the formulae several times to learn them by heart, but he didn't understand the meaning of them. Before sleeping, the Taoist continued, it's necessary to clear the mind, letting no thoughts or preoccupations remain there. Then, it is necessary to compose the body, while lying on your side, and to breathe in a continuous way through the nose, so that the soul doesn't wander inside and the mind doesn't go outside. And so he taught Guojing breathing in the mastery of the breath, the technique of meditating and of eliminating worries. Guojing did what the Taoist explained to him. In the beginning, his thoughts stayed chaotic and difficult to control. But after applying the breathing method, exhaling and inhaling deeply, after a certain time, he slowly felt his heart calm down, and a slow breath brought slowly into his dantian, the area between the groin and the navel, brought a warm feeling. An icy wind blew on the summit of the cliff, but he didn't feel any need to resist it. He remained immobile, stretched out on his side, for close to an hour, before feeling some ants in his limbs. The Taoist, who was sitting cross-legged in front of him, practicing meditation, opened his eyes. Now, said the Taoist, you can fall asleep. Guojing obeyed and fell asleep. When he woke up, the rays of the sun had begun to radiate from the east. The Taoist led him down the cliff attached to the rope, telling him to come back this evening. He reminded him not to speak of it with anyone. Guojing returned that evening and the Taoist brought him up with the same rope. During his practice with the 6 shifas, he often did not go back home at night, but his mother didn't worry about him. And so he went in the evening and left at dawn, practicing meditation and the mastery of breathing all night on the summit of the cliff. It was strange, the Taoist hadn't taught him any movements at all, not even the smallest sequence, and yet, in his daily practices, he became lighter and faster. 6 months later, the movements that he hadn't managed to do before, now were executed perfectly. The sequences that he had never completed some months ago were executed with speed and precision. The 6 freaks of Jiangnan believed that, with age and the regular practice, he was finally open to learning martial arts. They no longer felt the frustration they had at the beginning of his training. Every evening, when he arrived at the cliff, the Taoist climbed with him, showing him how to use his breathing and his strength. They went up together until he was incapable of continuing, then the Taoist rushed to the summit and raised him with the rope. With the passing of the months, the young man climbed more and more quickly, and higher and higher. The steps once so difficult were cleared with only one jump. Only some particularly difficult places still required the help of the rope. Another year passed, and only a few months remained before the competition. The 6 freaks of the Jiangnan spoke of this event as though it was going to change the world of martial arts and attract the attention of all the brave heroes in the country. Observing Guojing's lightning progress, the 6 felt sure to win, and the idea of returning to their home in Jiangnan filled them with joy. However, they still hadn't explained to Guojing the reasons for this competition. One morning, Nan Shiren said to Guojing, "Jinger, in these last few months, you've mastered the weapons. It may be that you still lack enough practice fighting with bare hands. Today, we are going to work the palms more." Guojing nodded his head. They arrived at the place where they usually trained. Nan Shiren got ready to begin the lesson when they suddenly saw clouds of dust rising not far away, accompanied by screams and neighs. A herd of horses approached at a fast gallop and the beasts were agitated. The Mongol who herded them had problems retaining control of them with his whip. Just when they'd barely settled down, one could suddenly see, coming from the west, a small red horse, with the hair the color of fire. It was speeding along in the herd, harassing it with hoofs and bites, before disappearing northward at the speed of the wind. Then, the red tornado came back in the blink of an eye, provoking a considerable tumult in the herd again. Furious, the herders tried to capture this spoilsport, but the horse was so fast that it was impossible to catch it. In an instant, the horse had moved off and stood several zhongs away, neighing proudly, as if he was very happy with the shambles had caused. The Mongols didn't know whether to laugh or be angry. When the small horse charged in for the 3rd time, several guards sent arrows in its direction, but he was so astute and fast that he departed before the projectiles reached it. An expert in martial arts couldn't have done it any better. The 6 freaks, along with Guojing, were fascinated. Even Han Baoju, who loved horses above all else, had never seen such a magnificent and fast animal. His own horse, Wind Chaser, had rare speed, unequaled even in Mongolia. However, the small red horse surpassed them all. Han asked the herders where this marvel came from. "This wild horse," answered a herder, "comes from some mountains. We first saw it a few days ago, and found it so beautiful that we wanted to capture it, but did not succeed. Our attempt put it in a mean mood and, for these past few days, it keeps coming to bother us." "It is not a horse," said a very serious old horse herder. "What is it then?" Han Baoju wondered. "It is a transformed celestial dragon, we shouldn't bother him." "A dragon transformed into a horse?" Another horse herder mocked. "What nonsense! What do you know of it? I've kept horses for several years, but I never saw an animal as fabulous as this one, ever." He had not finished speaking when the small red horse sped again into the herd. The equestrian arts of Han Baoju, nicknamed the Horse God, were remarkable. Even the Mongols, who constantly lived in the saddle, recognized his superiority. Seeing that the small horse had come back, and knowing well which way he was going to leave, he stood in a strategic position and awaited the passage of the animal. When it approached, he suddenly jumped, a very calculated jump, so that he should have managed to straddle the beast. He had tamed so many stubborn horses in his life that he had the conviction that once on its back, he wouldn't fall. However, in a split second, the small red horse accelerated, making Han Baoju miss his mark. Furious, he ran after him, but how could he have caught up with such a fast animal? Suddenly, someone jumped and seized the mane of the horse with his left hand. Surprised, the horse galloped even faster. Still clutching the horse's mane, the man let himself be pulled along with his body off the ground. The spectators noisily applauded. Astonished and delighted, the 6 freaks saw that it was Guo Jing that was being cheered. But where, Zhu Tsong asked, did he learn a lightness technique that sophisticated? Our Jing'er has made immense progresses lately, Han Xiaoying said. Could it be his dead father that guides him from the heavens? Or would it be fifth brother? How could they have known that, for the past 2 training years, the Taoist of the 3 adornments had taught him every evening, on the cliff summit, the art and mastery of breathing? Even though he didn't teach him any fighting skills, he had initiated him into the superior art of Nigong. Nigong could be regarded as a form of internal martial arts involving controlled breathing, meditation, and the awareness of what's happening inside one's own body and to some extent controlling it. It can be used as an aid in the recovery of one's health from illness or injury and improves the skills of external types of martial arts. Every evening, when he climbed and descended the cliff, Guo Jing practiced, without the knowledge of his teachers, a very subtle lightness technique called the flight of the golden eagle. Having a naturally simple and confident mind, he was completely unconscious of what he had learned from the Taoist. His progress in the mastery of his internal energy and in this technique of the flight of the golden eagle only appeared when he practiced lightness techniques with Zhu Tsong, Quan Jinfa or Han Xiaoying. He didn't realize it, and the 6 freaks were pleasantly surprised at his improved performance, without suspecting the truth. Observing the Nigong of their disciple and his suppleness that didn't correspond at all to what they had taught him, they looked on in astonishment, suspecting that the young man had another master. Guo Jing suddenly executed a somersault in the air and dropped astride the horse. The horse reared, kicked with its hind legs and bounded to all sides as if possessed. But the boy clamped down with his thighs and didn't allow himself to be tossed off. Han Baoju shouted some instructions to him and told him some tricks to master the horse, which ran with renewed vigor for more than an hour, apparently untiring. His audience was in awe. The old horse herder knelt and whispered some prayers, imploring the sky not to punish the man for having offended the dragon horse, before shouting to Guo Jing to let him go. But he didn't hear a thing, and stayed glued to the horse as if he was attached by a rope, reacting to all of its movements smoothly. "Come down off that horse," Han Xiaoying shouted. "Let your third Shifu replace you." "Absolutely not," protested Han Baoju. Changing the trainer now would risk all of the work he has done up to now. He knew very well that such a stallion had to have a strong character. If someone managed to tame it, it would respect its master and would stay forever faithful to him. But if more than one tried to overcome it, it would rather die than submit. Guo Jing also had an obstinate character. When he began to get tired, he slipped his arms around the neck of the horse and began to tighten them, making use of his internal energy. The animal bounded, jumped, and shook itself in all directions, without getting rid of this pressure that was suffocating it. It then knew that it had met its master, and stopped. "Bravo!" exclaimed Han Baoju, delighted. "That's it. You have succeeded." Fearing that the horse would run away again, Guo Jing didn't dare dismount. "You can come down," Han Baoju reassured him. "Now it will follow you all of your life. Even if you wanted to get rid of it, you wouldn't be able to." The young man jumped to the ground. The horse licked his hand, showing affection that made everyone there laugh. A guard approached it a little too closely and the animal gave him a kick that made him somersault. Guo Jing led it to the water, to wash it and calm it down. Since this session of horse breaking had tired him a lot, the 6 released him from practice for now, but doubts still troubled them. After the lunch, Guojing came into the ger of his masters. "Jinger," Quan Jinfa said, "I would like to see your practice of the crunching mountains palm strokes." "Here, in the ger?" "Yes. One can meet enemies in any place, it's necessary to train to fight even in closed spaces." He feinted with the left, and delivered a stroke with his right fist. Guojing, respecting the rule of courtesy due to elders, defended 3 movements before responding. Quan Jinfa then attacked with violence. Suddenly his fists hit the young man's chest, with a movement named penetrating deeply in the lair of the tiger. It was no longer a practice stroke, but a deadly, violent and heavy one, used to kill. Panicked, Guojing wanted to move back, but he already had his back against the wall of the GR. Trying to protect himself when confronted with danger is a natural reaction, especially since he had a rather slow mind. Without even thinking about it, he turned his left arm, and blocked the attack of Quan by repulsing his arms. The fists had already touched his chest, when Quan realized with surprise, that it was as soft as cotton, without any resistance. Then he was repulsed with strength, and his arms were afflicted by a jolting pain. He moved back 3 steps before recovering his balance. Guojing was speechless and knelt before saying, "I probably did something that I shouldn't have," he exclaimed, "I accept the punishment of the 6th Shifu." Afraid and surprised, he wondered what crime he could have committed that was worthy of his master's anger, to the point of wanting to kill him. Kuzhani and the others got up, all with stern expressions. "You train with someone besides us," Zhu Tsong said. "Why did you hide it from us? If 6th Shifu hadn't tested you like that, you would have continued to lie to us, am I wrong?" "There is only Master Jeeb," Guojing said, "who teaches me the bow and the spear. Do you dare lie to us again?" An angry Zhu Tsong said, with a severe look. "I would not dare to lie to my Shifus ever." Guojing said with his eyes full of tears. "Then where did you learn this mastery of Nigong?" Zhu Tsong insisted. "Now that you have the support of a powerful master, you no longer have any respect for us." "Nigong?" Guojing wondered. "But I don't have a Nigong." "Pfui." Zhu Tsong spat, still doubtful. He moved his index finger toward a location situated 2 inches below the sternum, named tail of turtledove. A stroke to this essential point on the body induces immediate unconsciousness. Guojing didn't dare to avoid or to defend against it and remained immobile. However, he had practiced for almost 2 years with the Taoist of the 3 adornments and, even though he didn't know it himself, his body was filled with internal energy. On contact with Zhu Tsong's finger, his flesh naturally retracted and then expanded itself, repulsing the finger. The stroke still hit the point effectively, but caused only a certain amount of pain, without succeeding in affecting that point on the meridian. Zhu Tsong had not used all of his strength, but Guojing's internal energy had succeeded in neutralizing him. When he realized it, he was astonished and angry. "And that's not Nigong?" he shouted. "Could the Taoist master have taught me Nigong?" wondered Guojing, finally understanding. He said, "During these past 2 years, someone came, every evening, to teach me how to breathe, to sit and meditate and to sleep. I found it funny, but I followed his instructions. But he didn't teach me any techniques, but he did tell me to not talk of it with anyone. Since I thought that there wasn't anything wrong with it and that it didn't affect my practicing, I didn't speak of it to any of you. I recognize my mistake, I won't go to him anymore." He kowtowed. The 6 looked at each other and thought, the young man seems sincere, and he doesn't seem to be lying. "Don't you know what the Nigong is?" Han Xiaoying asked. "I really don't know what the Nigong is," Guojing said. "He told me to sit and meditate and to breathe slowly, without thinking about anything while concentrating only on the way the breath circulates inside the body. In the beginning I couldn't manage to do it, but lately I've had the impression that, inside me, there was something like a hot small mouse running through all of my body, it was very funny. The six were surprised and delighted at the same time, to see that this simple-minded kid had succeeded in reaching such a level. This was not very easy, especially for him. In fact, Guo Jing did have a simple mind. Compared to so-called intelligent people, he didn't have a head cluttered full of difficult and meandering thoughts to bother him. His type of mind encouraged progress in the acquirement of Nigong. Thus, in barely 2 years, he had succeeded in reaching this level. Who taught it to you? Zhu Tsong asked. He doesn't want me to say his name, answered Guo Jing. He said that the kung fu of my Shifus is not lower than his, and that's why he cannot teach me martial arts and cannot be my shifu. He made me swear to not ever describe his appearance to anyone. The 6 freaks were more and more astonished. In the beginning, they thought to themselves that Guo Jing had by luck met an expert, and were delighted for him. But this individual appeared so mysterious that they were now suspicious. With a gesture, Zhu Tsong asked Guo Jing to leave. I won't dare go and amuse myself with him anymore, the young man said. You can go, reassured Zhu Kong. We are not angry with you, but you don't need to tell him that we know. Guo Jing acquiesced and, seeing that his masters weren't annoyed anymore, happily left. Outside of the ger, he saw Hua Zheng with the 2 white eagles, which had grown a lot. Standing next to her, they were nearly as tall as her. Come quickly, Hua Zheng said, I've been waiting for you a long time. One of the eagles fluttered over and came to perch on Guo Jing's shoulder. A while ago, he said, I tamed a small red horse that runs with incredible speed. I don't know if it will let you mount it. If it doesn't let me, said Hua Zheng, I'll slaughter it. No, you won't. The 2 young people, hand in hand, ran on the plain to have fun with their horses and eagles.